And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, we have created a new world in Lego Fortnite. This is the beginning of a brand new survival world, and if you missed my last video, then you missed a lot. In my last video, I died without a totem, and I lost my entire world. If you haven't seen that video, I recommend checking it out, but today we're here with something brand new, because like I said, it's literally a new beginning. So I guess the first thing we have to do here is talk to Triggerfish, and he should go ahead and give us a totem of return. He does. Excellent. Okay, here we go. We're getting right into it, and guys, there's so much that we have planned for this series, and I can't wait to unveil every single part of it, but that's gonna happen over the course of the series, because this isn't a one video thing. This is gonna be our main world that we use for all of our videos whenever we hop in to check out new updates or start on any crazy build projects in survival. So honestly, oh wait, what the? Where did you come from? Oh, okay. She's just telling me to thank the bus driver, and this is how we use fast travel so we can get over to Star Wars Island already. Every single project that I've worked on in my last two worlds has been so much fun, and honestly, in this world, the plan is to just take everything I've learned over the past 10 months on this game and apply it all to these builds so I can have some of the coolest builds in all of Lego Fortnite, because I honestly do need to step my build game up. Anyway, this is a brand new world, and all I've done so far is talk, so we're gonna get into this, and we're just gonna start collecting resources. It's been a minute since the last time I was over here in my main world, so it's always kind of a fun refresher when I'm starting from scratch. And at the end of day one, we have somehow just found a llama, which is honestly not too common. So that's a good way to start. And just like that, okay, we have not only all the resources we got from the llama, but a whole lot more. Honestly, at this point, all I really want is a bed, and I need wood to do that. And easy peasy. Okay, we got all the wood we need for a bed, and I'm not even bothering with the night. We're just gonna sleep through it. And as much as I love Lost Isles, that's not where we're gonna be starting our journey in expert mode. I think it's only right to start at the OG island. And hang on, wait a sec. We cannot die this early. Please get away from me. Please get away. No, 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 no. We're not doing this. We're not doing this right now. Okay, okay. Yep, okay, we're good. Dang, and I wish it was clear outside when I dropped down for the first time, because I literally can't see anything. But what I do see is that we're in a grasslands right next to a dry valley biome. Not only that, but our bus station is also right here. So I don't even know if I'm going to do any research. This might just be where I call home base for a little bit. And since this is the start of a new world, we have a lot of grinding to do. Okay, and I'm in the middle of gathering resources, but I found a brute and I have an idea. Okay, we just can't get hit by him. Nice. We're going to try to bring him into this fight here. Hopefully get him pretty weak, and then we're going to try to get ourselves a brute scale. Oh, how did I not just die? Yeah. And that's why that was not smart. But you know, the good thing about the totem of return is you're allowed one dumb mistake and you'll still be just fine. This just means now I actually have to lock in. But we made it back to what we're gonna go ahead and call home base. The first thing we gotta do, of course, is sleep through the night. But now it's time to actually get started. And just for the sake of really making this feel like a home, we're gonna go ahead and throw a campfire down. And we're also throwing a village square down at a very odd spot, but it'll make sense soon. And hang on, wait. We found the brand new NPC, Tricky Treater. Okay, so what does he say here? Some know me as a skeleton guy, but others call me Tricky Treater. Okay, cool. So I should be able to trick or treat with him, and I am. He gives me fertilizer, and it looks like he's laughing at me. Nice. And the first thing we're building here today is actually just going to be a little campfire that's going to sit under the village square. We're going to make these nice little gates so you can see a bit of the campfire, but not all of it. And since we've already put our village square down and established the village, we can now move it wherever we want. So obviously it'll eventually go on top of here, but let me go ahead and continue to finish this first off. Okay, so there we go. Already stepping away from this, it definitely elevates the look of the campfire, but we're not done yet, because next we're going to take another floor, and I have no idea how we're doing this. I haven't built this before, and honestly, I'm just happy it's going well so far, but I think we could probably take this floor here and just cover it like this. Then we're going to add these nice little rope fence pieces in, and then we can go ahead and throw our village square back inside of this. And it looks good so far, but we're not done yet. And there we go. This is honestly a great start to the village. I know it's literally just the village square and a campfire, but still, it definitely elevates the look overall. And there's definitely more I could do. Obviously, you know, I can add lights and things like that. It honestly just feels a little expensive to do that right now, considering I don't even have a single chest on the floor. Speaking of which, we're gonna go ahead and continue to grind in a moment, but first, let's go ahead and upgrade our village as much as we can. And already I'm out of granite, so yeah, it's time to go ahead and get some resources. And guys, in an exciting development, we have gotten quite a bit. As you can see in our charms and equipment, we have a health charm and a basic glider, which definitely already helped us out, but we need some knot root next. So we're going into our first cave. And guys, one thing I will say is if you're ever bored with this game, oh my goodness, it's so dark in here. Okay. What I was going to say is if you're ever bored with this game, I would definitely recommend you try out creating a world from scratch, because honestly, I've been having a ton of fun so far. It's just so refreshing to start from the beginning, honestly. And I just realized I literally cannot even farm knot root with my axe, so that's great. Ooh. Oh, nice. I got too ahead of myself. There's a secret wall there, but yeah, I don't have a good pickaxe. So I already have to go back home. Oh, wait, he just gave me 3 bones. That's actually huge. I was waiting for the knight to fight some skeletons, but that speeds up the process. I never actually thought that trick-or-treating would be useful, but I guess in the early game, it really is. Again, I never really get to experience the early game of Lego Fortnite, so this honestly feels so new and fresh to me, but we went ahead and made a green forest axe, and now we should be able to actually harvest some knot root. All right, and I see a pack of sand wolves. I low-key kind of need some sand claws. I don't know how this is gonna go, but I do have quite a bit of blasters in my inventory, so wish me the best. Okay, there's one. There's a second one, and some storm cores too. And let's go. We actually got all 3. I did not expect that to work. Anyway, next we got to work smarter, not harder. So we're going to bait this guy over into some cactus. And hopefully he gives us some more frost pine, because that's what we need. And oh my goodness, that worked well. Holy, okay. I've got quite a lot of resources that I probably shouldn't have yet, but that's all right. Like I said, today's about working smarter, not harder. We're trying to get through the early game. And while it's nighttime, we definitely need to find some skeletons. Again, I've got no totem on, so I'm kind of scared, but here goes nothing. Okay, let's keep it going. And yes, because we don't have a totem of return, we definitely need to get some of these guys that are storm wild. All right, and all the skeletons went back underground for the night, and we got everything we need. Some bones and some storm cores. And the reason we needed that is so we can make a new pickaxe. And once again, guys, we're doing something dumb. I definitely should not be in a dry valley cave right now, but that's exactly what we're doing. Okay, and we're in here for one specific reason, and that's any chest we could possibly find. I swear, even one chest here would just be such a W, and I see one right there. Okay, let's get up here. Come on. Nice. Give me a chest. Oh, there was nothing good in there. And oh my goodness, we are in so deep. And I'm looking around, but there's literally nothing else to get for me. That's so bad. I got no totem and I'm burning. And yeah, there's literally nothing here for me. And hang on, we just got a new visitor named Meowscles that we definitely have to let live at our village. And there's only one reason I'm allowing him to live here, and it's because I really want food. So help the village, and it won't even let me. Okay, it's not even an option to let him cook food. And that's probably because I just need to level up my village a little bit more. So let's do that. Oh, there we go. Look at us problem solving. We now have a brand new cook in our world. Anyway, as you can see, our progression has been going great. We now have a rare pickaxe, which, you know, isn't too exciting, but it still is day 1. So immediately we're going to take this pickaxe over to the dry valley for one specific reason, and it's because over here we have a chest, and I'm honestly just too lazy to get these resources, so I can just farm the chest itself. All of a sudden, I now have obsidian and copper bars, which are 2 very, very valuable resources if you weren't aware. Oh my... How did I not die to fall damage there? Holy, I need to be more careful than that. I don't even have a totem. We're just continuing to get ourselves some obsidian and copper. And that was a lot of grinding for 3 sand shells. And with those sand shells, we're one step closer to being where we need to be. So if we come over here to our charms tab, you can see that I can craft a blue totem of return if I just get a few more storm cores. And honestly, that's light work. All we got to do is take down some of these skeletons. And this right here should be the last skeleton that we need in order to get 50 storm core. And ladies and gentlemen, to finish episode off with an absolute W, we're gonna come over here to our crafting bench and make exactly what we've been grinding for, and that is a blue totem of return. In the rare rarity, it does give you +1 heart as well. So our character, after just a few days in Lego Fortnite, is looking a little something like this. We have a rare pickaxe, we have a few good charms, and then of course we have our basic glider. The last thing we'll go ahead and craft, just as a teaser for our next video, is gonna be this rare forest axe. With this, we can already go over to the Frostlands biome, which is just across the way, and we could already start collecting some frost pine and other good stuff. And as you can see in our inventory, we have 3 different tools. Yeah, in episode 1, we actually kind of cooked. And the importance of these 3 items are that they give me a lot of confidence to just play the game a little more freely, because not only do I have these tools, I also have a health charm and a totem of return in rare rarity, which gives you +1 heart. For some reason, this game is currently bugged and none of the buffs actually show up anymore. Usually would say +1 heart right here, but yeah, I don't know what's going on. And the same thing goes for any health item you might have. As you can see, it doesn't tell you how many hearts you're gonna regen. It doesn't tell you any boosts or literally anything at all. Epic, please fix. But I think that the inventory that we have right now is actually good enough to already get started, because today we have a lot of work to do. So I've got some objectives for this video today, and first I want to actually just start a storage solution. So any sort of storage room or outdoor storage room doesn't really matter. I just need something down, because right now I have 4 small chests, and then I just have 2 of these, which I just stole from structures in the drylands. So yeah, main goal in today's video is definitely to get a bunch of different resources that can help us build better storage all around. And there's only one place I realistically need to be in order to get the best storage in the game, and it's right in front of us over there. The Frostlands biome has frost pine and iron, both of which is what we need to obviously make our grand chest, and I tried to look for it, but I don't even have it discovered. It's been a while since I started fresh, obviously. There's so many things in this game that honestly I just forgot even happened, because yeah, I'm pretty progressed in all of my worlds already, so starting from scratch has definitely been confusing. Anyway, we need to get there, but before we do, we need to go ahead and obtain an inner fire charm or 2. Again, you can't see any buffs, so it doesn't make a lot of sense, but there's actually just, you know, it protects you from the cold. That'll be helpful since we're going to the cold. So, okay, we need ruby, blast core, and bright core, and some wool thread. Okay, that's easy. Okay, and one of the first things we need are sand shells. Oh my goodness, this is light work. All right, and there we go. 3 sand shells. Now, next we need some sand claws. These might be a little bit harder, but we'll see what we can do. Oh, how did that just happen? There's no way. Oh my goodness. This is bad. This is bad. This is why I lost my first world. Well, actually, it's not. I was AFK in my first world, but this is why I lose worlds. It's because I'm so clumsy and I just don't care. Like, I knew I didn't have full hearts, and for some reason, I decided to jump down there and attack them, and now I have no totem of return. Once again, this is just like a roller coaster of up and down. I need to make another charm. Okay, how do I do that? Of course, we need sand claws. The thing that literally just killed me is what we need to go hunt down in order to get ourselves another charm. Wow, that'll be fun. Okay. And our journey has led us back out here into the grasslands in the middle of the night for one thing, and it's the thing that's glowing purple right in front of us. We need as many storm cores as humanly possible. Never hurts to get some copper bars while you're out here too. Holy, I just had 2 hearts. But in one single night worth of hunting for storm core, we got 41. And that's not bad, but we also need some shells. So let's go ahead and do that. That's so easy with a pickaxe. Jeez. Fun fact for those of you who might be new to the game or don't know this, the roller actually takes more damage when you hit it with a pickaxe over a sword. And the reason for that, I believe, is that a roller has like a stone on its back. And yeah, the pickaxe does the most damage to that. So if you didn't know, now you know. Oh, watch this. Let's see how much damage this TNT does. Literally none. Okay. And after a little bit more grinding, I believe we actually only need, let's see, we need 3 more storm cores. We've got 47 and you need 50. Oh shoot, let's not die though. I actually have to lock in here. Oh, and there's a storm wild roller. This guy right here will have the last 2 storm cores that we'll need. All we've got to do is not choke. And oh my, okay, hang on. And there we go. 3 storm cores will be enough. First off, of course, we need a totem of return. I don't care that this one isn't rare rarity. We just need something to secure our future in this world. The other charm that I think we're gonna make is the cool headed charm. And again, like I talked about earlier, there's a glitch that's not showing the buffs right now, so I don't even know if you get a heart for this one, but we're gonna go ahead and throw it on and see. And oh, you do. Nice. So it actually looks like it's adding 3 hearts to me? That's crazy. But a cool-headed charm, a totem of return, and a health charm should have me feeling a lot more safe. We'll see how long that lasts for. But anyway, we got to get going because like I said, by the end of this video, we need to get over there, get some grand chests, and then move them back over here to our village. And yeah, there's been some unforeseen circumstances that have delayed our adventure. So we've made it over here to our cave. And if you would remember, these are the resources that we need, and they're all inside of these caves. We've got some chill berries on us. We also have, of course, our new cool-headed charm. So this should be enough to at least get us started. The hope is that we don't burn, but let's see. Okay, yeah, so we're hot. We'll eat 1 chill berry and let's see what happens. We're still hot, even with the chill berry. Okay. Either way, not the end of the world. We're just gonna run through this cave quickly and hopefully get everything we need, because for the first time, we're actually able to farm this stuff with our pickaxe, which is so nice. Early game is definitely a struggle when all you've got is a wooden and not root pickaxe. But for me, at least, I feel like this point in the game is where it gets really fun, when you can actually start getting those like better resources from caves like this in the Frostlands. But enough yapping. We're just gonna go ahead and get ourselves a bunch of stuff. Oh my goodness, wait a sec. Wait, I totally forgot you can find villagers inside of caves. We found crystal down in this. Dude, are you serious? This is embarrassing. This is actually like embarrassing at this point. What is going on? Time to go get more storm cores. Okay, and that should be all we need. Oh wait, no, we have 49, we need 50. And honestly, I feel like I should be ashamed that I'm back at the crafting bench for what? The second time in the video making another one of these? Jeez, anyway, we got another one and I feel much safer just by having that on my body. Okay, and we are right back on top of the cave and we're gonna jump inside and see if Crystal's there because that's the real question. I was so excited to find her and then I literally just died. So let's just retrace our footsteps and see if she's there. Yo, wait, she actually is. And hang on, we can't do the same thing again. I do need to... Oh, wait, she just died. Okay, yeah, she just died. That was such a waste of time. Oh, my goodness. At least there is a reason that we're here, and obviously there is so much to gather, but I'm locked in so I do not die for a 3rd time in this video. Oh, and this is a lot of ruby right here. Ooh, and we found a brute scale. Sand brute scale. I will take that. Oh, my goodness. And man, not having enchanted tools makes me realize how much I miss the runes. I need to go back to Lost Isles as soon as possible and get that rune table going because this is actually such a slow process. On the bright side though, we're getting a ton of ruby and then we also have these chests here which drop some obsidian and obviously copper as well. Oh my, and we found a normal brute scale too. Hang on, I was about to leave this cave, but there's a secret part of this cave that we need to go explore. And in here, there's just 1 chest, and it just has nothing good. Okay, and my pickaxe broke. I guess that's our sign to get out of here. And after more grinding than I care to admit, I finally have everything that I need to come over here to the crafting bench and make our inner fire charm. Again, this one should help us out quite a bit, so we're just gonna go ahead and pop it on in place of our cool-headed charm, because yeah, we're not gonna need that anymore. We're going over to the Frostlands, and one thing that I've noticed is that for whatever reason, it's always raining or cloudy at this base. I don't know if that's real or if I'm just imagining it. I swear it's like always cloudy here though. Glass powder, cord, and copper. Oh, wait, I can actually do that. Okay, hang on. Development. We're actually gonna go ahead and make ourselves a grappler as well. Alrighty, so we got everything we need to make our grappler now. I think this will be good for the Frostlands because I need to be able to escape things, especially if I'm walking slowly in the snow because I'm cold. I don't know if that's gonna be a thing. Obviously, we have 1 health charm, but who knows? But then we also have roasted peppers, so between the 2 of them, we should be somewhat solid. Either way, you can never be too safe, but let's get over there. And my preferred method of travel in the early game has definitely been this fast travel station right here. And while I have nothing on my island discovered, I've literally gone nowhere. I could just choose the destination of the same exact bus station and it will still just bring you up into the air. So you can jump off the battle bus and then just look towards the direction that you need to fly in. And you know, it's not the best way to travel, obviously, but in the early game when you have nothing, if you are starting a new world or something, go ahead and try this out because you definitely get at least a little bit of a start on your journey. But also we do have a glider and a grapple now. So yeah, we can actually move around. Holy, this game gets so much more fun once you actually get equipment. And wait a second, there's a Star Wars fight going on here. I love picking up the aftermath of these fights because as you can see, we get those E11 blasters. And I know they don't have full health and they break pretty quickly, but they're still actually really useful. But hang on, I just got hit by a roller out of nowhere. I don't know what's going on. I just need 1 more blaster, please. Ah, and there we go. Okay. And we have made it over here to the Frostlands biome for the first time. And right off the bat, we're seeing some chill berries and we're also in the middle of another Star Wars fight. So I'm grabbing these blasters. Oh, and I'm already cold. Okay, we gotta lock in here. So we're popping a pepper. We're gonna put a torch in our hand. And between all of that, yes, okay, now we're not cold. That's so good. But we do have an objective while we're here. And if you don't remember, we're trying to get as much storage as we possibly can. I don't know if I'm even able. Okay, yeah, so we're not able to break these with a blue pickaxe. And that's okay because we also have an axe here. And that's gonna help us get a ton of frost pine because I will have to take 2 trips. We'll get this frost pine. We'll go back and make a pickaxe and then we'll come back and get our storage. But like I said, first up, we actually just have to get some frost pine. Ooh, found ourselves an Arctic Claw. And I was about to leave the Frostlands, but I found a cave here. And honestly, I know this isn't smart because I'm not equipped to do this, but we're jumping inside. And uh-oh, okay, this is gonna be scary. Okay, we're only cold. You know what? We're not freezing. This isn't the worst thing in the world. Oh my goodness, wait. This is one of those caves with no enemies and only chests. Let's go. This is actually huge. We're gonna get as much as we possibly can while we're here. We'll be sure to hit every single chest. And yes, we're getting frost shells. Oh my goodness, our first cheese. It was such a good idea to hit this cave. Let's see what else we got in here though. And not much, but I can't complain. We did get a frost shell, our first frost shell in the series. And I really feel like now we're moving up in the world. But fast forwarding a little bit, we are now back in the Frostlands biome with our pickaxe. So yeah, we can actually collect these for the first time. And yes, we got frostpine and iron. And I know we can also get this in the cave, and don't worry, I'll be doing that in a second. But these chests are nice because it'll give you actual iron and it'll skip a step with the metal smelter. And I love just wandering around here because you come up on things like Arctic claws just sitting on the floor, and it's so nice. But here's our cave. Let's jump inside. Okay, so the goal here is just obviously not to die. I will not die. I will not die. I just got to keep repeating that and I won't die, I promise. But while we're in here, we're trying to collect as many resources that are exclusive to the Frostlands as possible. It's only episode 2 and we're already out here collecting basically the best items in the game, which is crazy. But like I said, I cannot die, so I don't want to speak too soon. Ooh, and here's a chest. Yes, a frost shell, and I just realized we have so many E11 blasters. And you know what? Why don't I just get rid of these blasters real quick? So I brought these blasters in here for one reason and one reason only, and it is these right here. These bone wolves. I'm trying to just see if I can get some easy cursed bones, and oh my goodness, it might actually just work. Yep, there's our first one. And there is 2. But like I said, I've still got to be very, very careful around here. Literally one wrong move and I could go bye-bye. And there are so many things to focus on while I'm down here. Obviously, I'm not trying to die. I'm also not trying to get too cold. And at the same time as I'm doing all of that, I'm trying to find as many chests as possible. And there we go. Be something good. Yes. Anytime I get Arctic claws in here, I'm hyped. Oh my. Where did that skeleton come from? What in the world? That was a jump scare. Oh, and I just realized I'm literally freezing. Okay, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I have to worry about 1,000 things at the same time. And after all of that, we made it out safely with honestly a lot of goodies. We'll go ahead and show you guys right now, but hang on. Doesn't matter where you are, you've always got to sleep through the night because good things never happen at night in this game. I'm not gonna lie. So yeah, definitely do that. But also check out my inventory here. 20 iron plus some frostpine along with a ton of other resources from the Frostlands. Again, this is literally my first time in the Frostlands biome, so I'm not trying to go too crazy. Just doing a little bit of exploring. Ah, and the last thing that I was looking for, malachite. And I believe with that, we should have every single resource in the Frostlands biome. Obviously, we're still missing things like brute scales, but I'm not gonna count that for now. And once again, we're back home and it's cloudy. I swear, it's always cloudy here. I don't know what the deal is. But finally, we can do the thing that we've been meaning to do for a minute, and that is exactly this. We're breaking every single one of these chests. And we're immediately just gonna go in here once our game stops stuttering, and we're gonna replace them with some grand chests. Okay, yeah, already better, but now it's time to organize everything. After spending the night organizing, we finally have an actual storage solution, and this just makes my life so much easier. Obviously, we have all of our ores in this chest, as you can see. All miscellaneous goods in this one, we have foods in this one, and then all of our wood and stone type. But yeah, it's nice to finally have this, and it's gonna help me out so much through this series. And the last thing we're gonna do in today's video is go ahead and upgrade our village one more time. Look at this chest right here. It's basically a representation of how this entire world is going. Not bad, but not great. I mean, 4 pieces of cheese is kind of pathetic. I'm gonna need to work on that in today's video. But along with that, there's a lot more we also need to do, like upgrade our village, which we can actually do right now. And wow, look at that. The village square actually grew as I upgraded on that one. That was pretty cool to see. And this is only episode 3 of this series, and I know I just made fun of my other chests, but in this one, we actually have quite a bit. As you can see, we have decent stuff from the Frostlands biome, and I'm actually going to take 8 iron right now and go ahead and make myself a brand new sword. Okay, we're absolutely stacked. Look at us. We got an epic pickaxe, an epic axe, and an epic sword. The next thing I'm honestly probably going to need is going to be an inner fire charm. And now that I'm looking at it, I feel like I can actually get that right now. And after looking through some chests, the only thing I need to find are a few sheep, and then I'll have it. And that's not a sheep, but we'll take the storm cores. Oh my goodness. I was trying to turn on a setting, and this is a little pro tip for you guys. If you're looking for a specific mob and you can't find it, there is a setting called visualize sound effects, and if you turn it on, you'll see on screen that now I can see every spider that's behind me. I can also see that there's a wolf to my right, and yeah, it'll basically point out any mob around you. I'm sure most of you guys know, but if you don't, I figured I'd point it out, and look at that. I'm not sure if this shows up on visualize sound effects, but we'll take it anyway. Anytime we get a llama in the early game, you know it's a good sign, and bang, just like that. Did we get any cheese? Any cheese? Any cheese? No cheese. Okay. Oh, but we found our 2 sheep, and that's exactly what we needed. We already had 1 piece of wool, and we needed 2 more, so that was easy enough. And you know what? We found 2 more for good measures. And just like that, on the sunset of day 1 of this video, we already upgraded our character quite a bit. We're going to go ahead and replace our health charm with a brand new inner fire charm, which will give us +1 hearts from what we already had. And waking up for day 2, we're already ready to go over to the Frostlands. And if it wasn't obvious, that's why I made the charm. I know these are only rare charms, so I'm not sure how much it'll carry me, but we also have some peppers over here. Like I said, it's early in the series, and we're kind of down bad with food, so we're going to have to make do with what we've got. And we're making it out here to the Frostlands. In between cuts, I did come in with some more stuff like this crossbow and also a grappler. I gotta give it everything I got because this is expert mode and I am super early on. So guys, wish me luck by subscribing to the channel if you're not already. We're on the road to 1 million, and each one of you guys that sub really helped me out. And yeah, I swear it'll give me luck as well for this journey. And oh my goodness, look at the visual icon on screen right now. Not the ducks. Wait, the brute. You can see it. It's right. Yeah, the brute. It's right there. Oh my goodness, it's also Stormwild. Do I even bother? I don't know. Wait, do I do it? I feel like I never really back down from these fights, so we're gonna send it and see what happens. Oh my goodness, I actually am gonna need some luck on this one. I have already definitely died in this server, but I did have my charm on, obviously. I really don't feel like dying again today, though, so we gotta be so careful with this. And please just let this be easy. So far, so good. We're getting a lot of headshots. He can't seem to do anything to us at the moment. Oh my. Oh my, oh my. I did not need to jump there. I got hit by his gas cloud once, and I'm already... Oh, no. Okay, we gotta be careful with that one. That gas cloud actually takes you out pretty quickly. Yeah, nope. Can't get hit by another one. No. Oh my goodness, that was close. Come on. We're almost there. Oh my. Okay, wait. Hang on. I'm on half a heart. I did not expect for that to happen, but we're so close, and I was going for the final slant. Okay. Oh, that's so bad. How did that just happen? That was so avoidable. And what? Okay, there's the environment. Why did I just spawn in and there was just nothing there? Well, apparently some of you guys watching the video didn't subscribe because otherwise I would have had the luck to make it through. So if you're not yet subscribed, please subscribe so I don't die again. Because now I no longer have a charm of regeneration and this is bad. Bruh, I don't know if that would have killed me, but that was terrifying. Oh my goodness. I really need to lock in. This is getting too close for comfort. There we go. And all we need now is 1 more storm core, so this should be pretty easy. And if you guys still somehow don't know this, the roller actually gets the most damage by a pickaxe. So make sure you use that when you're fighting rollers, especially in the early game. We're back at our base, and we're coming back stronger to the Frostlands, because this time around, I'm making an epic totem of return. Before this, I was literally using a green one, so that's a big upgrade. And now that brute should fear me, because yes, I am going back for it. So yeah, once again, wish me some luck. All right, and we might be 0-1 against this guy, but you know, we never back down. So our sole focus here is just to hit him with headshots with the bow and arrow. And obviously this time around, I don't have the protection of a cave to stand on, so I got to be a little more careful. Oh my goodness, and he's fighting somebody else. Who is he even fighting? Oh shoot. Okay, there we go. Cannot get hit by those again. Just cannot get hit by one of those. Oh my goodness, it's so free. It's so free, guys. It's so... Oh my goodness, it's so free. Come on, we're getting so close. We're getting so close. And it looks like it should be just a few more shots. 1 and... Wait. Let's go. We did it. Just like that. We got a Frost Brute scale for the first time in our brand new world. That is absolutely huge. We also got 50 storm cores from that, so that's a big come up for us right now. That also means we finally have the recipe unlocked for an epic inner fire charm. That'll be great. But that's not the only reason we're here in the Frostlands. I also want to make sure I get a ton of resources. So that's what we're getting up to next. And would you look at this? I need some shells, and these guys actually just got it for me. And yeah, I'm just gonna dip. Thanks so much for the shell, but you guys are annoying. I'm not fighting you guys right now. Oh, and we definitely also need to get some of these guys. And there we go. And wait up. What do they got for me up there? What's that purple thing? Hey, wait. Those are some Arctic claws. Sure. Once again, thank you guys. And would you look at that? For some reason, I have a bed outside of this cave. I thought I was in the middle of the Frostlands, but I guess not. I apparently have already been here. We're going in again, though, for one reason, is to see if I can completely be immune to the cold if I eat a pepper, and it looks like I actually can. Nice. So I have a torch in my hand, I ate a pepper, and I also have 2 inner fire charms in rare rarity, and apparently that's enough to not be cold down here. And while we're down here, like I said, there's a few things I need, but I might as well get all of these resources while I can. Oh, and look at that. 3 pieces of cheese in a chest. You gotta like the video for that one. That's just insane luck right there. It's been a minute since I've had that feeling, to be honest with you, and I'm so happy we're back grinding this game. But work's not finished. There's still more to do in this cave, so let's keep going. And would you look at what we have here? A hidden part of the cave that has 2 chests inside of it. Okay, let's see what we got. Any cheese? That's honestly all we care about. And let's see. No cheese. Okay. Why even bother? Like, what's the point? And wait a second. On our way out, we found a campfire. Is there a villager? There's no villager here? Wait, what? I thought there were usually villagers when there was a campfire. That's so weird. Wait. Wait. Hang on. We gotta win this fight first. Wait, and she just died. She literally just died. That was the one thing I didn't want to happen. No way, she just died. Are you kidding? That was such an exciting moment. I found a villager in a Frostlands cave, and then she just went bye-bye. Okay, well, that was short-lived. Can we get a rip in the comments for that one? But on a more serious note, I have been going around this cave and just collecting as many of these chests as I possibly can. And honestly, our inventory is looking pretty spicy right now. And I'm not talking about roasted pepper. Oh, and we just found more cheese in this chest. Let's go. Not only that, though, I've also been stacking up quite a bit of Arctic claws, and we're going to continue to do that as we leave this place. There's 4 more. And another 4 more. Nice. And no way. Wait, y'all see that right there? Just when I thought I was lost in the middle of the Frostlands biome, I mean, I'm literally in the middle of nowhere, we found ourselves bus station B, which is genuinely the 2nd bus station I've ever found in this world. And hang on, I need to take care of these scorpions. These guys are actually terrifying. Usually not scared of them, but it's early game and I've already died in this video, so I gotta be safe sometimes. But anyway, we can actually just teleport straight home, which is incredible. Along with that, we also have instant access right back over to the Frostlands whenever we need now, and that works out great. Next, we need to find one in the dry valley for sure, but you know, that's a work in progress. We did just get home with an insane amount of loot though, and I'm super happy about that. And the first thing we have to do now that we're back home is make a brand new rune forge, our first one in this world. And yes, there's a lot of firsts today, obviously, because this is a new world. And I'm realizing now that if I roll the rune, it's not going to be anything good because I don't have any recipes discovered. Just to confirm this, I can go to my codex and find the rune tomes, and yeah, I need to find basically all of them. I guess I'll see you guys in Lost Isles. And we're here for one reason and one reason only, and you know, soon I'll come back here and actually play this because Lost Isles is a ton of fun. But for today, there's one specific thing that we're looking for, and it's up here over in the actual floating islands themselves. And the thing that we're looking for are these chests right here, because when you open them, they should give you Klombo rune tomes, just like this. Yes, okay. So we're simply looking for these books so that we can go ahead and read them, and then when we do, we should find ourselves a brand new enchantment, and it'll pop up in just a moment here, but let's see what we get. And it's the rune of Undead Bane in common. Okay. Don't worry, we'll find more. Maybe this one will have something better. Let's read the book, and let's see what we get. Okay, so we got a tropical smoothie, sure, but what's next? It's gonna be, okay, the rune of Berserk. Okay, so we're getting all the common ones. That's okay, because we just found 2 more books, and I bet you we're gonna get something good here. Let's see. First book we get, okay, an uncommon. And I would imagine that this next one is also gonna be an uncommon. Yep, that's all right. I believe we unlock these in an order, so let's just continue to find these books. Another book. Ooh, and look at that. It's our first rare rune. Anyway, we're getting down to the wire. I believe our codex is almost completely filled out. We'll just read a few more books for safe measures, and we'll also go ahead and take a look just to see what we still need to unlock. And yeah, there's a little bit. Okay, and with this book right here, if we can get the Rune of Berserk 3, then we should be good, and we didn't, of course, we didn't. That's the last one we need. We don't care about Undead Bane. Okay, let's try this one more time. If we can get the Rune of Berserk 3, then we have officially unlocked every single one in our codex, and just like that, we're back over here at our Rune Forge, where we can go ahead and reroll, and now we should eventually start seeing some level 3 upgrades, and yep, there we go. I think on our first pickaxe, we're definitely going to be looking for damage, durability, durability and luck. So let's just continue to re-roll until we find those. And man, it has been a minute since I've done this, and it feels so good to be back here upgrading some of our gear. And just like that, we got the rune of damage. Here's our rune of luck, and it doesn't even look like we're gonna get it in time. Man, that's unlucky. Okay, we got durability and destruction actually on our last roll. We can't even afford either of these. We need 10 more essence, and I believe I'm actually probably gonna go with the rune of destruction. I kind of changed my mind, but like I said, first we need 10 essence, so let's see if we can get that. And that'll put us over the edge. 152 is perfect. And there we go. Our first ever fully upgraded pickaxe. And I couldn't ask for a better one. Rune of damage, rune of luck, and rune of destruction. I'll put it into action in a second here because what I've realized is I have to go back to the Frostlands. I did say that in this video, I would be upgrading my character quite a bit. And I've already done that, but there's still more work to do. And next we need the regeneration charm. Only problem with that is there's one specific item called the cursed bone, which I don't have any of. And like I said, we're back out here, and it's just for one specific enemy, which is of course the bone wolf. And in my opinion, the bone wolf is probably one of the strongest enemies in the entire game, so I'm not too excited about doing this, but you know, it definitely needs to happen. And hang on, we're taking a little detour because I found a little secret room, and these are always fun. And wait a second, we need to get this guy out of here first. There we go. This new pickaxe is absolutely insane. Okay, we found some more chests. Nothing in this one. I'm looking for cheese, of course. Any cheese luck? Nope. Okay, whatever. Ah, and there's a bone. Oh, there's two. Wait, there's actually like 3 in this cave. There might even be more, but here we go. I don't like that there's TNT being thrown at me, but we're already on our way to eliminating our first one, and there we go. And yeah, there are so many in this cave. One shot away, and there's another one. And my goodness, they just keep spawning in. Like, where are these even coming from? I ain't complaining though, because there's another one. And you guys get the point. Let's take the rest of these out. Bang. And just like that, we got all the cursed bones we're ever gonna need. Oh, and we found Aura. Wait a sec. We can't let her die, dude. We just can't. We cannot let that happen. Come on, let's get this guy out of here. Just like that. Okay. Oh no, there's 2 more. She's gonna die. She's gonna die. She died. She died. What do you know? How do you protect those villagers? I'm so confused. That's super unlucky. I guess comment RIP again, and if you didn't comment last time, then comment, because RIP Aura. So sad. But what isn't sad is the fact that we now have everything we need to make not only 1 charm, but 2. So we crafted an inner fire charm along with the regeneration charm, both an epic rarity. And if we swap out these 2 charms, you can see that our heart count is up, and so are we. We are so up right now. This is actually insane. Drop a like on the video, because like I said, the goal by the end of this one was to get everything we needed to be the best version of our player that we possibly could be. And honestly, this is endgame loadout right here. Regen charm, inner fire charm, and totem of return and purple rarity are just perfect. But I did say there was one more thing I needed to show you in this video, and if you waited until the end, you guys are in for a treat. And for those of y'all who don't know what I'm talking about, the pickaxe that I'm holding is the one that I just upgraded not too long ago in this video, but I haven't shown you guys how good it is yet. And we're out here in a dry valley cave to show you exactly how well this thing will work. And one single swing with this thing should be able to pop some of these random bright core veins that we're seeing here, just like that one. Oh my goodness, that's 2 in a row that did it. Can we get 3 in a row? Oh, we can't. Okay, but as you saw there, one single swing was tearing down an entire vein of bright core, and the reason for that is because of the fact that we have triple damage and also triple destruction. Whenever destruction kicks in, it will go ahead and break some things in one single swing, just like that. And oh my goodness, this is actually such an insane pickaxe. Okay, we have ruby here. We all know ruby is a super strong material in this game, but let's see what it does when faced with our brand new pickaxe. Can we break them in one swing? Not yet. Let's see, we have one more. Can we do it? And no, it doesn't look like we can, but still 2 hits to break ruby is not bad. Maybe we just got unlucky there, or maybe you actually can't do it. Who knows? All I know right now are 2 things. 1, I am the best version of my character that I could possibly be, besides the fact that I did put on a cool-headed charm. But yeah, this version of me, absolutely insane, and I honestly think we really accomplished the goal of the video. But the other thing I know is that there is a secret cave right in front of us. These are always super fun, and I gotta throw them in the video. So let's get this last bit of bright core here, and honestly, yeah, there's nothing in this cave. I'm in the Frostlands because off camera I just did a whole lot of grinding and opening up my inventory. You can see we got a few decent things like a frost brute scale, some frost shells, and more importantly, 5 pieces of cheese. Thus starting a new world, we have a brand new cheese journey where we have to collect as much as we possibly can. And honestly, 5 pieces is a good start. But anyway, we're returning home and we're gonna get straight into today's video where we have so much preparation to do. So guys, drop a like and subscribe in the next 5 seconds before the battle bus takes off for cheese luck. And that's all I gotta say. I don't make the rules. Honestly, at this point, it's too late. But still subscribe because we're on the road to 1 million. And arriving home, we're gonna go ahead and just deposit some loot and get right back out there because like I said, there's grinding to do and we have a checklist today. So on screen here, you're seeing our checklist for the start of the video. And first off, we gotta get some resources and then we have to take those resources and upgrade a dry valley village just a little bit. And lastly, we have to find a spot of land for a brand new building. And obviously, I still have not told you guys why I have to do all this, but you'll have to wait and see. In just a few hours though, we have a special guest joining our world. So let's get to work because honestly, I'm running out of time and there's a lot to do. And wow, would you look at what we have here? And just like that, our first task of getting resources is complete. As you can see, we have quite a bit of wood and granite, which is exactly what we needed. But like I mentioned not too long ago, our next task is actually to go ahead and upgrade a dry valley village. And that's not too much of a problem considering the dry valley is right here. And if you guys are familiar with the channel, you'll know that I have a very, very overpowered method of getting these villages fully upgraded. So this shouldn't be too much of an issue at all. All we gotta go ahead and do is place down a village square. And I've got to move a little bit of ways away from my actual village here. So let's just go ahead and place it down. It doesn't even really matter what we do here because we're immediately just gonna whip out the grills and of course make the signature grillage. And if you're not aware of what that is, it's exactly what I just built here beneath me. Basically what this does is it gives your village all of the building experience you need to go ahead and upgrade it as many times as you'd honestly ever need to. It makes it super easy. The only thing you still have to do is obviously get the resources. So as you can see here, we do have a list of things we need to grab and that's going to continue to go on and on. So honestly, I'm just going to lock in for a second and get some of these upgrades done and then we'll continue on our way. Okay, my friend who's joining me later told me that I needed to be at least in level 6 in the dry valley, and it looks like I am at level 6, so hopefully I did everything I needed to do here. If I filter my builds by majestic manner, I believe that what he needs is going to be one of these castle window pieces, so I should be all good. Like I said, the grillage is super OP, so if you guys ever need to upgrade a village real quick, then make sure you try this one out. But I want some of this granite back, so we're just going to go ahead and destroy this, and we'll continue on our way because, yeah, we have a lot more to do still. And next, we got to go to Lost Isles. Like I kind of mentioned earlier, it has been a while since I played Lego Fortnite. You know, recently there were a few updates that kind of broke the game and made it really laggy, and during that time, I just was not playing at all. It does feel good to be back though, and like I said, we're just catching up on absolutely everything, so we're grabbing some clomberries because next we need mahogany. Not for me, but for my surprise guest who's going to be here later in today's video and who's going to build me something very, very cool in my world. And yeah, to be honest, I still don't fully know how to get mahogany, so I'm just going to run through some trees and see what happens. And let's see what we get. No mahogany yet. Okay. You know what? Maybe I'll get mahogany by running through this. Let's see. And no, we're getting everything except for mahogany, and now I'm almost dead. And Colombo wants to kill me too. This is amazing. How in the world do I get mahogany? Where am I supposed to get this from? Oh, and here we go. Certain trees are giving you mahogany. Okay, so I should have known that from a long time ago when I played Lost Isles every day. Tell me some slack though. I'm figuring it out, okay? And after quite a bit of grinding, we have 2 chests down with quite a bit of loot inside of them. Just basic building materials for the most part, but enough to get our special guest started. Next up, we actually have to make him a totem of return, and we're not going to cheap out. Obviously, they're going to be joining this world for the first time ever, and we want to give them the best loot they could possibly get. So here we have a regeneration charm and an inner fire charm. So along with that, let's go ahead and add both of the brand new totem of returns that we made. I want to build another one for him, but I'm a little bit short on one resource, and that's some heavy wool thread. So I got to go get that next. And I don't know about you guys, but honestly, finding rams to get heavy wool thread is actually really hard, and also probably one of the most annoying things to do because it's so simple, yet it just takes forever sometimes. And hang on. Okay, we got a Stormwild Brute versus a Stormwild Wolf, and okay, we know the answer to how that fight will go. Oh my... Wait, no, get me out of here. I really just don't think it's worth my time to fight with him. Let's give it a few more swings. Yeah, no, we are not doing that right now. Wait, there's like a barrier right here that he can't really like cross. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, he's just like getting super confused. He can't run towards me. So you know what? Maybe we can fight him. Oh shoot, half a heart is not good. Half a heart is not good. And I know this probably looks like the most epic boss battle ever, but it's literally so unserious. I mean, this guy can't even run towards me. But I am pretty interested in this for a few reasons. One, I want to get as many storm cores as I possibly can. And I'm also very curious to know how much essence I get from this fight. I've tried to get some tools for my friend too, and honestly, yeah, I feel like I should probably enchant them if I want to be a good host. It's just that honestly, I don't have a lot of essence right now. So this should be pretty helpful, and let's see what we can get. Here we go. So we get a storm core, we get 40 essence, and okay, 1 phosphorus scale. Honestly, not even that good. We'll take whatever we can get though, for sure. And I was literally in here for one thing, and it was those rams, and now I'm making a crafting bench and torches so I can go in a cave. But it never hurts to hop inside of here because you can get quite a bit of good stuff. But honestly, I just hate to pass up on the opportunity of exploring a brand new Frostlands cave. And here we go. We already found a secret section. Oh, and inside of here, we got the wool we needed. There we are. Let's see what else we can get. Nothing good. And there we go. Just like that, mission already successful, but we're going to keep it going here for a second. I honestly just need to check and see if there's any cheese lurking around. And I see a campfire here. Wait, does that mean there could be a villager? Usually when there's a campfire, there's a villager, no? Honestly, I'm not sure, but we got to keep our eyes peeled just in case we find one. And yeah, after much exploring, I guess there's no villager here. That's really weird. I swear there's normally a villager wherever there's a campfire, but whatever. We got what we needed. We got to get home now because we have so much to do, and we don't have much time before our guest is scheduled to join us. Guys, stay tuned. I cannot wait for this person to join. It's going to be so much fun. But yeah, let me go finish prepping, and I'll see you guys when I'm done. And guys, our special guest is here. I'm a little late, so I got to jump straight in. I don't have a green screen anymore, so I'm sorry about that. But here we are, and ladies and gentlemen, the special guest is none other than my good friend Haskins. And I'm sure if you watch Lego Fortnite, you know exactly who this is. He's an absolute legend and an absolute incredible builder that you guys should definitely check out in the description, because today he's gonna do something very cool for us. Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Let's go.
What up? How are you, bro?
Not bad. How are you, dude?
I'm good. Oh no, it's raining. This is horrible. I'm so sad.
Thanks for having me in your world, dude. This is awesome.
Dude, no, thank you for offering to join and build us something very cool in this world. You're actually gonna be building the first thing in this entire world. I think I showed you that earlier. I don't have a single building in here. You have the honor of building the first structure.
Dude, I'm absolutely honored, dude. This is awesome, dude. I'm so stoked.
Now, you should have everything you need. If you need anything else, you can just let me know. I'll kind of be lurking, stuff like that. I'll drop you some extra food. Yeah, like I said, we're kind of down bad here. You're literally just eating grilled meat today, but I hope that works.
Hey, that's totally fine. And I'm no stranger to expert in the regen charm is legit too. Big dubs in the chat for Kaz. Yes, let's go. Building time. All right, Kaz, yeah, I'll hit you up in a bit, man.
Sounds good. And guys, without further ado, the time is here to go ahead and reveal the build that Haskins did for me. And right now, we're actually standing in Lost Isles at a level 9 village, believe it or not. I know, it's hard to believe that this is a level 9 village, but it is. That's a discussion for another video though, so ignore this. We're just gonna go ahead and get back home and reveal everything that Haskins has done for us, because it is completely done, and unfortunately, he is not online, so we're gonna have to check this out ourselves. And dropping down here, I'm so excited. I don't know where he actually ended up building it, because he did say he built it somewhere outside of where I asked him to. And wait a sec. Wait. There's a Jeep here. Is that? That's where he built it. Okay, wait, what is going on here? Hang on. Right off the bat, we've got a sign that says, "Enjoy, Kaz," and it is a brand new vehicle for us. This is not at all what I expected, but I do know that Haskins has been absolutely cooking with the vehicle and honestly all of his builds. And no way, he actually built us an entire Jeep. So hang on, I don't know if he put a battery in this. I don't even think I have the stuff for power cells. Taking a look inside of the power center, we have one battery, which honestly is not too filled up. So that's on me to get some batteries, but wow, I did not expect this from Haskins. This is above and beyond, and honestly, he didn't even tell me that he was doing this, so what a nice surprise to load into. Let's jump in the driver's seat though and see how it actually handles and go over to the main build that we were supposed to check out. And man, while we're doing this, it just cannot be overlooked how nice it is of Haskins that he actually went ahead and built us a Jeep, because like I said at the beginning, this is a new world where we've been very down bad, and this is definitely gonna help us out on our journey. But opening the map, this is where we need to go. go, and it's not too far away, and we're already starting to see it. And uh-oh, driving closer to it, we can see it, and just like that, we're starting with a very nice little trail that brings us right to the front of the grand church. And guys, unlike the Jeep, Haskins did tell me that he was going to build me this church, which I was super excited about. And he doesn't know I'm doing this, but guys, if you're watching all the way until this point, comment on this video and go into the description and check out his actual tutorial where he teaches you exactly how to build this. But before you go over to his video, let's actually just check it out, because just going around the exterior, you can tell how big this building is. And my goodness, I'm going to be able to use this for so many nice things. And there's little details to this build, like these upside down pillars, which you would never even notice unless you knew they were there. But every single little technique he used definitely goes into the entire design here. So without further ado, we're walking through the front doors of the church just to see what we got inside. And wow, we got the benches on both sides. We have Lynx chilling here in the corner. Is she a villager for us, or is she just visiting? Let's see. Yeah, it looks like she's not even a villager here. So this is a brand new village that he popped down just to show us exactly where this church was. But my goodness, this thing is absolutely incredible. We've got the piano up top, as well as the stand where you can face everybody in the seats. And my goodness, guys, I don't know what else to say. Like I already mentioned as well, this is the first building in the entire world. So thank you so much to Haskins for this. Okay, and we're starting out by joining the Storm Chasers village. And if you're not sure exactly what this is, after the update, if you open your map and just look around, you'll find a pinned location that looks something like this. If I zoom out a little bit more, you can see that my main base is all the way up here, and this village is all the way down here. So you might have to travel just a little bit. But anyway, because this update is absolutely insane, it brings with it a whole entire village that's classified as an event village. That basically means that all of the tasks you're going to need to get done are actual challenges and not resource dumps. And some of you may have noticed that this village is already level 3, and that's because the other day when I was over at LEGO headquarters playing the update as soon as it dropped, I actually started on this village with 2 of my friends. I had, of course, Brave and Danny that were both with me there, and they just helped me transfer a lot of resources from my main base, as well as, of course, upgrading the first 2 levels to get it to level 3. But level 3 is nowhere near where we need to be, because obviously, like I said, we're doing everything in today's video, and that includes defeating the Storm King. And if you didn't know, the way you can actually encounter the Storm King is by leveling this up to level 10. So in that regard, we do have a lot of work to do. But before we can even get into that, I do have a little bit of a problem right now, because as you can see, I only have 1 pickaxe, and then my charms are really not that good. I'm sure those of you who have already jumped into the update will know this, but the whole entire crafting system completely changed. So we'll go here into our crafting bench and give you guys a little bit of an overview in case you're unfamiliar. And as you can see, with every single tool in the game, they do look a little bit different in the crafting menu. And not only that, there's tons of different ways to craft tools and weapons. The gems, metals, woods, and stones all got a complete revamp and rework in terms of what the rarities look like. For instance, if we go over to our chest here, you can see that all of our different woods are going to be gray, whether it's flexwood, frost pine, or of course wood. They'll all be uncommon rarities. Then of course, things like obsidian and malachite are both uncommon now, along with some metals like copper and iron now being rare. Taking that a step further now, our gems are actually going to be epic rarity, and that means that these are absolutely incredible. If we come back over to the crafting bench, you can see that we have the option to make a few different pickaxes here. And right off the bat, like I said, we do want the best things we could possibly get. In terms of a pickaxe, it's the one thing we actually do already have. So we'll go ahead and make ourselves a sword or a spear. I don't actually know which one I'm going to do yet. We'll go over here to the spear, and you know what? I'm just going to stick to the sword. It's what I'm more comfortable with. So if we bounce through all of these, you can see that the stats change just a little bit, and I think I'm going to go with the amber sword, because as you can see, the durability is the best with that one. In terms of the hilt that we're going to attach to it, I believe for that, we're going to go ahead and use iron, and then we're simply going to craft it. So just like that, we got an amber sword and an amber pickaxe. But we're not done, because over here in the crafting bench, there's also some other things to look at off the bat, and it's going to be these charms here. So a few interesting things have happened with the charm crafting. As you can see, first off, some of the rarities of these are different. For instance, as you can see, there's no longer an epic totem of return. It's now rare. In order to make it, I do need some bear pelts, which I currently don't have. So that's something we're going to definitely have to do. And actually, before that, we also have to sleep. And speaking of sleeping, who remembers when we weren't even able to sleep through the night in this game? Honestly, this game has come such a far way. And guys, comment down below and let me know what you think of Storm Chasers so far, the brand new update in LEGO Fortnite. Obviously, this game has just been out for a year now. Its birthday was just last week, and yeah, we've come such a far way. But anyway, like I was talking about, we're going to go ahead and make ourselves a totem of return. But not only that, I believe we're also going to make ourselves a storm charm. This right here is a brand new charm that just came out that reduces damage taken from storm energy attacks, and that's going to be really useful because we're going to be fighting a lot of storm creatures, obviously. Not only through the Storm King, but also the Thunder Lord that we're going to run into later, as well as all of the different acolytes and enemies in the caves and outside of them in the brand new storm biome. And we're going to come straight back over here and make ourselves our storm charm. And the first thing we're going gonna do with this is replace it with our inner fire charm. And I know that might sound like a controversial decision, but hear me out. Because if we go right back over here to our crafting bench and zoom in on the health charm, you can see that it gives you 4 hearts. The inner fire charm, on the other hand, only gives you 3. So technically, if you're looking for the most bang for your buck in terms of hearts, the health charm is actually the best epic charm in the game for that, especially with the way that temperatures work now. If you didn't know, you won't take any damage outside of caves in any biome. So if I took off any heat related charms and walked into the Frostlands, for instance, I wouldn't take any damage from being cold. That would only happen if I jumped into a Frostlands cave, which is a very nice change in my opinion. But for that reason, I don't really think we're going to be needing any temperature charms today. So yeah, we're going to leave that off our body. And of course, I already went ahead and dropped off that brute scale in this chest so that I can make that health charm that we were just talking about. So bang, just like that, we have all new charms on our body. And obviously there's still one that we need, and it's going to be upgrading our totem of return from this common one that gives you no hearts all the way up to this rare one that'll give us 2 hearts and also, of course, another life essentially. But in order to make that, we need to hunt down some bears, and that means we have to use our sword. So we're going to come over here straight to the rune forge where we can actually upgrade this, and right off the bat we get berserk 3 and durability. Do I want those? I don't know what I want on this yet. For sure I want damage. Do I want berserk with it too? You know what, we're gonna do it. I actually really like that. Okay, so let's just try to find damage 3. Hopefully it comes up soon. We'll go ahead and re-roll, and just like that. Okay, damage 3, easy. So with the new weapon and rune system, as you can see, you don't get 4 enchantments on every single weapon. This one only gives you 2 slots. So technically this sword is fully upgraded, and while I do have some extra essence, I might as well see what I can add to my pickaxe here. Oh wait, actually we do not have any extra essence. Never mind. Now we're out in the wild bear hunting, and why is it always so hard to find the specific enemy that you're looking for when you're actually looking for one? Because yeah, I've just been running around the open fields and it's impossible to find a bear out here. However, I do over this hill see some acolytes, and this is a brand new enemy. So if you guys haven't been keeping up to date with this update, you wouldn't know anything about these guys. And as you can see, one just rifted and teleported right next to me. And that's just how these guys operate. They literally will just teleport towards you over and over again, which is actually pretty crazy if there's enough of them. In an open field like this, it's honestly light work, but it can definitely get a little stressful if they come in packs, and I have a feeling that's gonna happen later in this video. Oh, and here's a bear. We're actually super close to our storm that we'll be visiting in a little bit here, but for now, let's just take down a bear. And I really never fight these, so this will be interesting to do. But here goes nothing. Oh, and he's fully distracted by a roller, so that makes it a little bit easier. And we got ourselves a bear pelt. And what in the world? Why does this guy have an icon above his head? So apparently when you're outclassed by enemies, it'll let you know by showing an icon right next to him. As you can see, we have a red skull, which basically means that this guy should be more powerful than I am. And it's kind of a warning not to fight him, so I'm obviously gonna fight him and see what happens. And oh my, wait. Why am I on like 1 heart? Oh my goodness, what? Was that a Durburger? Okay, we gotta calm down for a second here. I just saw a Durburger fall from the sky and I almost just died already. No way! Wait, he spawns in stuff from the sky in order to attack other people that he's fighting. That's why he's outclassing me. That's insane. He literally just spawned a totem from the sky. I think he's gonna do it again. Wait, watch this. No way. He has blue flares on his hands, and then... yeah, no, wait, what? He literally just spawned another one of those golem totem things above my head. That was crazy. I'm not even sure if there's a reward for killing this guy, but at this point, I just have to do it. Uh-oh. What is he spawning this time? Another one. That's insane. Anyway, one more hit and he should be down just like that. We got a copper crossbow and we definitely don't need that, so we're just gonna leave it where it is. And another thing I'm interested in checking out is gonna be this butterfly here, because apparently after this update, the chests and random loot that you get around your world is actually generated based off of how far you are with your progression. So hypothetically, because I'm pretty far into my progression, I should get better stuff out of these finally. And okay, we got some amber and some copper. Yeah, that's way better. Oh my goodness, that's actually amazing. I've been asking for that on videos for a very long time. If you know, you know. So it is cool to see that they've implemented a ton of changes across the board. I'm absolutely loving this update so far. Obviously, I've played it a bit, but it's been at LEGO HQ and not here at my home setup, so I haven't gotten a true feel for it. Anyway, we're still looking for one more bear, so I'm gonna continue to travel along until I find one, and I'll see you guys when I do. Oh, and I see an icon for another bear. Where is he at? Ah, there he is. Okay, one more bear pelt coming right up. There we go. We've officially acquired some bear pelts, which is honestly pretty uncommon for me because I never fight bears, but we just needed to today. Oh my, wait, what in the world? We just got ourselves an emerald axe from a chest. Like I just said, as you continue to progress in your world, the drops will get better and better, but I did not expect something like this. And honestly, I'll probably be using this thing until it breaks because it's actually really nice. And back at home, we just went ahead and we crafted ourselves a totem of return in rare rarities. So we got an extra 2 hearts. I'm a little confused what happened with all my charms, but yeah, this is the loadout that we're going to be going with for today's video. It might be a little controversial to not take either of these, specifically probably the regeneration charm, since obviously it has a really good effect of giving you hearts back, but I'd rather just go with the most hearts I possibly can while having the most effective charms. And obviously I feel like we're gonna need this storm charm, so yeah, we'll see how we fare today with these. What we've got to do next is actually start on a vehicle build to upgrade the next part of our village. As you can see, it's the last thing we need, so I guess we're just gonna snap everything in place and hopefully it doesn't take up too many of our resources. I don't even know if I have everything we're gonna need, but yeah, we're just gonna see what we can do. And did we do it? We did it. Let's go. This is actually, I think, one of the brand new vehicle blueprints. If we go over here and look, yep, it's literally called the Storm Chaser. Pretty fun. Unfortunately, I will not be driving it for the time being because, like I said, we're in Axo on a mission today and we went ahead and upgraded our village. And next, we actually have to enter a storm. Okay, we got to go back to where we were earlier. You know, last time we just made quick work of a bear, but this time we actually have to step inside. All right, and to continue our village, we do, of course, have to step into the storm where it looks like we actually have 2 minutes and 30 seconds of storm invulnerability, and that's because of our brand new storm charm that we made. If I go ahead and take it off, as you can see, it takes away 2 minutes of our time. And yeah, for those of you who don't know, if you're in the storm and the time runs out on you, you will get possessed by the storm. You'll be frozen in place and then you'll be teleported way back outside of it. So it's definitely a good idea. Oh, whoa, there's a bus station right there. What the heck? What I was trying to say is it's definitely a good idea to go ahead and make yourselves the storm charm if you're going to be in here. And one thing I'm going to do, because I'm going to be in here, is actually go ahead and drop a bus station. It fully lets you drop one inside, so I definitely think it's a good idea. And oh my goodness, it's another one of these guys. And what? Oh, he just spawned in a, what was that, a porta potty? I don't even know, but he spawned in something out of the sky, but it doesn't even matter because he's still gone. Anyway, another really cool thing about this update is the fact that now, oh my goodness, I cannot stand still in this place. I almost just got hit by lightning. What I was gonna say is that there's now a brand new journal section. If you open up your map tab and go over to the left, you'll see you can actually track everything from the base camp along with other challenges. So I need to collect some storm fruit and pop storm buds, all of which I can do in here, obviously. So we just need to lock in and do that. And whoa, what is this rift? Wait. What is this? No way. Wait, that's so sick. You could literally just hit a rift and fly straight back down into this place. I honestly love that. I had no idea that was in the game. Anyway, we just went ahead and collected 10 storm fruit, as you can see. And next, we just got to pop some of these guys right here. So that was 1, and this is 2. Oh, and here's the last 3 we need. So just like that, 1, 2, and 3. We popped 5 storm buds. And I think it's already time to get out of here because this place is so chaotic. And you lose hearts like nothing out here. So yeah, we're headed out after, actually, we go back in to teleport because I forgot I just put my bus station in there. Anyway, we're back at Storm Chaser's base camp where we can go ahead and upgrade again. And I know it's been a lot of back and forth so far, but don't you worry. In just a few levels, we're going to be able to fight Raven, who I've actually never encountered yet. Some of you might have seen on the official LEGO YouTube channel, they did live stream me, Brave, Epic, and Danny Bob Studios all fighting the Storm King. However, when the preparation was going on for that before the live stream, I wasn't part of the Raven fight, so I have no idea what that's about, and we'll definitely have to see very, very soon. But before we do, just a few more upgrades. First, we got to collect an Eye of the Storm, which I believe I have a few of. I don't know if this is going to count, but I somehow already have 4 of these. So, wow, wait, that does work. Okay. And then craft meat pies in the oven. Wait, does that count if I already have some? This would be the easiest level of all time if it actually worked. And wait, it actually did work. No way. Oh, never mind. I still have 2 more things to do for this challenge. And believe it or not, we just got ourselves our first Durasteel in this world. If I open up my Star Wars map, you can see that this is yet to be explored, and yeah, we'll save that one for another video. We're going ahead and opening up our handy dandy journal once again. You can see that we now have that objective complete, and I believe the last challenge we'll have to do here is upgrading our compass. Interesting. I've actually never heard of anything like that. So first thing we have to do is obviously make a compass. Oh, and I didn't even have to actually build the compass. All I had to do was talk to Dr. Baraska, and just like that, we can go ahead and upgrade our village once again. Look at them. They're so happy about it. But we're 2 levels away from Raven, and like I said, I don't want to make it too repetitive, but it doesn't seem like it's gonna be, because there's one specific challenge here that says enter a storm cave. And yeah, that's where our journey's taking us next. So guys, strap in and lock in, because it's about to get intense. Oh yeah, and another thing it's asking me to do is craft an epic sword. It's a good thing I started the video by doing that, because now I have to waste more resources to do it again. But hey, with this brand new crafting system, it's always an opportunity to try something new. So we made a ruby/gold sword next, which actually has 3 different essence slots. Obviously, I just upgraded my other sword, so it's not super important that I do this right now, but you know what? So let's go ahead and throw on damage. We'll go ahead and throw on durability as well, and I do not have enough essence to do any more rolls, but I believe next I'll throw on berserk anyway. We've got that challenge done. Next, we got to go ahead and throw 10 greater storm cores in our inventory, which we also just did. Like I said, I've gotten a lot of progress so far, guys, and drop a like if you're enjoying this video. Obviously, it's a bit of a grind here at the Storm Chasers village, but the next part of our adventure leads us straight to the storm cave, and here we go. If you guys have yet to see a storm cave, then you are in for an absolute treat, because oh my goodness, are these things intense. The only thing I will say is I've actually already been in this one, because like I said, I have played a bit of this update, and as part of that, as you can see on screen here, I have already started clearing out some of these rounds of acolytes, storm shards, and everything else that you encounter in here. And it is by no means easy, but hey, your boy got quite a bit of it done, and honestly, I'll probably have to get more of it done later. But yeah, as per usual with our Storm Chaser village, we can go ahead to our journal, and all we had to do was actually enter the storm cave, so we'll get out for now. Hang on, one really cool thing that I just realized is that after talking to Dr. Borskara, on our map, it actually discovered a few more storm locations, like the one right here. And not only that, we also, right next to our Storm Chaser base, have the icon for Raven. Like I said, Raven is one of the bosses we're gonna have to defeat very, very soon, because we're 1 village upgrade away, I believe. It's telling us we now have to use storm geysers, defeat storm rollers, and investigate the dormant Tempest gateway. I don't even know what that means, but we're gonna have to find out very soon. Let's get to work so we can find Raven here. Oh, and look at that. Wait, that's gotta be it. Okay, so we have a few storm locations where I believe they're the same storms that I believe we just saw with that cave there, but we also have this icon, which is the Tempest gateway 100%. So let's send it to the nearest battle bus and get over there and check out everything that the Tempest gateway has to offer. We're getting deep in this, and we're closer than we think to the Storm King fight, which is both very exciting, but also super, super intimidating, because I feel like I'm just not ready yet. Anyway, let's not get too ahead of ourselves, because we got to make it over there to the Tempest gateway and explore everything, as well as finish everything else so we can get to level 8. Okay, we're already approaching our way there, but we need to take out some rollers along the way, so let's lock in. And oh my goodness, this is like a coffin looking... What the... Wait, that's insane. What is that? Alright, and just as easily as that, we defeated 5 storm rollers. We're also near what I believe would be the Tempest gateway. We just got to make our way all the way up this thing. And obviously, you can just run up it, but I've got a grapple. So I'm going to be smart here and just scale my way up. And we're already up here. Okay, here we are. And it looks like it's closed, but we did investigate the dormant portal. So the last thing we need to do are use some storm geysers for now. And this part's fun, because all we got to do is just bounce around like this. So that was number 1, and this is number 2 right here. And very simply, we just also hit our 3rd one, and just like that, we got all of these challenges complete, which now means it's time. After we go back and upgrade our village, we're just gonna get straight into the Raven boss fight, and I am terrified for this. I've realized that while my charms are good, they could be better, but we are in expert mode, and honestly, I won't lie, I think they did make the... Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, we gotta be careful. But I was gonna say, I won't lie, I really think that they made this whole challenge way harder in expert mode. So guys, if you're playing along in expert mode, just make sure you're being super careful. And I guess survival mode itself is also dangerous, but yeah, expert mode is another level. And just a quick pit stop on the way back, we've stopped by our village and we've gifted Fishstick an emerald sword so that he can help us along our next fight. I think we might need him. Well, let's go ahead and upgrade our village, and our next quest is where it gets crazy. Find Raven's hideout in the grasslands, followed by a few extra challenges, but this is where we take on Raven and things get real serious. And right over this hill, there it is. Raven's hideout, ladies and gentlemen. It's the first real boss fight that we're going to be encountering, so I'm super interested to see how this goes. First off, I feel like he might outclass me, which is kind of terrifying, but like I said, let's just enter the door and see even where he is, because I have no idea what's going on. Oh, wait. It's a dungeon spawn. Is Raven here? Hello? Is anybody home? Raven? Is this your seat? I don't really know. And I feel like there's actually no sign of Raven here. That's kind of odd. Oh, but when we jumped into the cave, it did check off find Raven's hideout. So maybe Raven is in here? Oh my goodness, he is. Okay, defeat Raven is the next thing in our journal, and I believe he should be over here. Okay, here goes nothing, guys. I don't know where Fishstick is. That's a great start. So much for calling in reinforcements, I guess. But you know what? We don't even need them. Let's send it and see what happens. Ladies and gentlemen, drop a like right now to give me the power to defeat Raven, and here it goes. We're gonna step inside, and oh my goodness, here he is. Okay. Oh, okay, so he's wielding a sword. Oh my goodness, and he does jump critical attacks. And what? He's throwing TNT too. No, 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 no. There we go. Ow, ow. Oh, dude, we're literally just going hit by hit against each other. Get over here, buddy. Get over here. Ow. Oh, wait. I did not expect him to go down like that, but there we are. Just like that, we defeated Raven. I hope you guys dropped a like, because that's probably how I got the power to do that. If you still haven't dropped a like, drop a like for that freaking fight. That was actually crazy. Guys, if you are fighting Raven, all I recommend is that you have a super powerful sword and that you really know how to dodge, because he does these jump critical attacks. And that's honestly the first enemy that I've really seen with good combat skills like that. The fact that he was actually able to jump slam is kind of terrifying. And man, he got my hearts pretty low at times in that fight. And hang on, upon entering Raven's hideout after defeating him, there is a chest here. I didn't even realize that. But opening it up, let's see what we get. Oh my goodness, we got Eye of the Storm. Great. So we did collect 10 of them like we needed for our base camp challenge. And what else did we get? It looks like we got maybe some Rift Crystals and some Greater Storm Shards. So great. Quite a bit of stuff that we needed and enough to continue along our journey. So let's get back out of here. And we are just steps away from fighting the Storm King. This is going absolutely incredible so far. What could go wrong? I might regret asking that, but for now, I honestly feel like that's really true. Everything has just been going so smoothly, but enough of that. Let's go ahead and continue onwards. But guys, it is a new day at the Storm Chasers village, where off camera, I just went ahead and upgraded to level 9. And as you can see, the moment we've all been waiting for, power up the Tempest Gateway and defeat the Storm King. And one question I have before we do that is, where in the heck did Fishstick actually go? Because I honestly do not want to do this without a villager friend. So yeah, we'll need to figure that out. And we'll also need to figure out what we're bringing in our inventory, because one thing I know for certain is we're going to need to grab all of our Eye of the Storms. We need at least 10 of them in order to actually power up the gateway. But outside of that, we also need to craft some weapons and tools, starting with a projectile. And I believe for that, we're going to go for a very simple crossbow. And for this, we're going to be using amber, drawstring, and iron. That'll give us an amber crossbow with quite a bit of durability. If we go ahead and look at some of the other ones, as we toggle through them, you'll see that the durability is, of course, the best on the amber crossbow. And that's what we need, because we're going to be shooting a lot of arrows at the Storm King, if I had to guess. And with every inventory spot during this fight being so useful, unfortunately, we're gonna have to move cheese out into our inventory, but don't worry. Just the sheer power that it'll hold being in our inventory should be enough. And guys, before we go any further in this video, I gotta let you know that I made a big mistake, so don't be like me. Basically, I forgot to use a legendary forge before I do this next part, and that was a big mistake, and you'll see exactly why in a second. But hold tight, because I do end up figuring it out, and yeah, you're not gonna want to miss the rest of this video. Anyway, back to it. And ladies and gentlemen, we have spent a lot of time over here at Storm Chasers Village in today's video, and I think it's time to go on our final journey, and you guys all know what that means by now. Just up ahead on our map, we have the Tempest Gateway, and that is where our journey leads us next. If I open up my inventory, I'll show you guys what we're rocking with. Obviously, we have a ton of bow and arrows. Not only that, but we have our 10 Eye of the Storms to open up the gateway. We've also got other fun tools and healing items, and then, of course, we have our cheese, followed up by all of our weapons in our hotbar, like our ruby sword, our amber crossbow, and our flint knock, so we can get ourselves out of trouble just by doing this. So yeah, it's nighttime, but I think we're ready to go. I'm not sure why my villagers haven't been following me, so I'm just gonna go ahead and get a good night's rest, and when I wake up in the morning, it's time to embark on our final journey. Wish me luck, and subscribe if you're new, guys. We're on the road to 1 million, and this is so exciting. My first time taking on the Storm King in my expert mode world. I don't even know if I'm gonna conquer it, but we'll see very shortly. All right, and this morning we made it over here to the Tempest Gateway Hill, where we're gonna go ahead and jump straight into this. We obviously got our Storm Charm on, which gives us 2 minutes and 30 seconds of invulnerability to this storm. This plus my grappler is going to help me out quite a bit, and I just realized I only brought 30 grapple shots, and hopefully that is not my downfall, because I'm not going back. So you know what? We're going to be a little conservative when it comes to how we use these shots. And wow, dude, this thing looks absolutely beautiful. Okay, walking up this staircase. Ow, I just got hit by lightning. Walking up this staircase, it is so big and grand. It really feels intimidating to do this. And whoa, okay. So many things spawn out of the sky as well. You never know what to expect, but yeah. We'll make our way up until we find the portal, and then we'll continue on. And here we go. The Tempest Gateway needs power, so let's go ahead and interact with it and deposit our 10 Eye of the Storm. We have our first thing in our journal complete, and our next one is simply to enter the King's domain and defeat the Storm King, and there he is. We're about to see him in a second. Here we go. We have an hour on the dot, and we're gonna jump straight into it and see what's gonna happen. Guys, make a prediction in your head right now. I'm feeling confident, but we'll have to wait and see. And getting straight down into it, face the heart of the storm, defeat the Storm King, and he's brewing up in the storm here. And oh my goodness, it's the official final boss of Lego Fortnite. It's been a year in the making, and finally, we have this really awesome arena where we can go ahead and take on the Storm King. I'm not gonna lie to you, I am pretty nervous about this. We're gonna start out by obviously taking on all of these acolytes and also eating as many pizzas as we possibly can, because it's gonna give us extra hearts on our fight. As you can see here, we will get those extra ones, especially because we're using that rare charm in the storm charm. We don't have all the hearts we possibly could, but we're chipping away at these storm crystals first, obviously, because they are spawning all of these acolytes, which are gonna be super annoying when we're trying to focus in on the Storm King. So yeah, definitely want to eliminate as much of that as possible. And another thing I will say is that this is something you should try to do with your friends if possible. Splitting the attention amongst all of these enemies will definitely be for your benefit. So yeah, if you can invite a friend or two, I would definitely recommend doing that. And oh my goodness, I'm already so low. As much as I want to talk, I also got to focus in. So if I get quiet for a moment, I'm sorry. But yeah, there's just so much going on, and I have not even started fighting the actual Storm King himself. As you can see now, we have rollers and crawlers joining us in this fight, and they're not on our team. And my goodness, do they take a lot of our health. I think fast healing items are definitely going to be helpful in this. And man, one thing I automatically regret not doing is putting triple damage on this pickaxe. I think all of these enemies, as they spawn in and try to attack me, are just going to be a pain in my side as I focus on the Storm King later. But yeah, we're going to clear out as many of them as we can right now. Ah, and there's crawler number 1 gone. And you know what? One of my strategies today was to bring some TNT. Let's see how that does against these shards here. And honestly, it doesn't even do that great. Let's just waste them all in one. Dude, I just died in 2. No. No way. There's just no way I died already. Okay, and as bad as that might have looked, honestly, I'm kind of glad that happened because I've got a new plan. Okay, and where our journey leads us next before we go ahead and fight the Storm King is over here into the Storm Dungeon. Now, the reason that we're here is because we need to find the Thunder Lord before anything, and this is the dungeon that I've already gone through a little bit. So I should be able to continue to descend downwards, and yeah, that's exactly what we can do. As you can see, we've already cleared out these areas, so we'll just jump down deeper and deeper. I believe pretty soon we should run up on an area that we haven't yet complete. So as we get down to the very bottom, as you can see, we now have the Thunder Lord here, and this is one of the boss battles leading up to the Storm King. It's something that I didn't put too much emphasis onto, and that's because honestly, from everything I've seen, he shouldn't be too hard to defeat here. All we got to make sure we do is use our ranged weapons and try to hit as many headshots and big damage shots as we can. And yeah, this Thunder Lord, honestly, as long as we don't get hit by these plasma shots, we should be fine. Come on, let's see what we can do. Oh my goodness, the big one is the one that actually kind of scares me because it definitely does a lot of damage. But we're chipping away at his health already, and we're pretty close. We just got to keep it going here. And ow. And he's already on red health. He's so close to getting eliminated. And here we go. I think one more shot should do it. And yes, there we are. Just like that, we took down the Thunder Lord. And we're going to get quite a bit of good stuff. As you can see, we get a Rift Crystal and also a Greater Storm Core, as well as an Amber Sword. And opening up the chest, we should get even better stuff, like an Emerald Crossbow, a Storm Rune Tome that we can go ahead and discover a brand new enchantment with. And what do we get? We get Last Chances 2. Interesting. I don't even know what that is. But between all of that, we should be good to return back to the surface and return home so that we can set up for the Storm King battle. And one thing you'll notice is hopping out of any of these dungeons after you defeat the Thunder Lord, they will not be stormy anymore for 24 hours. Obviously, there's still going to be tons of enemies around, but as long as you just avoid them, you'll be good to walk around here. Okay, guys, and you're gonna have to forgive me because obviously this is my first time playing the update, but I realized that the legendary forge is right here in front of us, and I don't know how I didn't do that earlier, but it's definitely gonna help us as we run it back for round 2. We're gonna go ahead and put one of these down first. Okay, so I might have been a little bit lost, but as you can see, now we have a legendary forge, which is honestly the piece that we've been missing, because as we open this up, every single tool that we have now has the ability to be upgraded fully, and just by using some rift crystals, you can see the effects that it's gonna have on it. More more damage, more durability, and overall, it's just going to be a much better item. And after rifting my new amber crossbow, you can see that it's still an epic rarity. It's not legendary or gold yet, and that's because you actually have to use it. And zooming in, you can see that I do have a little rift bar that's indicating exactly how far I'm progressed in this. And believe it or not, the way to do this is actually just to get the rift bar all the way to full, which will simply be by shooting it at the ground. And as I do this more and more, I've realized that it goes very, very slowly. So I'll see you guys whenever I'm done. Oh, and look at that. After what felt to be like 20 minutes, we now have a brand new amber crossbow in legendary rarity. And wow, this thing is absolutely beautiful. If I did it again, I would go ahead and put different rune upgrades on it. But you guys obviously saw how we came to get this far in the first place. So I'm not too worried about it. This alone should help quite a bit. Not only that, though, we're also going to go in with our sword, which again, I definitely would have enchanted differently had I known. But it'll still be better as it does have more damage now. I'll go ahead and do the same thing. Oh. Wait, I didn't even mean to click on that one. I just wasted some rift crystals. Oops. I meant to do it with my pickaxe, which again is not fully upgraded, but obviously there is a timer on that portal and we got to get back over there. I'm still a little afraid because I do not have proper healing items still, but I'm forcing it, okay? Oh, and look who we just ran up on. I wonder if he can come explore with us. Oh my goodness, wait, he can. I'm actually going to give him one of my rifted swords and we're going to see if he can help us along our journey. Why not? Okay, so we made it back to our storm portal. I'm very interested in seeing how much time we even have left here, and we have 7 minutes. Oh my goodness. I don't know if we can do this in 7 minutes, but we're gonna try our best, and we have our friend Turks alongside of us. So here goes nothing. Round 2 against the Storm King. We've landed. We're gonna take a nice little slurp juice, and here we go. We still unfortunately don't have destruction on any of our tools, which is the one thing that I actually kind of wanted, but we're gonna grind through it and see what we can do, because off the bat, this legendary crossbow is absolutely insane. And look at the damage that it's doing when I actually hit my shots. I mean, this guy's basically a 4-hit, and yeah, that's actually, wow. Wait, that's crazy. Okay, guys, so yes, confirmed you need these legendary tools if you want to make it far in this thing. I'm just gonna be honest, without it, it's gonna be so hard. And if you throw destruction on this, I know it'll be even crazier, because oh my goodness, that's almost a 1-hit headshot to him. And yeah, overall, we're just taking out mobs so much quicker with this. So just like that, we took down all of these, and we are on to the next wave. So yeah, we'll pull out our crossbow again, and we'll just start chipping away at these shards. My goodness, it's literally 5 shots to destroy the shard, and then a 1-shot headshot against that guy. No way. And I just realized that although this fight's easy, our villager did not come with us, and that's like the 3rd time it's kind of messed up. So I'm not sure if maybe there's something wrong with this, but at the same time, this crossbow kind of makes up for a little bit of that. There we go. We took out another wave. And oh my goodness, here we go. Is the Storm King about to actually spawn in? Yes, he is. There it is in all of his might, the legendary Storm King. And here we go. So I've done this fight once on the Lego Fortnite stream. I already kind of know how it works, but at the same time, it still doesn't change the fact that it is an absolutely epic battle. And here we are. We should start out by seeing his weak points, and from there, it's going to get pretty freaking crazy. Okay, and what is he going to do first? Oh, he's going to shoot a giant laser that we definitely need to avoid. Oh, and he's shooting another giant laser. Oh, and the weak points are opening. Okay, with our legendary crossbow, we just got to make sure we hit every single shot that we possibly can. Come on, we got to do damage. We got to do damage here. Yep. Oh my goodness. Okay, when he's shooting that laser, that's when he's going to be the most still, and we can definitely chip away. Nice. Okay, we took out one of his weak points. So far, so good. I'm kind of sweating already. I'm a little bit nervous, and no. Now he has 2 hands. What is he doing? Please. Oh my goodness. He's spawning shards. Great. So I think when he spawns these shards, the first thing we have to do is get rid of them, as well as these crawlers. Because these crawlers right here also just do a ton of damage, and they shoot laser orbs that will track you, which is not fun at all. And there goes the shard. Ow. Oh my goodness. Wait, what? Weak points are up, though. Come on. Let's get more. There's 1, 2. Ow. Oh, but he's stuck. Wait, he's stuck in the ground after that slam. No way. Come on. There we go. Another weak point down. In between these, I'm going to try to eat some pizza because I need as many hearts as I possibly can get. Oh my goodness. No. What is going on? Okay, he's pulling up more shards. Great. There's one gone. And there is... Oh, wait. Never mind. Here is our second shard down. Oh no. Okay, that hit us. But new weak point is up, so here goes nothing. Okay, when he ground pounds, that's when we got to attack. Yeah, look at that. Look at the damage we're doing to him. One more hit, maybe? Come on. Can we do it? Yes. Let's go. Okay, so we got that down, and we're getting rid of some of the acolytes. And wow, wait, what in the world? We got to get a Stormhorn now. Wait, why is he just kind of sitting there? What's going on? This is going to be the easiest Stormhorn of all time. One more hit, and there we go. One of his horns are down. Oh my goodness, this is getting intense. I got to eat a pizza. Please let me eat a pizza. Oh, I'm going to get hit. Oh my, wait, he's rifting a bunch of stuff from the sky. No. Avoid. Do not get hit by any of these. That'll take a lot of damage. We definitely know that much. Uh-oh. We're right under him. This does not look good. Bro, this is so chaotic. What is going on? Another shard, which means another opportunity to break them and also kind of upgrade our thing low-key, because obviously we're trying to rift our sword, and this should help with that, but that's not the thing I'm most worried about right now. I'm just trying not to die again, because you guys saw me at my worst when I already went down once, which is just not good. Here we go. Weak points are up again, starting with the one on his chest, which we should be able to take out here if he stays in the ground for long enough. Come on. Oh! Ow. All right, there's one shard. There's two shards. Oh no. Bro just knocked me off the map. Great. Bro, and it's every time I'm trying to eat a pizza, I just get hit off. Okay, but the weak point's up and he's stuck in the ground. One more shot, maybe. Yep, there we go. Bro, every time I try to eat a pizza. Okay, a few more shots to the weak point and we should be good here. Yes, there we go. And obviously between these is going to be an important time to heal, so we did that. And the Stormhorn is down again. Oh my goodness, come on. Can we do this quickly? Just a few more shots to the Stormhorn, and I think we can do this. Come on. One more? No, I missed it. To use the sword. Oh my goodness, something's happening. We took off both of his horns, and now it is officially the final battle. And what? Wait, the arena just got even smaller. Oh no, this is actually just getting so intense. So we just got to keep tearing away at his health, and if he spawns in more shards, which great, he literally did that as soon as I said it. That's what I'm most scared about. I really don't like when he spawns in more acolytes. Ow. Oh, how did I dodge that? No way. Let's keep shooting at him. Come on. Oh my goodness, and he's stuck in the ground. Is there an opportunity to use the sword? Can we use the sword here? Oh yeah, we can. Come on, let's just hit him as much as we can. Come on. We're getting so much damage onto him. What the? Did he just throw me off of him? What was that? Ow. Oh no, we're getting so close though. We're getting so close to defeating the Storm King, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully we do not sell in the final moments, because that would be so unfortunate. Oh my goodness, that laser just does so much damage. Keep doing damage. Never back down. We're doing it. Come on. I literally have 2 more of these smoothies that I've been using the entire time, so I really can't afford to do much else. And did we do it? We're 1 shot away, and no way. Did we do it? Let's go. Yes, we actually did it. With 1 smoothie left, ladies and gentlemen, I'm pretty sure that we just defeated the Storm King in solo expert mode. And oh my goodness, now I can take a deep breath and really settle down for a second, because wow, that was an intense fight. And I could not have done that without a legendary crossbow. Obviously, that was basically the only thing I used the entire time. So let's go ahead and open up our chest and see what the reward is. And without further ado, look at what is on the floor here. Let's go ahead and collect some of it first. We got 400 essence, a shattered fragment, greater storm core, and a storm crystal. We also got the recipe for a legendary. Oh my god. Okay, we're getting so much. I'm talking too fast. Let's slow it down. Let's look at what's on the floor, because there's a few very special items. First off, we got an emerald axe, which is nothing too crazy. But over here, we have the brand new cyclone pickaxe, as well as the ruby pickaxe, which are both brand new items, which you can only acquire, obviously, by defeating the Storm King. And wow, I did that with no villager. I did that with with a green totem of return because I did not have enough time to make a blue one. I did it with a bunch of tropical smoothies, which basically just healed me as fast as possible. And yeah, although we were scuffed, we did get the brand new items, which I'm going to definitely pick up and store in my inventory. This is a mythic pickaxe, which has a very, very cool ability, which if you don't know what it does yet, as you can see here, not only is it a pickaxe, but also you can charge this baby up and you could throw it like a boomerang and it'll come right back to you. This is useful not only for harvesting things, but also chaining together eliminations on enemies. So yeah, all around, this is one of the best tools, if not the best tool in the entire game. Along with that, we did get a ruby pickaxe, which looks very, very beautiful. We'll definitely be sure to upgrade these with essences properly because as you know, we came into this with a crossbow, which let's be real, didn't even have everything we wanted. If I did it again, I would definitely put destruction on my crossbow. That way I could destroy those rift shards way quicker. But let's return to the surface and get back up and figure out what's going on with all of these things because wow, man, that was so much fun. That was so intense. And ladies and gentlemen, drop a like for defeating the Storm King in expert mode. Obviously, we did get eliminated once, but you know what? I literally didn't even have proper tools, so that's on me. Either way, though, that is about it. We defeated the Storm King, and now we have so many fun new tools to play with. I'm immediately going to record my next video testing out the Cyclone Pickaxe and really getting a good understanding for all of the upgrades that are possible in this brand new Storm Chasers update. I don't want to leave you guys hanging, though. Obviously, I'm going to use the Cyclone Pickaxe, so if you watched all the way until the end, you're in for a treat. So let's not forget to leave. Oh my goodness. I don't have 2 granite slabs to put down. Oh my goodness. That's actually so annoying. Okay. I was gonna put down a bus station. Unfortunately, we can't. But anyway, let's go ahead and test out this brand new Cyclone Pickaxe, starting with the charging of... Ow. Okay, we're gonna start with the charging ability. So let's charge it up and let's throw it at this rock here and see what happens. And no way. It literally just straight up harvests it. And it does give you the essence as well. So you can just walk around. You can charge this baby up. You could throw it and you'll just farm a bunch of resources like nothing. Along with that, though, I'm gonna test out its damage against enemies without any upgrades to it. And let's see what it does. And wow. Okay. So yeah, it does damage, and obviously it's gonna do more damage if you actually just wield it like a normal pickaxe. But if you're in a pinch, you can also go ahead and charge it up and throw it like a boomerang, and it will go ahead and in fact do all of those things like I already mentioned for you. Let's go ahead and test it against this ruby here and see if it'll harvest that. Obviously, ruby usually takes a few hits to get, but with this, it literally insta farms it. Oh my goodness. Okay, far and away the best pickaxe in the entire game, and not only that, it also matches axe so perfectly. So I think it's a match made in heaven, and ladies and gentlemen, that's gonna be it from today's video. Again, so much grinding, and there is so much to discover in the Storm Chasers update. I still feel like I'm only scratching the surface, and if I open my inventory, you can see the absolute haul that I have in front of us. And all of these beautiful items we have in front of us here come courtesy of the Storm King and all of the loot that he dropped when we defeated him in our last video. And if you haven't seen that one yet, be sure to check it out because it's an absolute banger. But in the end of that one, of course, we did end up defeating the Storm King for the first time in our solo survival expert mode series. And today we're continuing to explore the brand new Storm Chasers update in LEGO Fortnite Odyssey to put all of these brand new tools and runes along with just everything else that we have not talked about yet to the test. Because while I feel like I've been playing this update a bunch, there's still so much to talk about here on the channel. So if you want to stay up to date on everything brand new in the game, then be sure to subscribe to the channel. There's not much time left before we hit 1 million subscribers. And if you want to say you were here before 1 mil, you guys know what to do. Thank you so much for the recent support. Comment down below and let me know what you guys think of the Storm Chasers update. It's been a few days now, and I've personally been having an absolute blast. It feels like a new game, to be honest with you. The whole crafting menu, obviously this brand new legendary forge, which we're obviously about to check out in a second, along with all of the new resources, ways to upgrade, and of course all of the new enemies. It's just so much fun in my opinion. Anyway, drop a like, subscribe, and I hope you guys enjoy this video. Let's get into it. And today's adventure starts with me confessing that I have a problem. And I know what you might be thinking, Kaz, how do you have any problems? You literally just defeated the Storm King and you have the best items in the game. What could possibly be wrong? And to that, what I have to say is that all of the tools that I have in my possession right now, even the ones in these chests, have the same reoccurring issue. And it's if I open them and hover over their enchantments, you can see that they are not the best upgrades that I could possibly have. And I mean, not even close. Look at this one. It's probably the best out of all of them. And as you can see, it literally has Berserk 2 on it. That ain't gonna cut it. When I took down the Storm King in yesterday's video, the Storm King gave me about 400 essence. So we're gonna go ahead and craft some new tools, take them over to the Rune Forge, and then obviously the Legendary Forge afterwards. I've seen a lot of comments from people still confused a little bit about the crafting and upgrading after this update. And some people have actually been pointing out that they don't enjoy the changes. And honestly, I'm the complete opposite way. I absolutely love the changes, and I feel like there's just so much more customizability. So yeah, I'm going to be taking you through all of that today in case you're still a little confused. Anyway, that's a lot of talking. Let's actually get to it. The first thing that I'm going to do is grab some sapphire, and I'm also going to go ahead and grab some gold. And the reason these two resources in particular are important are for this reason right here. If we go ahead and add sapphire as the blade, and then we use gold as the hilt, you'll see that it actually allows you to put 4 different rune slots on it. And to my knowledge, after testing every single resource in the game, this is basically the only way to get 4 rune slots after the update. Not only that, it's the same amount of damage as any of the other resources, so it's not even like you're losing out on anything. Let's go ahead and craft ours. And now that we have this beautiful blue and gold sword, we're gonna take it right over here to our rune forge, and we're just gonna go crazy. Okay, so the first thing we're gonna do is durability. Now let's go ahead and roll and hopefully get lucky. Ooh, we actually got luck. Do I want that? I'm trying to figure out what I actually want. And you know what? I'm actually gonna take luck because it will be really useful with these new mobs. They do drop some useful loot, and yeah, we definitely want as much of that as possible. Obviously, next we're taking damage. And for the last one, let's see what we can get. This is one of the first tools we've ever had where we can actually put 4 unique essences on it. Essences? I actually don't know. It's probably essence, but yeah, who knows? And I'm wondering if it's possible to get destruction on a sword. Oh, wait, it is. Okay, we're gonna do destruction as the last one. And if you're wondering why I chose destruction, it's because you can actually use this to destroy the shards that spawn up in these storm biomes. And yeah, if we enter the Tempest Gateway again and we fight the Storm King, this will definitely be our sword of choice. But we're not done yet, because next we're taking it over to the legendary forge, and we went ahead and rifted it. That didn't change it to a legendary item, and if you're wondering why, if we zoom in on the health bar for it, you can see that it's completely depleted. And that's completely normal. Basically, what you have to do after using the legendary forge is just simply go out and use the sword. To do an example, I'm not going to kill the sheep. I'm going to go ahead and fight this cursed wolf instead, and as we swing, if you zoom in on the tool itself, you'll see that it's getting this nice little pulse effect every single time I hit something. And just like that, we eliminated the cursed wolf. Basically, what that pulse effect means is that every time you're using the tool, it's actually progressing the rifted state itself. So opening up the tool, you can now see that the bar is just that little bit filled out. You know, we still got a lot of work to do, and it does take a while to get this to transform into a legendary, but spoiler alert, once you fill up the entire bar with usage, it will turn into a legendary tool, and you can go ahead and use this on absolutely anything. So if I just wanted to break down a bunch of wood and bushes and other things like that, it would still count as that progression. So I'm not going to grind all of that out right now. We're going to go back to home base because that would be ridiculous to do. But through the course of this video, we're definitely going to get this thing to legendary, and I'm going to show off all of its power. And while we're not done with all of our tools yet for this video, there's not much more I could do right now, considering I only have 1 rift crystal, and that's the item that you're going to need for the legendary forge to get these items to legendary, of course. It costs 3 of them to transform one into a legendary tool, and only having 1 means I cannot make a crossbow and upgrade it to get that process started. So basically what that means is that we're set up to do the first task of this video, and that's going to be, of course, getting some rift crystals. Could you have guessed it based off of what I was just talking about? I hope you could have, but anyway, that's what we're doing. We're going to go ahead and clear our inventory and get started. So let's freaking go. I'm actually so excited to keep grinding this update. It's been so much fun, but let's go find ourselves the storm. And we have finally found ourselves a brand new storm. If I open up my map, you can see that this is an area that I've never even been to before, but honestly, it's absolutely perfect because that means we can just get a ton of resources from here. And if you didn't remember, was just play with all the brand new tools that I got after defeating the Storm King. And already this pickaxe is just going to be so much fun to mess with. Let's see what we can do to one of these acolytes though. Okay, we're going to aim at him. We're going to throw it and okay, wait, it only did 7 damage. Let's try it again. Maybe that was just a fluke. One more time. Let's see what we can do. Yeah, okay. 7 damage. You know what? I think the sword might be just a little bit better. So I guess we're using the sword. And honestly, that's probably what I should be doing anyway, since I need to get it rifted. We do, of course, have an objective, and it is to get more rift crystals. So I think the best way to do that is actually just going to be by going through the entire cave and finding our way to the Thunderlord at the end. We're jumping into this head first, and guys, last time I did one of these, it was an absolute struggle, and I really had to lock in full focus. So I'm excited to see what the difference will be today with all of the new tools that we have. I feel like it's honestly going to be a walk in the park, but we're going to see momentarily. And these crawlers are usually the ones that are really annoying. So let's see how many shots it'll take to kill one of these. And oh my goodness, just 4. Probably even less if I hit more headshots. But yeah, between all of these things, I have a feeling this is going to be a whole lot easier. And my goodness, we just got 2 Eyes of the Storm from 1 single acolyte. And I'm pretty sure the only reason that happens is because we have luck on this sword. So yeah, once again, it's going to be so nice to have a fully upgraded legendary sword with luck, along with, of course, all those other enchantments as well. But like I said, let's just go ahead and get through a few rounds of this cave. But look at that, 2 rift crystals from a single acolyte on the first level of this cave. This is one of the hardest resources to get, to my knowledge, obviously, besides the things that the Storm King drops. But yeah, really nice to see we got some of those early. Anyway, let's keep it pushing. What in the world was that? Bro, how does that even happen? The guy was like blocked between two other rollers and then he hit me twice. What? I literally thought I was invincible and then I just got humbled so hard. Wow, okay. Well, we're back at our base eating pizza and now we no longer have a totem of return and I'm actually very broke right now and this is all I can afford. So a common totem of return is gonna have to do. Don't judge me. Okay, and between this cut and the last one, I literally just had to run over 5,000 meters because my closest bus station was destroyed. So I'm not gonna make that same mistake again and we're gonna drop a bus station. But yeah, honestly, the events that just went down are super embarrassing and don't worry, I'm not gonna die again in this video, I promise you that. And by saying that, I also just put a lot of pressure on myself. So here we go again. What? Dude, what was that? I know I didn't die, but that was so dumb. I just got blocked in midair. I feel like I've gone through so many layers of this cave. The last one has to be the Thunderlord. It just has to be, right? Here we go. Let's see. And is it? Oh, wait. Defeat the Stormwild Brute duo. Wait, what? There's more to this update than I even knew. Whoa, wait, a brute duo? First off, don't even know what that means. And oh my, oh, it's literally just actually a duo of brutes. Okay. Super random, and I did not expect that at all. No way that hits. No way that, okay, yeah. I might have just landed in the best spot ever, to be honest with you. Little pro tip for the people watching. All you gotta do is land on one of these if you get the brutes, and you should be good. I mean, maybe he'll hit me eventually, but for now, we're chilling. Oh my goodness, yeah, there's no way he can even do anything to us. And this brute duo is literally about to make me fall asleep. And you know what? I guess I could stop being lame and actually drop down there. So let's send it. Let me just reload. Here we go. Let's see what we can do. I already hit them quite a bit, so it shouldn't be that hard. But for the final challenge, we got to take down the brute duo. And there's number one. And I mean, this crossbow just gives them no chance. Like, look at this thing's damage. 38 damage for a headshot, and it shoots like instantly. Yep, just like that. After taking down the Storm King, this just feels like light work if I'm being honest. But just a few more hits and we should be good to go. Let's go ahead and use the sword just to get it. Back to the Storm Chasers base camp we are. Feels like we were just here, huh? And after a little bit of preparation, we're right back in the thick of it, as our good friend KSI once said. But let's get inside and hopefully let's actually finish this thing once and for all. I promise you, after having these tools, I'm making this look a lot harder than it should be. But anyway, it's time to teleport. And now I'm wondering if I'm actually gonna have to redo this fight from scratch, and it looks like I am. Okay, so 2 Stormwild Brutes once again. This time we're not gonna make the same mistake, and you know what? We're gonna start the fight by standing up here to see if it works again. And yeah, no, they still can't hit me. That's insane. Okay, so there's one down. And he should be pretty close to being eliminated, so let's go ahead and do this. Oh, okay, that did not work. But here we are, we're down on the ground, and we should be able to take him out with our crossbow here, just like that. So we acquired ourselves some brute scales, and wow, we actually got 2 frost brute scales and 2 normal brute scales. What a come up that is. But along with that, we also have a chest. Let's go ahead and open this and see what we get. We're gonna get some rift crystals, which is amazing. We got what looks to be, what is that musket? We also got a sapphire sphere and a storm rune tome. Hopefully this one gives us a level 3 essence, and let's see, it's force 3. Okay, brand new upgrade that we're definitely gonna have to check out. But first, let's collect all of these that I missed. Let's go ahead and get back home. I would say that was successful, even though I died twice. Let's just forget it even happened. And even after all that fighting, one thing you might notice is that my new sword is still not ready to be rifted yet. It looks to be about 75% of the way there, but that's not cutting it. We're gonna put some stuff away, and then we're gonna get right back out there and upgrade this thing fully. And what in the world do we have here? Look at this thing, the Storm Charm. It's our first legendary charm in the game. It gives us +4 hearts and +3 armor, and it looks very similar to the rare one in the fact that it reduces damage taken from storm energy attacks. And you know what? I actually have everything I need in order to build this, including the Shatterhorn fragment, which I believe you get from the Storm King himself. Yeah, I have it right here. So let's go ahead and craft one of those. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen, our first legendary charm in all of Lego Fortnite Odyssey. And throwing it on, it's actually going to be quite a big difference because we just got 2 more hearts and obviously all of these storm effects. So we can essentially stop all of the damage that we get there. And I mean, our character is just so much more upgraded than we were before the update. We have a Mythic Cyclone pickaxe. We have the Sapphire sword, which I'm actually about to go upgrade right now to legendary. We have the crossbow here. We have our legendary charm, and you guys get the point. We are just up right now. Anyway, time to use up all the rest of the durability on this sword. So let's go ahead and get into that because it might take a minute. And there we go. We just made light work out of a brute. And just a fun little pro tip, if you guys are following along in my footsteps doing the same thing, you can still harvest trees with a sword. And it might end up being helpful for some of you guys as you're trying to chip away at that durability. And oh my goodness, we are getting so close. And it should just be a few more hits. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, we did it. Oh, look at this sword. No way, bro. Okay, hang on. It's dark outside. We're just gonna sleep in the middle of nowhere. It doesn't really matter. I need to see this thing in the daylight. And for the grand reveal of our brand new legendary sapphire sword, this is what we got. Let's check out the stats and see what it looks like. Okay, so we got quite a bit of damage, good durability, some knockback and speed. One thing I'm unsure about after this update is whether these things last forever or whether they'll break. And as you can see with my crossbow here, it's almost on the brink of breaking. So to myth bust that, we're actually just gonna go ahead and do this live on video. So yeah, we've done enough time lapses in this video, but I'm just gonna shoot this thing until it's about to break, and I'll see you guys when that happens. And, oh my goodness, it has more durability than I thought. Okay, this thing should be breaking at any moment now, so let's go ahead and rifle off a few more shots, and we can see what happens when it gets to the end of its health. We'll just shoot a few at this, and any second now. Come on. I actually want this thing to break. And wow, okay, so it does actually fully break. That makes a lot of sense. If they were infinite, it would be very, very overpowered. So, there you have it. If you didn't know, all of these legendary tools will end up breaking. Obviously, it does take a long time for them to, but if you're gonna go ahead and use these tools to fight enemies, just be conscious of the fact that they will not regenerate health like the lightsabers or anything like that. Good to know. Anyway, jumping right back into the grind, as you can see, we crafted ourselves a brand new crossbow. We're using our favorite combo at the moment, which is going to be sapphire with this gold stock. The reason we do that is because this combination allows us, of course, again, to get 4 different rune slots. So let's get right over here to our rune forge and upgrade this bad boy. And the first thing we can see is that force is available now. This is one of the brand new runes, and it says that it increases knockback, which is cool, but definitely not what we really want. We're going to be looking for damage, of course. We'll also go ahead and throw luck on this one so we can get more drops, durability so we can have this for as long as possible. And lastly, we're gonna go ahead and throw on Destruction 3. That way we can destroy the shards and anything else that we shoot at. And just like that, we have our endgame crossbow. But we're not done there because obviously there's one more step in the process, which is brand new with the Storm Chasers update. That's gonna require us to grab some of these rift crystals that we acquired. We'll go over here to the legendary forge and apply them straight to the sapphire crossbow. And once again, this thing is rifted, which means we just have to use it a bunch, and then eventually it will become legendary, just like this sword. I'm gonna save that for my next video though, and guys, the content is not slowing down anytime soon. There's still so much to discover in the Storm Chasers update. So if you enjoyed this video and you made it all the way until the end, comment cheese and also subscribe if you're somehow not already. I appreciate you guys watching all the way until the end of this one though. This update is so much fun, and yeah. Right after this video, I'm gonna start filming my next one, so turn on notifications so you don't miss it. In the next one, just to give you guys a little bit of a flash forward, we're probably gonna be going back here to the Tempest Gateway and encountering the Storm King for a second battle. Obviously, this time around, we have much better tools, weapons, and of course, charms, so we should be pretty solid to go ahead and take him down. But as you can see, we have all of these beautiful brand new gem chests with our loot inside, and this is long overdue, but this is our brand new home where we're gonna start building storage rooms and so much more in the surrounding areas, because honestly, I fell in love with the landscape. I'll talk about that a little bit later in the video, but for now, all you gotta know is one of the first things we're doing is transporting all of our loot from all of our other villages around this island straight over here so we can continue our expert mode playthrough. But guys, we're on the road to 1 million, and if you are not yet subscribed, go ahead and subscribe because today we are absolutely grinding and you guys don't want to miss any of the Lego Fortnite content we have coming up. Also, code Kaz if you're buying Skibbity Toilet because he has a Lego style somehow, and that's just absolutely insane. But in all seriousness, I hope you guys enjoy this grindy video. Strap in, grab a snack because this should be a little bit of a longer one. But yeah, enjoy. Today's adventure brings us right back to our Storm Chasers village, where first off, we honestly just have to tear it down. And there's still more to grab, but I'm out of inventory space. And one thing I gotta say off the bat, the Storm Chasers update cooked for a lot of reasons, but one specifically is the fact that now we can carry 40 things in our backpacks. Just absolutely insane work by the team, and honestly, this kind of changes the game. And with the magic of editing, we have now fast forwarded to a point where I've actually organized absolutely everything in my possession. We added even more of these gem chests for overflow loot. And yeah, this is the start of our brand new village that we're going to work on later, but let's get to the fun stuff. Because in today's video, we have a lot to do, including visiting the Storm King and probably defeating him for the second time. With that, we're obviously going to test out our brand new crossbow that we made at the end of last video. If you don't remember, this one has damage, luck, durability, and destruction, and it is also rifted. So hopefully by the end, we'll also see the legendary version of this. Not only that though, we have our brand new sword, and looking at the upgrades on this one, it's equally as exciting. And last but not least, we have our charms as well, with the health charm, a storm charm, and the totem of return. In other words, I'm absolutely stacked, and we're gonna go ahead and hunt down all of the most dangerous bosses in all of the Storm Chasers update after we do one quick thing, and that's make ourselves a pickaxe. Because some of you might remember this, but last video I actually got the mythic pickaxe from the Storm King when I defeated him for the first time, but the durability on it wasn't that good, and it's already gone. Yeah, it broke off camera, which is kind of crazy. But for that reason, we got to visit the Storm King so we can see what loot we get, and hopefully it's the pickaxe, but if not, obviously it's not the end of the world, because we're gonna craft our dream pickaxe right now. And just like that, we have an epic pickaxe with all of our favorite runes, but there's still one more thing to do. And there we go. It's now rifted as well, which means after we're done using all of the durability on it, it'll go ahead and make itself a legendary pickaxe. But our inventory is looking nice and crisp, so let's get on for our first adventure. And in case you were wondering where this first adventure is taking us, we can look straight ahead and see the Storm King Mountain. I mean, it's pretty hard to miss. But yeah, basically the first thing we're doing in today's video is going to be defeating the Storm King, or I mean, hopefully we can defeat the Storm King. As you can tell, I've been hyping up my inventory quite a bit. Just by simply grinding rift crystals, you'll be able to get everything that I have here. And hopefully by defeating the Storm King this time around, I'll also help prove to you guys that you guys can probably do it on your own as well. And the overpowered tools should definitely help you. But I just realized I think I forgot the Eye of the Storm. Wow, I thought I was fully prepared, but I forgot the first thing that we needed. All right, but we made it here once again, and this time around, we are fully prepared to go ahead and deposit 10 Eyes of the Storm. We'll drink a quick tropical shake, and we will get down into the Tempest Gateway. 59 minutes on the clock, and that should be more than enough time to take down the Storm King. Guys, drop a like on the video before I hit the ground, and your next fight against the Storm King will be very, very good. I don't make the rules, just go ahead and drop a like. But anyway, here we go. V2 on defeating the Storm King. I'm a little bit behind on this. I probably should have fought him a little bit more than just once by this point. He's been in the game for about a week, but here goes nothing. Attempt number 2, and this time around, like I said, we've got our inventory, we've got all the destruction tools we'll ever need, and it's just time to see how they all kick in. And right off the bat, I don't know if you guys saw that, but I did just destroy one of the shard spawners in, I think, 1 or 2 hits. Absolutely insane. But there's a lot we got to do here, because obviously the Storm King brings with him a ton of mobs. The first thing that we should always do when fighting the Storm King is prioritize the spawner for those mobs, because then obviously no more of them will actually spawn in through the fight until obviously he spawns in more shards. But at least for the time being, we'll clear out the area. And I think the thing to target the most is definitely going to be these crawler type guys, because they are so annoying and they beam you as well. But yeah, definitely focus on these shards and take these out as fast as possible. There's one. And there's number 2. Once again, destruction just kicked in there, and that is absolutely perfect for what we're trying to do. And there we go. Spawning more shards already. Let's see if we can take these out pretty quickly. There's one. Oh my goodness, I just one hit the shard. Guys, get destruction on your tools. It might just be super OP. We shouldn't get too ahead of ourselves though, because there's still a long fight ahead. You can't deny that this is an absolutely incredible start. And here we go. Let's see if the Storm King will actually pop out of this, and it looks like he's going to. So now it feels like we're actually getting into attempt number 2 in the Storm King fight. Here goes nothing. All right, here we go. And he's starting by shooting a laser, which we can dodge. And the weak point is open. So just like this, we can off the bat just start absolutely destroying him with our crossbow. It's obviously super important to get projectiles when you're fighting him, because without them, you're basically cooked. I don't know what you would do. But yeah, when he shoots that laser ball, you can just go ahead and aim at his chest. And then when he ground pounds like this, you also have a great opportunity to get up close and personal. But there we go. We already destroyed his first weak point, and now he's probably going to bring some spawners out of the ground. And yeah, what do you know? Here they are. Let's see if we can break them with our sword real quick. And there's number 1. Ow. And there is shard number 2. After you destroy the shards, obviously make sure you're focusing on the enemies and not the Storm King. And there we go. Eliminated all the enemies. Now it's time to focus on the weak point again. And oh my goodness, I'm going crazy, bro. My aim is absolutely cracked. Come on, one more hit. Can we get it? Oh my goodness, we just did it with a sword. Okay. And every time you break one of his weak points, just be prepared because he's just gonna pull up more spawners and it's gonna get more and more crazy every single time. But here goes nothing. Once again, just gonna break one. There's number 2. That was actually a pretty easy round. Once again, all we got is his weak point. Oh my goodness. Ah, and there we go. Okay, and after a long bit of grinding, we are officially in the final boss battle against the Storm King himself. He's got no more horns and no more weak points. It's just me versus him, and maybe he'll spawn in more enemies. I actually don't even know. But in this part of the battle, all you really got to do is just run in circles and not stand still for any amount of time. And yep, here come the rift shards. All right, first thing we got to do is just make sure we break all of these. So there's number 1. And hopefully this is the last spawner we're gonna have to break because my goodness have we broken a lot. But there is the last one. And yeah, now it's just us versus the Storm King. Let's see what we can do. Ow. Oh no, I just fell off. Oh my goodness. I just realized that there was literally a guy shooting arrows at me that entire time. But we are getting very, very close. And as you can see, just by running in these circles, we have really just done so much damage to this guy. And he stands really no chance at this point. I don't want to speak too soon because I jinxed myself quite a bit on this channel. But honestly, at this point, if I lose, it's all my fault. And he ground pounded, and just like that, we can finish him off with one last crossbow shot. And we got to be a little careful because I still think we might be able to take damage. But yeah, that was light work. There we go. And now the question is, what are we going to get from the Storm King this time around? Because for our second time, we officially defeated the Storm King. But the real special stuff comes when we open this chest here. And when we do, let's see what we get. We're going to get the Shatterhorn Fragment, obviously. That's going to be this new piece that's going to allow us to craft stuff. But on top of that, we also got the Thunderclap Blade. That is exactly what we were looking for. Obviously, we got the pickaxe last time. And this time around, we have the new sword. So opening this thing up and looking at it right off the bat, you can see it says a mighty mythical sword formed from the fragments of the Storm King's horn. Hold attack to charge and release attacks of devastating storm energy. So if I hold this down, you can see that it'll charge up just like this, and you can actually spin and throw storm energy. Obviously, we're going to be testing that one out quite a bit in this video later. And you know, honestly, it's probably a good time to try this one out. All right, and here goes nothing. We have a bear in our sights. Let's go ahead and charge it up all the way and throw this thing. And oh, wait. That did like no damage at all. Maybe we gotta get closer. Let's try this again. All right, we're up close and personal with a bear. We're gonna go ahead and swing this thing, and you know, it does a little bit more damage. I don't really know. Hang on. Oh, this does 23 though. And hang on, you can swing this fast. Wait, I don't know about the charging one, but this little jump critical attack is actually kind of insane. Look at the damage we're doing to a bear here, and I almost just died. I was on 2 hearts. That could have been really bad. A lot of times when I'm recording these videos, I don't think things through all the way. Luckily, that one worked out. And oh my goodness, this thing's actually kind of insane when you jump crit. So you know what? I kind of like this Thunderclap Blade. Also, it really matches my character. So that's definitely also a positive. But it'll be nice to pocket this thing and honestly save some of the durability on this sword here. We'll come back to our precious Sapphire sword later on. But I think we're going to have some fun with the Thunderclap Blade until it breaks. Anyway, our journey next leads us to Raven's Castle, where we're gonna go ahead and show off a pretty cool tip. If I open up my inventory, you can see that I have 9 rift crystals, which yes, I actually stopped by home before I started this segment to grab every single rift crystal I had. But a really fun fact about Raven's Castle, if you didn't already know, is that they actually hold a lot of rift crystals in here for completely free. All you gotta do is come up to any of these little shard containers here and just break them. Wait. I think I gotta maybe break the floor. Oh, there we go. Okay, we learned that one together, but as you can see, we just got 6 rift crystals just from breaking that floor. We break this one as well, we'll get a few more. Yep, we got 1 more there. And this continues into the higher levels of this castle as well. Obviously, do this at your own risk because you're gonna be breaking Raven's little castle here. And obviously, it is a really cool looking castle, so breaking it isn't that fun. But if you're in a bind for some rift crystals, like I honestly kind of am, it's a really convenient way to get them. Before I go inside of Raven's castle, there is a brute down here, and I have this Thunderclap Blade, and once again, we're trying to test this thing out. So let's see what it does against a Grasslands brute. And not only is this a Grasslands brute, it's also Stormwild. So here goes nothing. And you know what? I must say, I am not a fan of charging this thing up. It's way too slow, especially against something like a brute. This fight's going just fine, don't get me wrong. I do have to take a lot of different heals because I keep getting hit because this thing goes so slow. So yeah, I don't know if I'd fully recommend the charging one, at least with fighting something like a brute. So let's see what we can do here. Like, it's just so slow. More than anything, I think the best thing to do here is just going to be this jump slam attack with it. And in just a hit or two, we should be good. And just like that, there we go. We took down our brute. Unfortunately, I think along the way in that fight, I realized this thing is good, but it's nothing too crazy. Honestly, I think the cyclone pickaxe is a little bit better. And you know, I've used the cyclone pickaxe for an entire use until it broke. So I feel like I've already gotten a proper gauge on both of them. Don't get me wrong, both of them are definitely fun, but your mileage may vary. And also these tools are just kind of random and inconsistent because they do break so fast. If anyone from Lego Fortnite is watching, please increase the durability of these because yeah, I literally fought one brute and it's already almost like 75% of the way broken. Maybe I'm being dramatic, but seriously, Epic, please fix. Anyway, arriving back home, I feel like it's time to actually celebrate our accomplishment since we've already defeated the Storm King twice and we honestly haven't even got to sit back and enjoy it. There is a fun little build in the game that you do get if you didn't know. If you go over to your sculptures tab after defeating the Storm King, you can scroll down a bit and you will find the Storm King trophy, which I still need 8 obsidian slabs for. Okay, and there we go. We put down our Storm King trophy and it is looking absolutely beautiful. Little fun fact, when I was at Lego HQ in Denmark last week, after defeating the Storm King on the Lego Fortnite live stream, they actually gave me a physical Lego Fortnite Storm King trophy, just like this one that you're seeing here. You know, you're seeing the other one on screen and these look exactly the same. So shout out to Lego Fortnite for that gift. But sitting around this village, you can see that, wait, actually, it's not even technically a village yet because I don't even have a village square down, which brings us into the next part of this video, establishing a village and establishing a brand new home in Lego Fortnite, which is going to be right here. We're going to start on this hill and then we're eventually going to build a whole village across the way out there. So it'll be a giant, vast area with just tons of builds surrounding it. But before we get started with any of it, we obviously got to sleep because the nighttime is scary and I don't like it, but it's daytime, it's the morning, and here goes nothing. And after quite a bit of grinding, as you can see from the hill below, this is looking pretty solid. So we got these double staircases that lead up to the grand entrance, which will take us up the hill essentially. And honestly, I think this looks really nice. And it's still missing a ton of little details like lighting and railing and other decor items. But for now, we're kind of just laying the blueprint. And walking up this thing, we have this balcony area, which also looks very, very nice. But there's so much more to look at because obviously we sold all of our storage out here. But over here, we began a brand new building. Again, all the railings and walkways are going to look much better and they're going to kind of be filled out with decorations in these empty patches. Like I said, we're just getting started. So coming over here to this building, you can see that it's a 1-story building from this angle. But when you go ahead and open up the front door, you can notice that there's a ginormous staircase that you can't miss, which will lead you to the bottom level. So this is actually a 2-story building. And looking at it again from the outside, you can see how cool this looks. Obviously, there's still a ton of work to do, including adding a roof. But before adding that roof, I think I'm going to finish the bottom because as you can see, there's actually a staircase poking out of it. It's kind of a DIY project, so it had to be built like that. So in order to fix for that, we're gonna go ahead and add these foundation pieces here, which actually just got added to survival worlds with the update. These have been in sandbox forever, but it's super nice to finally have these ginormous foundation pieces here. And as you can see here, this is honestly the perfect solution to fit this staircase in because you can no longer see it if I just snap some builds like this and then cover the bottom. Man, and if you guys have been watching the channel recently, you'll know that I do not do builds nearly as much as I should, and it's always so much fun. Just filling in this bottom part was so satisfying, and yeah, taking a step away now, you can see that it's a little more bolstered and it looks more sturdy. Obviously, we're gonna go ahead and add support beams as well, and you know what? Let's just do that now. And one thing I will say is that all these pillars that I'm using are part of the brand new Lego pass, which is actually a really good Lego pass. There's so many different things in it that have helped me build, honestly, a lot of these builds today. Purple checkered floor, these beams, and honestly, probably a lot more that I don't even know. Pretty sure those railings might even be part of it. I have no clue. Either way, yeah, shout out the Lego pass. And taking a step back one more time and looking at this now, you can see that it definitely looks a little bit nicer. I'm thinking I might actually make these pillars stone or granite, but that'll be off camera probably. At least for now, we have some sort of build here. And like I said, all the details will come in future videos. And if you think I built all of this for nothing, then you're definitely wrong. I mean, this spot here actually serves no purpose. So maybe you're a little bit right about that one. But this building here was built for a very specific reason. So if we come back over here, right over to our gem chest, you'll see that now there's nothing inside of any of them. And yes, you could probably guess it. The room behind us over there is a storage room. Let me go ahead and take you guys inside and show you everything that's down there, because on the surface, there's still nothing. But the second you descend to the lower level, you'll be met with so many gem chests. And as you can see, this is just the start. Obviously, we haven't really decorated anything. I'm going to throw a lot more on the walls, and I'm probably going to remove these flames for something else. But actually, you know what? Let me show you what's inside of these chests. Also, it's kind of awkward that there's random things just hovering, so we don't need blue tools anymore. But coming over here to the first wall, you can see that we have 3 amber chests and 3 emerald chests, and everything in this room is built color-coded. There's a reason for that, and I'll talk about it in a little bit. But first off, these amber chests are here because they kind of resemble wood, and inside of all of them are going to be all of our different strains of wood. So we have all the woods themselves, we have rods, planks, and basically every derivative of wood. Along with that, we also have any other common materials like glass and plastoid. That's going to be a recurring theme, and I'm not going to explain every single one. But coming up here to this green chest, you can see that we have all of our uncommon stuff. So all of our marbles and granite along with everything else in there. Then coming to our next wall, we do have some blue chests, which are going to contain blue items, aka the rare items in the game. That's going to be most of our metals here. And then right above it, we have all of our gems. And of course, we have 2 chests for each of these, and these are still unfilled because there's still a lot of work to do and a lot of things to collect. This is just the start of our collection, and it's going to keep us super organized, which is definitely satisfying. Anyway, next up, we have a lamp which divides these chests from the rest of them, and these chests over here are going to be for some of the more useless items. And by that, I mean we've got textiles over here, so things like feathers and fertilizer and egg. But moving along the wall, we actually have more useful stuff. So here's all of our mob loot, and then in here is all of our food, and we're down bad. We have no food. But finally, with this storage solution, we're going to be able to go out and collect absolutely everything, and then just bring it right back down here, and everything will finally have a home. We're not done yet, though, because coming to this back side, you're going to see that we have 4 more gem chests along with these 2 amber ones. The amber one here is going to hold all of our projectiles on the bottom, and then on top, it's going to be all of our charms. And you could probably guess what's inside of these. We have all of our tools sorted by gem rarity. So if I open this ruby one, you'll see that we have all of our ruby tools. Over here, we have all of our amber tools. In the emerald one, we're going to have emerald tools, and you guys get the point. Sapphire right here with all of our sapphire stuff. And wow, that was a lot of talking. And I never really record at night, but I need to show you guys this. And at night, it looks absolutely gorgeous. So if you don't know, this is the building that we started at the end of yesterday's video. The entry level is completely empty, as well as the upper level. But if we go down below, you'll see we have all of our brand new storage organized in these gem chests, and they're also completely organized by rarity and color. The nice thing with this is you can actually go ahead and use the transfer feature, and it'll detect any items in your inventory that match with the items in the chest. And with that, it makes it super quick to deposit everything. We're still working on the armory section, but over here we have all of our tools separated by gem type as well. So we got our sapphire, ruby, emerald, and our ambers. Anyway, the reason that I'm even bringing this room up is because this room allows me to really go on any adventures that I want, since I finally have real storage and all of my items are in place. Before this, everything was just a scrambled mess, so this definitely makes things a little bit easier. And as we continue to build out this area, our next step is just going to be to place down a village square. And for the time being, I'm just going to do it here. And the reason I'm doing it so rushed is because, as you can see, there's wolves that spawn around here. There's obviously tons of spiders, there's skeletons, and so much more. And the reason for that is because if you don't have a village square down, it'll just spawn enemies everywhere. But this should help prevent that. But now that we've got a proper home base, it's time to take on the challenge that I'm sure a lot of you clicked on this video for, and it's going to be that 5th expert mode trophy. And our journey for this trophy today actually takes us over to Lost Isles. Now, some of you might actually have this and not even know how, and others of you might not, like myself. But as we go over to Lost Isles, I'll explain exactly how to get it. But first off, obviously, you're going to just go ahead and use a bus station and find your Lost Isles destination. Mine is barely explored because obviously I lost my expert mode world, and this is a brand new world. And oh my goodness, hold on. Landing over here, we already have a village started, and I completely forgot about that. But the first step of getting this expert mode trophy in Lost Isles is going to be to go ahead and upgrade a village to level 10. And I'm currently at level 9 already, so I skipped a lot of the progression. But as you can see by my inventory, all the loot on the bottom side are things you need to upgrade your village to level 10. Unfortunately, I didn't bring enough gold. Oh, that was pretty cool. And we're back once again to finish off this village, and it looks like I actually need to put down more grills. And there we go. We got our level 10 village in Lost Isles, but that's not it. Next, we need to go find a golem, and not just any golem, a storm wild golem. And then after defeating him and coming back and interacting with this village, we should in theory have a 5th trophy unlocked. Because right now we have 4, but very soon we'll have 5. Let's go find a golem. And in case you're following along and trying to search for a storm wild golem yourself, there's a few places that they can actually be, including caves. There's specific caves dedicated to spawning golems and brutes, so be on the lookout for those. But the way I'm gonna do it, and probably the most surefire way to do it, especially in a world that's unexplored like mine, is gonna be going up to the islands. Oh, wait. Actually, nah, he's not storm wild. Thought we had him there, but nope. But yeah, the islands up there all spawn a golem, so we'll have to check that out. And here we are. We've landed on the part of the island that should have a golem spawn, and here is to hoping that he's storm wild. Please be storm wild. And he is not storm wild. Unlucky. No way. I just got a sand brute scale out of that chest. That's crazy. Well, this one wasn't storm wild, but he did fall off the island, so that was some easy loot. But where is this storm wild golem? Oh, and there he is. Okay, we have finally found ourselves a storm wild golem. It took a minute, and oh my goodness. Okay, let's pretend like that didn't happen. Oh my goodness, dude. What? Okay, whatever. Luckily, we had a handy dandy totem of return, but that's still super embarrassing. The next cut is going to be me actually defeating the thing. And all right, chat, I think we actually did it this time, and there it is. Defeat a storm wild golem, quest complete. And as you can see now, all we gotta do is interact with our level 10 Lost Isles village, and then we can celebrate with a nice little trophy. Anyway, I made that a lot harder than it needed to be, but let's go ahead and open up the chest inside of the beast den, and we do get some good stuff. Again, I'm super happy they finally buffed chests in this new update. Anyway, let's get home. And arriving back to home base, we can go ahead and interact with our village square, and when we come out of the screen, we see that we have completed the quest and unlocked the new decor bundle. So let me know in the comments if you guys already knew about this, because like I said at the beginning, I had no idea this was even a thing. And going over to our decorations and our sculpture tab and scrolling down a little bit, we have it right here. And it does require some, wait, what? Did this just break our game? What is going on? Okay, let's go back and grab the resources. I have no idea what I just witnessed. And getting back home, we can go ahead and place down our Lost Isles What is going on? What is going on with this game tonight? This should work. Let's just throw it down. Okay, yeah, that worked. All right, no idea what's going on tonight, but again, look at this trophy. It matches my character beautifully. And comparing it to the Storm King trophy, which again, what is this glitch? I don't really know. The Storm King trophy is a little bit of a darker blue, whereas this one here is definitely more light, has some pastel tones to it, and it looks really, really nice. So yeah, if you didn't know that existed, then definitely go fight the Storm Wild Golem after upgrading your village in Lost Isles and get your hands on that trophy today. But we're not done in today's video, because like I said in the intro, next we're gonna go ahead and defeat the Storm King. And what happened off camera is my crossbow actually rifted into a legendary crossbow. So as you can see, we've got a juicy looking crossbow here with a lot of damage. I'm excited to use that against the Storm King, but first let's clear our inventory and get ready. And here we are, we've got our inventory, and believe it or not, instead of using the Thunderclap blade here, we're gonna go ahead and use our legendary Sapphire sword. Reason for that is the Sapphire sword has damage, durability, and destruction on it, whereas this one has absolutely no upgrades. And I think we're ready to go, but first off, we do see Tomato Head here, and I have a great idea. I think with this village, I'm only gonna use characters that are not humans, so we already have Mythic here. He or she is absolutely adorable, and I just love this NPC, so we're also gonna take Tomato Head. So we'll tell him to live here. Oh, wait. We gotta upgrade our village? Okay. Attempt number 2. Let's upgrade our village, and now let's tell him to live here. Let's tell him we have a bed for him, and we still don't have enough room for him. Okay. 3rd time's the charm, question mark. Let's see if it works this time. Yes, we have a bed for you. Amazing. So we got Tomato Head and Mythic, and this village is just gonna continue to fill up with non-human Lego Fortnite villagers. And it should be pretty cool when it all comes together. Let's go ahead and pay the price of entry, and not only that, we also brought our friend here. And before we get into this battle, we gotta give him, oh, never mind. He doesn't even want to talk, so let's just get inside. And now we should be able to give him, okay, there we go. Let's take this, and we're gonna give him a Sapphire Spear. Now he's locked and loaded, and he should be able to help us defeat the Storm King. Anyway, we're gonna play through this pretty quickly. If you want to watch a full Storm King fight, I've uploaded it like twice on my channel already, so check that out. But yeah, this time we're just gonna lock in and try to do this real quick. Here goes nothing. And I know I said I wasn't going to talk much, but the Storm King just came out of his little shell, and Mythic is nowhere to be found. I think he went bye-bye. Okay, so far so good. We're on to the last part of the fight. We're absolutely locked in right now, and there's just no way he's taking us down at this point. And we are so close here. I think we actually just did it. I hear the crack sound, which means we have officially defeated the Storm King for the 3rd time in basically 3 days. And just like that, voila. Once again, we have defeated the Storm King. And more importantly, what we're looking for here today is the Shattered Fragment, or... wait, what is it actually called? Wait, Shatterhorn Fragment. That's what it's called. But it's also really cool because we got ourselves a legendary ruby pickaxe and also the cyclone pickaxe. So I can swap out my current sword and pickaxe for the cyclone pickaxe and the thunderclap blade. And all of a sudden we have both of the mythic items that the Storm King drops, which is an absolute W. Anyway, let's grab the rest of this loot and let's get out of here. And while we're on the topic of the Storm King battle, one thing I want to call out is that I just actually finished a live stream with Madison Beer, Ali A, and the Littlest Snail. It's a full live stream that you can find on my channel, which I'll put in the end screen as well, but also be on the lookout for a YouTube video with the best moments. It was a super fun stream as we guided them through everything new in LEGO Fortnite Odyssey, and it was also Madison Beer's first time playing this game. So yeah, it was a very cool live stream. You could watch it, or just stay tuned for a cut down that'll be on the channel very soon. And also subscribe so you don't miss that video. Anyway, guys, we made it back here to our village, and I have a serious problem right now. If we're going down into our very neatly organized storage room and open up my food chest, you can see something very obvious, and it's the fact that there's not a single cooked item in here. Unless you count the fruit pie, there's literally nothing good at all. That's an issue because this is literally all the food I have in this entire world. And because that's an issue, I'm gonna fix that right now. Okay, and as you can tell by that time lapse, we put in quite a bit of work for this top story of the building, and now it's time to give you guys a tour. I'm sure some of you saw what it was as I was piecing it together, but as you come into this room, this entry level is still completely untouched, which is by choice. Obviously, the first thing I wanted to get done was the storage, but going up to the top floor now, you can see that we have a fully designed restaurant. So as we step up to the top, we have the place where you can put your name down and then obviously sit down and wait for your name to be called. And when your table is ready, you could go into the main area where there's obviously a full bar with bar stools, and then we got our dining tables as well, so you can sit and enjoy a nice view while you have a meal. It's like a 5-star experience in here, if I'm being honest. But that's all design. There's actually functionality here as well, because if you go into the kitchen, you can see that I put down a ton of ovens. That'll be helpful when we assign villagers to make us food. The other thing that I'm actually going to go ahead and do in here, and I know it is a tight squeeze. And actually, you know what? I could put this out here since this is a bar, but we're putting down a juicer. And I used to never have a juicer down in my villages because obviously you'll get stuff that's a little less useful. But with the update, I think that all of the things in the juicer are actually a little bit more viable as options to use in fights and to heal. So yeah, I think I'm just going to allow our villagers to do this for at least a little bit and see how I like it. It was looking a little bit empty back here, so I threw down some decor. But this is our restaurant. The last thing to note is that we obviously have a few chests here which are going to be dedicated to some of our better food items. So anything that's cooked will be placed up here, and it'll be really instant access, because instead of going down to the storage room, all you got to do is run up one staircase and go like this, and then we'll be able to grab whatever we need. The only issue is if you look up at the top right of our screen, you'll notice that we're not within our village boundaries, and now we are. So I kind of put this restaurant in the wrong spot because yeah, the village boundary isn't here, which is not very good. If we want to cook, we're going to need to move it closer. The reason that this is kind of a big deal is because I'm pretty sure when I remove this village, these villagers are gonna, yeah, they just disappeared in front of our face. Oh, it was fun while it lasted. Liz, wait, what was his name? Lizkey? I don't even remember. I didn't even have him for long enough to remember, so give me a break there. Hopefully he shows up again though, because we are gonna have to replace down our village square, and honestly, I think that this should work. Let's test it to make sure, and we can run in here, and yeah, we're still within the village. Oh no, wait, our ovens are over here, and yeah, okay. This time we should be good. And yeah, standing under the ovens, you can tell that we still are within the boundaries of our village. But yeah, like I said, our villagers are unfortunately no longer here, so we'll have to reacquire them. And ladies and gentlemen, in a single night's worth of work, we now have a level 10 grasslands village. And we also have Bob, who is a human, so we're not inviting him to this village. But when we do get villagers, we'll make sure we assign them to cook us food so we finally can solve that problem. And honestly, it's really nice to finally have a solution here because yeah, our food situation is dire. And I've been eating fried eggs for the past 2 days. Not the best, but pretty soon we should be good to go. And I just got really distracted off camera. I don't even know where I was in my last cut, but as you can see, we just upgraded a Frostlands village to level 10 for a very specific reason. And it actually happened a minute ago, but I unlocked all of the pieces under these Shogun build kits. That's because in a video coming up very soon, I'm going to be building something pretty nostalgic, and some of you guys might be able to guess in the comments, but I'm not going to spoil it for now. Either way, even with a torch in my hand, I am shivering and I'm freezing, so I'm going to get back home. Getting back over here, you can tell that obviously it's a little more built out, but we're still missing a lot, including a ton of railings. This area here is definitely a safety hazard because if you walk too far, you'll go bye-bye, and that's not good. Especially when we start getting villagers in here, we don't want to have that. So it's time to do a little bit more housekeeping. Once again, it's so underrated to be organized in this game, or actually, maybe it's not overrated and maybe I'm just behind. Let's just call it properly rated. And as you can probably see by the time lapse that you've been watching, I'm just doing a ton of little details right now, and it's the little things that really make the difference in this game, in my opinion. So yeah, even something as simple as wrapping this accent around the entire wall. And there we go. But taking a look at the little accents we've done, obviously you just saw what we did under this house, but on top we have all of the railings. So now I can walk to the edge and have a nice vantage point. Not only that though, it wraps all the way around with lighting as well. So at nighttime, it looks great. That's not all though, because if we come out this way, you can see that this top area also has all of our lamps now, and going down the staircase, just a lot more railings, like I said. We got a fire pit as well, and honestly, there's a lot more to add here, but this is just the start. Walking down though, what a surprise, more railings. And then that's it. So taking one big step away, this place is starting to come together. But like you guys saw, I was just recently in the Frostlands biome, upgrading all the way for the Shogun Palace, and I think that it's gonna go somewhere around here, covering all of these dead dirt patches. Like I said, you could probably guess what I'm gonna build here because it's nostalgic and it uses the Shogun Palace builds. It's something that a lot of you guys have been asking for a long time, so that's what we're doing. Predict in the comments if you want to. Currently in my inventory, I'm holding the most rare item in all of LEGO Fortnite Odyssey, and it's called the Shatterhorn Fragment. This resource is rare because it can only be acquired one way, and that's by defeating the Storm King himself. Doing that will give you one, and currently I have two. And starting out today's video, I don't want to wait any longer. We're gonna get over to our crafting bench and make the newest and potentially most powerful sword in the game. So in today's video, we're gonna be wielding the Shatterhorn sword and testing it out with all of the different rune upgrades to see how good it really is. But if you guys are new to the channel and you're not yet subscribed, be sure to do that so you can say you're here before a million, and also just so you can stay tuned on all things LEGO Fortnite Odyssey. Anyway, enjoy. And guys, this is a very special moment because this is something I've been thinking about doing ever since the update went live. Immediately when you go into your crafting bench and you discover that resource, you just notice that it looks a little different. You know, it's not a gem like the Amber, Emerald, Ruby, and Sapphire that we already have. It's this really cool black shard, and throwing it into our recipe, you can see that it requires 2 to craft the blade. And then if we go over to the hilt section, there's a few options. Now I've already gone through and I made my decision. Iron is kind of tempting because it does up the durability by quite a bit, as you can see. Copper's decent, but it just increases the speed a little bit. But what we're gonna be going with is gold. So our sword will look like this, and also more importantly, if you look at the rune slots, by adding gold, you can add 3 additional slots on top of zapping 4. That's the main selling point of this new sword. It's a level 4 rune upgrade, and I'll talk about it more in a second. But first, let's grab some gold and craft. And it's gonna be pretty simple, but here we go for our first Shatterhorn sword inside of LEGO Fortnite Odyssey. Let's go ahead and throw it straight into our hands, and wow. Wow. Oh my goodness. Let's take this thing on into the light and look at this. Are you kidding? This thing looks gorgeous. I hope the video is doing it justice, but it's glowing and shining and it is ready for some more rune upgrades. But like I said, the most important thing to note here is that it has level 4 zapping. And if I slide over here to my rune table and go ahead and try to find zapping, I'll read the description for you. And wait, I just realized I don't even need to do that. I could literally open the codex. But here we go. Zapping 4 is a powerful rune upgrade able to chain lightning instantly between 4 foes. Crafted from the Shadowhorn fragments dropped by the Storm King himself. So here we are. We got zapping 4, but we're not quite done with our upgrades yet because we need to add a few more. Obviously, the first one we're going to be looking for is durability. So here we are with that. Of course, we're also going to throw damage on this guy. And I was going to throw luck on it, but I think I want to try Force 3. This is a brand new rune that got added to the game that increases knockback significantly. So between that and zapping, I really think we have a sword ready for combat. And what's a better spot than the brand new storm biome to test out our Shadowhorn sword? Honestly, I was going to go to the Tempest Gateway instead, but it's been less than 24 hours since I fought him. So maybe we'll do that later in the video. But here we go. Our first ever swing with the Shadowhorn sword. We got force on it as well. So remember, we should get some knockback. But not only that, we're looking for the zapping as well. And here goes nothing. Okay. So we'll go ahead and eliminate one of these guys. Okay, and it looks like it didn't kick in there. I don't think anything happened. Let's go ahead and eliminate the wolf. And no, nothing happened again. Okay. Like I said, maybe it'll just randomly kick in and... Oh, wait. I'm pretty sure that just did damage to the other acolyte nearby. I don't know. You guys saw a replay on screen. I'm pretty sure it did 12 damage though, which is kind of insane. That's basically what we were looking for out of zapping, but we're not done with our test yet. I still need to see if force will work because so far, yeah, I don't really know if that's even working. And once again, force seems like it didn't kick in at all. Did I just waste a rune slot? Ow, dude, you're interrupting my video. But with me hyping up this sword so much in the intro, I gotta put it to more tests because I'm genuinely so curious in knowing if it's actually good or not. Because so far, I'm honestly underwhelmed. But initial impressions aren't everything. So like I said, we're gonna grind out this entire cave all the way down to the final boss battle. Keep in mind, this sword has insane stats. Zapping 4, durability 3, damage 3, and force 3. I feel like it's gotta be decent. But like I said, let's see. Oh, wait a sec. There's that zapping we were talking about. Let's get a replay on that. That one was actually pretty clean. The more I use it, the more I'm starting to get it. Watch, I'll hit this guy. Okay, nothing happened that time. But let's hit this guy. And then, yeah, that guy gets electrocuted by lightning. That's exactly what was supposed to happen with this essence. And yeah, I can confirm that it does happen. Oh my goodness. Look at that. It's like collateral damage. And I had no idea there were even bears in these caves, but just like that, we took out all 3. But that's not even the end. I'm pretty sure there's more. Ah, and here's the end. We don't got the Thunderlord this time. We have the Stormwild Brute duo, and let's see if they patched my method from last time. Because I landed here, and then I was basically invincible, and oh, we can still land here. I wonder if he can hit me this time. And I have a feeling that they didn't patch this. Oh, okay. Maybe we actually do have to lock in. What the? Wait, you can land down here? What in the world? Where are we? There's no way I can be down here. That's so crazy. Okay, but I did say I'd use my sword, so let's make sure we're using it here. Dude, there's no way. How does that even happen? What? Oh my gosh, okay. Okay, and this time around, they're not even frost brutes, so it should be a little bit easier. We'll start out by landing here again, and let's take them down. Oh, nice. So we got one. And here we go. Brute number 2. And hey, I only died once. Wait. That's not that good, actually. But anyway, we got our brute scales, and we still got our Shadowhorn sword, which, if you didn't notice, is already more than halfway broken. I hardly use the thing in the brute fight, and it's really down bad. Like, it's honestly about to break already. That's absolutely insane. Anyway, let's go ahead and open this chest and get back up. But just because my Shatterhorn sword is already halfway broken doesn't mean we're anywhere close to actually losing it. And for the next part of this video, I have a tip for you guys to get basically 3 times the life out of any of your brand new upgraded weapons or tools. And in order to do it, all you're gonna need is the brand new legendary forge that came out with the Storm Chasers update, and you can build that with the resources on screen here. And once you have that legendary forge down, all you're gonna need are some rift crystals, because you can go right in here and go ahead and apply some to make your Shatterhorn sword or any other tool you have rifted. If you haven't done this yet, basically what this does is it completely refreshes the health, and with that gem slider on screen, as you go ahead and use the sword, it'll fill up. And then once it's fully filled up, it'll turn into a legendary item. So yeah, now I've got this life with it, and then once it fully fills up, it'll become gold, and I'll have a whole nother go with it. Although I still think that this thing is kind of mid, and I don't even know if I'm going to be using it much anymore. Because while you guys saw me put it to use in the cave and it wasn't horrible, I just don't think it's exactly what we were looking for. The damage output isn't crazy. The knockback doesn't seem to do much of anything, and overall, I just think there's better options. So I'm going to go back over here and take our Sapphire sword into our main slot. But hey, it was definitely fun to try out the Shatterhorn sword, and don't you worry, I'm going to show this one off again later in its legendary state, so stay tuned. And in my last video, I actually hinted at my next build, which we're going to start right now. And if you missed it, I said this. But like you guys saw, I was just recently in the Frostlands biome, upgrading all the way for the Shogun Palace, and I think that it's going to go somewhere around here, covering all of these dead dirt patches. Like I said, you could probably guess what I'm going to build here because it's nostalgic and it uses the Shogun Palace builds. It's something that a lot of you guys have been asking for a long time, so that's what we're doing. Predict in the comments if you want to. And well, some of you guys guessed it pretty easily. And yes, we are rebuilding my original storage dojo room. This was my first quote-unquote mega base, and I posted quite a few times about it. It's probably one of my most recognizable builds over my course of Lego Fortnite, which is crazy to say, but for basically the past year, a lot of you guys have been wanting me to rebuild it, and today is that day. And I'm gonna be honest, a year ago, I had no idea what I was doing with builds. So when I took a look at it in my survival world, I realized that nothing is symmetrical, and honestly, it's just kind of built weird. And all I'm trying to say is it might not be the exact same, but it's gonna look pretty identical. Anyway, let's go ahead and get started with this after I move the village out of the way, because yeah, I'm gonna build here. But now, let's go ahead and get started. Okay, first layer of the roof done, and honestly, it's starting to come together here. And we're coming up on the end of this build, and let me just say, it is so satisfying in this game when parts fit perfectly. And as you can see here, as we're snapping the final pieces of this roof together, everything just falls into place perfectly. And yeah, this is actually gonna be the last layer of the roof. After this, we're gonna flatten it out using some foundations. And popping what will basically be our last piece into place here. Let's go ahead and sleep through the night, and then I will give you a brand reveal of our brand new dojo. Or you just simply watch the time lapse on your screen. You'll have an idea of what I'm about to show you. But ladies and gentlemen, this is Storage Dojo 2.0. Leave a like for the nostalgia, and let's go ahead and jump inside. But it's gonna look super familiar if you used to watch me about a year ago. And we'll pop up some side-by-side comparisons, but this is the bottom floor where I do all of my workshopping. I had tons of different stations down here, and I had villagers villagers assigned to different tasks. Then going up the beautiful staircase up to the second floor, this is where we used to have all of our storage. Now, if we look out the window this way, you'll remember that we do have a storage room right across the way. So we still got to make a decision on what we're doing here. And if you got any suggestions, let me know in the comments. And then coming up to the very, very top floor, this floor definitely got upgraded from the last dojo that we made. As you can see, the skylight looks amazing in my opinion. And the original build just had a covered ceiling, so definitely like that upgrade. Along with that, there's still one thing that we need to do, and that is punch out this right here. And the reason we did that is because we're gonna eventually add a balcony here. Not in today's video though, because I'm still trying to blueprint that part. But for the sake of this video and for the sake of reminding me that I actually need to fix this, I'm just gonna leave it completely empty right now. We're just gonna have to deal with it. But we're not done with the dojo just yet, because the front of it still looks kind of underwhelming in my opinion, and we gotta fix that because this just doesn't look right. It's a ginormous building, and I feel like the entrance should reflect that. It should be very grand and luxurious. And yeah, right now we just got some dead grass and chickens walking everywhere. Let's go ahead and fix that. And there we go. It's looking a little bit better. As you can see, we built these very interesting looking statues here. And those pieces come courtesy of this Raven's Roost set. I didn't even know that these pieces existed, but yeah, I think these came out really cool. It's got that cobblestone design and definitely looks like a unique kind of statue. Along with that, we obviously have this cobblestone walkway leading up to the grand and main entrance of the dojo. Once again, it looks a lot better than it did a second ago. There's still some dead grass here though, so we'll have to cover that later. But this is none other than my original dojo that I had in my original Lego Fortnite survival world, the one before expert mode came out. And recently I've been feeling a little homesick in my new world, so I brought in a huge element of my past world, and that's of course this iconic building right here. Guys, drop a like on the video right now and comment down below if you remember the storage dojo. We had so many good times when this game first dropped, and this was one of my first big build projects, so it's super cool to have it back on the channel. And this is going to be a huge building for future projects, and as you can see right now, it's empty, and you can literally hear an echo in here. The only real difference in design between this and the original is this third story, which actually has a beautiful looking skylight, and it also has these shelves up here. I'm not sure exactly what I want to put on these shelves, but I'm definitely going to store some stuff to show off. Anyway, we got more work to do on the interior, but that's not the point, because I'm sure a lot of you clicked on today's video to see the best charm combination. But before I can craft and equip these charms, we need to go get into a fight. And some of you may have guessed it, but the fight I'm referring to is against the Storm King. Let's make light work out of him real quick, and then we'll get our Shatterhorn fragment, which is what we need for our charm. You can wish me luck by subscribing. Let's get into this. All right, so we broke all of his weak points already. And in case you're curious on how to fight the Storm King in the best way possible, I have a few videos on my channel, and that's why we're keeping it pretty short today. But if you're wondering, this is my entire loadout. We got a health charm right now, a storm charm, and a totem of return in rare rarity because this is expert mode. But we're on to the final stage of the battle, and he's about to spawn in some crawlers, which are really, really annoying. So let me lock in one more time, and then we'll get the Shatterhorn fragment and continue with this video. Here goes nothing. Oh my, wait. Dude, there's no way I just died. I was right at the end too, there's no way. Oh my gosh, I have to actually redo it. I don't even have the right foods now. I thought I was gonna be able to come in and sweep it up, but I have to start from scratch. That's insane. Okay, well, I'm gonna let them eliminate me, and we're just gonna get prepared because I'm not doing this fight with just a few fruit pies. It's just not happening. Okay, so now that the time is ticking, we have less than 40 minutes to go back and fight the Storm King. I gotta find some bear pelts in order to make myself another totem of return. So here goes nothing. Oh yeah, and just a tip when you're fighting bears and other animals, most of them cannot do anything at all if you just stand on an elevated surface. So pro tip of the day, just do this and it'll make your life a lot easier in this game. Anyway, we got our bear pelts, and now it's time to go home so we can get back into the Storm King battle. Only after, of course, we make our charm. I'm ashamed I even have to do this, but with our charm equipped, we're gonna get prepared and go back into the Storm King battle. Only this time, hopefully, I won't fail. Okay, and here we go. Storm King part 2. Hopefully this time we can actually make light work out of him.
Let's make light work out of him real quick, and then we'll get our Shatterhorn fragment, which is what we need for our charm.
All right, here we go. We're on to the last part of the fight again. And I still got quite a bit of Stormfruit Nectar, so hopefully I'll be fine this time. And here we go. We did it. And we actually got a task complete for defeating the Storm King 3 times, which is kind of crazy because I didn't know that existed, but nice. We did it once again. We defeated the Storm King. It only took us 2 tries. But with it, we're going to get our chest. And of course, inside of it will be our Shatterhorn Fragment, along with a few fun other tools like the Cyclone Pickaxe. Still not the biggest fan of this or the Thunderclap Blade, but hey, that's for another discussion. But like I kept mentioning, the thing that we really wanted this time around was the Shatterhorn Fragment here. And getting back home and taking it over here to our crafting bench, you'll see exactly why. And it's because we can make the Storm Charm. Once again, as you can see, I already own one. But with our second one made, we can go ahead and ditch our health charm, and there's a reason we're doing this, and it's actually quite simple. The health charm will do 4 hearts and 3 shield, and so will the storm charm. The storm charm will also reduce damage taken from storm energy attacks. So yeah, objectively, it will be the best charm stack in the entire game for that reason. Obviously, if there's a reason for you to use something else like an inner fire charm, if you're going to a Frostlands cave, or a cool-headed charm for the dry valley biome, this will be the best charm combo to run. I would even recommend making 3 of these if you're playing in survival mode, but obviously I'm playing in expert mode, and this is my safety net. I mean, if I didn't have one of these earlier in the video, I would have lost this world. So yeah, I'm gonna need a totem of return. If you can get away with making another one, it would be an absolutely insane combo. And while we're on the subject of charms, the health charm is actually really, really good post update. They increased the amount of hearts it gives to make it a little more competitive with some of the special ability charms. So if you haven't gone in and taken a look post update at what all the charms do in terms of health and armor, I definitely suggest doing it. But defeating the Storm King was just the beginning of today's video, because the fun is honestly just getting started, because now we get to actually put this double storm charm to the test. And there really is only one place to test this out, and it's going to be over there in the storm. Because the question now is, how much damage am I going to take from storm energy attacks, considering I have 2 storm charms? Is it only going to reduce a certain amount of damage? Is it going to do double the effect? I don't really know. Let's go ahead and test it out. But first, we're coming over here to the legendary rift, and we are going to rift our sapphire crossbow, which was basically about to break. So a little pro tip, if you have a tool that's about to break and you don't want it to, just go ahead and build yourself a legendary forge and upgrade it with crystals. Because as you can see now, it has what looks to be an empty health bar, but if you don't know, when you start using it, it'll actually go up in durability, and once it hits the max level, it'll turn into a legendary weapon, therefore basically giving it 2 more lives. Try it out if you haven't, and let's go ahead and get to the storm now. But here we go, and right off the bat, we have 12 minutes, so double the time in the storm. If you walk in with no charms on, I believe you get about 30 seconds in here, and then 1 storm charm gives you 6 minutes and 50 seconds. So throwing on 2 of these will double it to about 13 minutes, which is just insane. But the storm timer really doesn't even matter. 13 minutes, 6 minutes doesn't really make a big difference. What really is going to make a big difference is how much damage we take from storm attacks. So I believe any of these enemies are classified as storm enemies. So let's just see how much damage they can do to me. And okay, I got shot by an arrow and I'm getting hit by spiders. And I'm not taking that much damage. Obviously, it is kind of hard to tell still. So I guess let's see what a roller does to us. Oh, and that actually did quite a bit of damage. But enough of that. I think the best way to actually test if this charm's good or not is to jump into a dungeon here and simply just try to clear it out. I feel like simply getting to play with charms on will give you a good idea of how good they are. So yeah, we're just gonna run through a few levels and I'll give you guys my thoughts as we go on. I really do think this is gonna be a good charm stack though. Oh yeah, and also as we go through this, we are going to be getting tons more good loot. To be honest, my storage room is already looking dry and I just built it, so I need to fill it up, and this is definitely going to help. And you know what? I have like terrible food in my inventory for fighting this dungeon right now, and I'm still not needing to eat that much of it, so that's a good sign. Like, I got this fruit pie that takes 6 seconds to eat, but I'm finding even while I'm getting hit a bunch, I'm not taking that much damage to even have to eat a lot of these. All I'm saying is, so far so good, and that's another level down, but let's just keep on cooking here. And yeah, we are just tearing through these. Oh my goodness. These rollers just got destroyed, and that's another level down. I think I can confirm that this is definitely a charm stack worth trying out. And here we go. Ooh, we got the Thunderlord this time. It's been a minute since I've seen him. And if anything is considered a storm energy attack, it's definitely the Thunderlord here. Let's see how we get on. And obviously, if we take any damage, we'll have to see exactly how much. But starting out against the Thunderlord, all we got to do is keep our distance and make sure we're using our crossbow. And I mean, he literally can't do anything to us. I don't know what he's trying. He's just teleporting all over the place. But bro is lost, boxing him like fish. And oh my, okay, I forgot he had that attack, but he missed. And yeah, honestly, you know what? Let him hit me with this. And okay, that actually did. Oh my, okay. No more messing around. I honestly think that the Thunderlord is probably one of the easiest enemies. You guys let me know in the comments if you guys already fought him. And if you have, did you find him easy or difficult? The first time I fought the Storm King, he actually, I think like 2-hit me, but I was definitely not prepared for it. But hey, times have changed. We just took him out, no problem. And once again, I think I can officially confirm that this Storm Charm stack is absolutely goated, and you guys should try it out as soon as you can if you have the necessary resources, because yeah, I think you'll definitely enjoy it. Okay, and I got a little bit distracted and built this. It's probably the most unique thing that I've ever built in this game, let's be honest. I mean, what did I even do here? I don't really know, but I like how it looks. So we have a brand new building, and this was all done using free building. As you can see, I'm literally using platforms as this window here. It's a classic technique that I used to use quite a bit, and honestly, I carried it over to my storage dojo as well. But if we take a step away and look at this thing, I really like the way it kind of falls into the backdrop since it is so unique. So yeah, I think I'll be keeping it. I'm not sure what will go inside yet, but that's a different conversation. And what we're gonna do next is more village upgrades, because this place is coming together, especially when you look at it from angles like this. There's just so much going on. But jumping down this part and taking a look at it from the bottom of the hill, you'll notice that there's a very grand and nice looking staircase here, but over here there's nothing. It's just a bunch of grass. And honestly, I'm just not a big fan of this walk up here, so we're gonna fix that next. Here we go. We got ourselves our secondary staircase. So once again, taking a look at it from below, it looks much better and it's really starting to come together. I know I'm saying that a lot, but I mean, come on, look at this. Absolutely amazing progress here at the village, but our work is nowhere close to done. And if you guys have any suggestions for this village, be sure to leave them down in the comments. I'm open to absolutely anything. As you can see, we're kind of mapping out our pathways here, and there's definitely still a lot of room to build. Obviously, we have this hill here. We have a flat area right across from it. And then in our backyard, we even have the storm. This is the dungeon that I just defeat, so the storm isn't even there, but it'll pop up again in around 24 hours. But either way, in this video, since we've obviously already talked about the charm stack, next I want to talk about something pretty interesting that I've never tried before, and it's right here on my crossbow. So I have damage, durability, and destruction, which are all pretty normal for me. But then the last enchantment that I have on this one is Lifesteal 3. And if you guys don't know what that is, because I honestly didn't before starting this video, Lifesteal says that defeating an enemy will heal you a lot, and that sounds super interesting. I've actually already used this crossbow in this video, but I have not paid attention to lifesteal at all. So we're gonna put it to the test since we're still exploring everything in the Storm Chasers update, and we're gonna go put it to the test by jumping into Raven's Castle. This is a good place to start because there are some acolytes just kind of wandering around down here, so I can go ahead and let them kind of damage me. My goodness, this guy really does no damage at all. I mean, I know I have 2 storm charms on, and that's obviously confirmed to help out, but this guy's crossbow is doing half a heart in damage. You guys just saw that. Half a heart is absolutely insane. But here we go. We have over 2 hearts taken off of our player. Let's go ahead and take this acolyte out using Lifesteal 3, and let's see how many hearts we get. Oh gosh, there's 2 now. Okay, here we go. We'll eliminate him, and oh my goodness, we basically got back 2 hearts. Let's do it again. We eliminate him, and we're back to full hearts. Okay, let me let them just damage me a little bit more. Okay, now we're actually losing some hearts, so let's see what we can do. And we'll eliminate acolyte number 1. It'll give us basically 2 hearts. And acolyte number 2, yep, 2.5 hearts, I believe, or something close to that. Dude, that is insane. Anyway, because I'm sure a lot of you guys probably have not tried Lifesteal yet, I would definitely recommend doing it. And you guys just saw that acolyte shooting me. This double storm charm is going absolutely crazy as well, so try that out. And let's go ahead and try to eliminate Raven here now. And wait, are we really? Bro, is he that weak? Like, he's literally dying in 2 seconds. Okay, we got him. Raven is such light work. It's actually insane. Anyway, now we get our free reward, so let's see what's inside of this chest. What are we gonna get? Oh, we got a Rift Crystal, some Eye of the Storms, and some Essence that I can't even grab because my player's full again. I swear after this update, it's not a bad thing, but Essence is like very easy to get, and I'm constantly at the maximum capacity, so if anyone from Lego Fortnite is watching, it'd be really cool if we could get that increased to like 2,000. I just have a feeling it would go a very long way for us players. Anyway, that's all we needed from Raven's Castle. Let's go ahead and get home. Bro, what is going on? Let's go ahead and get home. And whenever I've got too much essence, I go ahead and just upgrade some stuff in advance. So as you can see here, we started upgrading a brand new crossbow and sapphire sword, and then we also fully upgraded a dagger. We got Stormbane 3, durability, damage, and destruction. Don't ask me why, but you know, we got to test some of these new things, and that's what we're continuing to do. But guys, that's going to be about the end of today's video. Stay tuned though, because I'm going to get right back to work after the end of this one, getting started on the storage dojo. I got 3 empty floors and so many ideas. So yeah, you're not going to want to miss any of this village progression, as well as everything related to Lego Fortnite. Anyway, click on the video on screen, as it's my last video in this survival expert mode playthrough. But that's been it for me today. Thank you so much for watching all the way until the end. It's been your boy Kaz. I'll catch y'all later. Peace. 6 months ago, I uploaded a video talking about the most impossible challenge in expert mode. I even said 99% fail. And in that video, I take you through what I deem as the hardest challenge in all of Lego Fortnite Odyssey, and that's going to be the Star Wars Island Frostlands cave in expert mode. In the video 6 months ago, if you didn't see it, I geared up with all of the best and most overpowered items in the game, and I jumped into one of those caves trying to run through it and simply conquer it. Basically, you'll fight 3 waves of enemies that will all have blasters, leading up to a final boss in the last section of this cave. The reason it's so hard is because these bosses do a ton of damage. They're super fast, and not only that, in expert mode at the time, you didn't have any shield. Fast forward to today, and you have a little bit. As you can see, I have 6 shield on me right now. But there's a reason I'm making a big deal out of this, and it's because I said this at the end of the video after I failed the challenge with a totem of return equipped. What I'm about to say next is kind of insane, and I might regret saying this, but 1 million subscribers on this channel, and if you guys want to see it, I will go back to Star Wars Island into a Frostlands cave and try to defeat it without a totem of return. Meaning that if I die in that cave, then this world is gone. Well, as you just heard, and as you can see if you scroll down in this video, I have 1 million subscribers now. Thank you again. But with that, I am a man of my word, and today we are going to be going back to Star Wars Island for the 2nd time with the final goal of conquering a Frostlands cave with no totem of return. I have 1 equipped right now, but we're going to be taking it off and jumping straight back into that cave. So wish me luck, drop a like, and subscribe for all things Lego Fortnite Odyssey. Again, 1 million subscribers is absolutely insane, and we're about to go crazy in 2025. We're just getting started here. I'm actually just getting back from vacation, which is why I haven't been uploading that much. I'm sorry, I know. Bro hits 1 mil and then he goes on vacation. It's absolutely insane. Anyway, we're getting into this. Subscribe, and I hope you guys enjoy. So before we can actually go any further with this video, I have to unlock the Frostlands cave, and that's going to require us to upgrade a Star Wars village. So let me cook real quick. And after a quick time lapse, I've done a bit of cooking, and as you can see, we've upgraded our Star Wars village for the first time in this brand new expert mode world. And hopefully we can revisit this and fully finish it after we complete the Frostlands cave, but that's what's up next. We actually have to go inside and conquer it without a totem. Once again, this is going to be absolutely insane. So guys, drop a like on the video. I promise you it will give me luck, and I know if you don't like the video, so please just click like right now. I'm going to need all the luck I can get, but let's go. Okay, I need to take 1 quick trip back home to fully get our inventory sorted, and then we're going to jump right in. Okay, and the sun is rising. I did equip an entire inventory, which I'll go ahead and open up and show you. So I got a ton of arrows. I also have some miscellaneous goods over here on the side in case I need any of it. Spicy burgers will be important because, as you can see in my charm section, I do have 1 inner fire charm along with 2 storm charms. If there's any bright side of this challenge, it's the fact that I do have extra hearts. You know, the totem of return I was rocking only gives you 1 extra, whereas this one will give me 3 extra hearts. Also 3 extra armor. So yeah, the charms are at least a little bit better, but here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're going back to Star Wars Island, and one last time I'm asking you, please drop a like, subscribe if you haven't already, because we are risking our entire expert mode world. And oh man, I'm getting a little nervous now. Let's head over to the Frostlands and get this started. And one thing I haven't mentioned yet is that obviously with this brand new update in Lego Fortnite Odyssey, the tools and weapons are just a lot better. As you can see, I have a sapphire sword in my hand right now. This thing right here would do much more damage than the old swords fully upgraded would. So in that sense, we do definitely have an advantage, but this is not going to be easy, and we're here in front of a Frostlands cave. I don't want to waste any more of your time. This is our 1 million subscriber special right here. I said I would do it, and I'm a man of my word. So today we're taking on the hardest challenge in all of Lego Fortnite. Let me go ahead and eat a spicy burger as well as 1 piece of pizza, but our flintlock is back in our inventory, and we are ready to get into this. Here we go. 9 armor and quite a bit of hearts right now. We'll see what we do, and it's about to get really scary out here in this cave. So there's 3 levels, and we're starting here in the base. Okay, here we are. I haven't even been into one of these caves yet, so while I'm here, just in case we survive, which I really hope we do, I am going to be harvesting some resources as well, because why not? I really don't have many plastoids and durasteel yet, so hopefully we can get some of that. Also, if we do manage to make it out, on the other side of this, we should get our first ever lightsaber. But we're getting too ahead of ourselves. We got to complete this cave first, and oh my goodness. Oh yeah, we're going to get a lot of good loot if we survive. I've said it a bunch of times, but wish me luck. Here we go. All right, and we just got to remember that all of these guys are going to have projectiles as well. And basically, if you haven't seen one of these caves yet, there's one simple objective, and it's to eliminate every single enemy inside of here, because every single wave is going to get harder and harder, and you can only proceed forward after you eliminate everything. And off the bat, we have not even been hit yet, so that's a good sign. But there are quite a bit of these guys. And oh my goodness, I forgot that some of them have launchers that explode. We got to take this slow, and we're actually going to back up quite a bit as well, because we have plenty of room to work with as we move backwards. So if we just lure them over to one area, we should be able to take them on in a little bit less numbers, because as you can see when we jumped in here, there were a ton of them, and there still are a ton. And oh no, okay, we got to lock in. We actually have to lock in here. They're like all chasing us. Oh my, okay. Luckily, we have some shakes with us today as well. And yes, we're gonna get some blasters. We're gonna get storm cores. Nice. Oh my goodness, and I forgot there is a final boss as well. Obviously, that'll be in the third phase, but here, even in the first phase, we do have the general. I don't remember his name, so forgive me, but there is a final boss that has more health. And oh no, dude, this launcher is doing damage, bro. Holy, dude, look at my hearts. Okay, we have to focus the guy that's shooting the explosive here. Yep, and he's one hit. There it is. All right, both of these guys have blasters, so we can get up close and personal, I think. One more hit on this guy. Come on, one more hit, one more hit. There we are. And this should be the last guy in the first. Wait, this is actually pretty light. Look at us. Wait, did we just get through the first level like that? There's a red wall down there, and if it's open, then that means that we completed it, but it's not. And there's another enemy right here. This is hopefully the last one. Let's go ahead and ground pound him. And oh, okay. Yep, that still wasn't it. Oh my goodness. Okay, wait, hang on. Let's go. Wait, did we do it? Let's go. Okay. That was honestly pretty light. I have a feeling it's going to get harder and harder, but so far so good. Like I said, I think we're underestimating how good the Storm Chasers update was for tools and weapons, because these weapons are overpowered, but we're getting straight in here to phase 2, and we cannot take this lightly once again. So let's just lead them back into phase 1. Like I said, we have plenty of room in this cave to kind of back up and take these guys on one by one. Oh, let's go. Okay, we need another spicy burger. Let's get right back in here. But oh my goodness, there are so many more. Oh, yo, I wasn't even aimed at that guy, and I just headshot one. Little pro tip for those of you guys, if you didn't know with combat, if you jump slam attack, it'll actually do quite a bit more damage. So just like that, we did 18 damage, and this guy dropped a sword too. That's crazy. Holy, okay, there's more. It's time to lock in. Oh no, we're getting sloppy. We're getting sloppy. We got to make sure we're drinking our smoothies. Here's our general commander. Once again, he's Storm Wild, which means he has a ton of health. Oh, he's one hit. He's one hit. Come on. Yes, there we go. All right, from there, it should be pretty light. There's another one. These guys aren't even Storm Wild. Let's go. I think we did it. Oh, and we did. And hey, we might not be done yet, but we only have one more wave to go, and it is going to be the hardest one because there is going to be a boss back here. I don't even remember which boss it'll be. It'll probably be an AWR trooper, in which case we absolutely have to lock in, but we'll have to wait and see. And here we go. I don't see a single enemy. Oh, there they are. Okay. They don't see me yet. So let's see if we can just take one out real stealth. I see some guys right there. Oh, and okay. Yep, they already see me. Here goes nothing. Last wave. I really think we can do this. Oh, look at that. Nice little no-scope there. Okay, and we're taking a peek down here. I see the trooper. It's the AWR trooper. Let's start by getting an easy free headshot on him. Come on. Oh, okay. And we hit a body shot, but that's fine. Okay, 2 body shots. Not bad. Oh, 3 body shots. Bro is standing still. Wait. No way we just take him out like this. Bro, what? Why is he standing still? This is so free. I think if I just maintain this position right here, I might be able to do it low key. Come on. Come on. Oh, yo, no way. We just took him out like that. Hang on. I'm freezing. My guy is shivering. He's going to need another spicy burger real quick, but no way. We just took out the AWR trooper like that. The rest of this is light work, guys. Drop a like. Come on. It's the home stretch. I cannot get lazy now. This is where I died last time if you didn't watch that video. It was in the last phase of it, so we can't let our guard down yet, and there's quite a bit of them, and they run really, really fast. Hang on. Oh my goodness. Okay, here we go. There's one. Oh my goodness, this is light work, bro. This is light work. This is light work. They can't do anything. They're stuck. Oh my, wait. Oh, whoa, 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 wait, wait, what? I thought I just eliminated that guy. There's 2 of them? Get me up here. Get me up here. No, 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 no. Wait, I did not expect to see another one of those guys. Where did bro come from? That actually scared me. That was like a jump scare. Oh, okay. There he is. Here he is. So he's just sitting down here on the ice, and he just cannot hit me. Bro has horrible aim. So maybe we could just take him out real easy again. And if you couldn't notice, this crossbow is actually doing... Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. I just got hit and lost so many hearts. What was that? But just like that, we took out the other one. That's 2 AWR troopers down, or I think that's what they're called. I don't even know. Either way, doesn't really matter. The final boss is down, and from here, it should be smooth sailing as long as we don't absolutely choke. There's just a few more of these guys left. Come on, here we go. Let's take him out with a sword. Come on. There we go. Oh my. Whoa, 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 whoa. Not so fast, not so fast. We gotta drink another smoothie. But it's already getting quieter in this cave, and I really think that we did this pretty easily. Hang on. There should only be a few more enemies from the looks of it. Come on, let's do this. One. Oh, is this the last one? It might actually be the last one. He's on 1 health. But this should just about be the final send, so let's go ahead and grapple up. Let's do a flint knock 360. Oh, okay. It wasn't reloaded. Where'd he go? Wait. 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 Did he just get eliminated? What? The wall's down. Did we just did it. Yo, let's go. I wanted to do a 360 no scope and somehow bro just eliminated himself. I don't know what just happened there, but ladies and gentlemen, just like that, with no totem of return, we conquered what used to be the hardest challenge in all of Lego Fortnite, but now in Lego Fortnite Odyssey, that was light work. Like I said, there's 3 stages, and after the final stage, we are met with our grand prize, which is going to be this chest right here. And if you haven't played the Star Wars update, you wouldn't know what comes out of this chest. But just like that, as we open it, we get ourselves our first ever lightsaber. Going into this, I thought I was about to lose my world, and coming out, we now have a brand new mythic weapon. And hey, I would call that a pretty big success. And what we're getting up to next is actually something that I've been putting off for quite a bit, and it's the storage dojo behind us here. I asked for some suggestions on what I should build inside, and while I'm still not fully decided, I do know one thing for certain, because as you can see inside of here, it's completely empty in every single level. But up here at the top, we're gonna start building out our balconies. We're going to be adding a balcony to every single section of this, unlike the first dojo that we built back in our old world. So it's just going to look a little something like this, and it's going to go around every single side. So let's go ahead and get started on that. And here we go. We punched out a balcony section for every single side of this dojo, so we get 360 views of everything around it. If you guys remember the first storage dojo, it only had 1 balcony on the front section, so this one's getting a little bit of an upgrade, but they're not going to be crazy balconies, and I need to get started on it right now so we can finish it and continue our work. So let's go ahead and do that. And picking up the recording here at night while it's still dark outside, you can see that we added the balconies, but not only that, we also added lights around the entire exterior. Honestly, this does quite a bit for the build, and as you can see right off the bat, it just looks so nice at night now. We're not done yet, because as the sun rises, we can go ahead and add some more to the front of this dojo in the form of some plants. And we're gonna do that by using garden plots here. So we're gonna go ahead and throw down 2 in each planter here. And for now, we just got raspberries and peppers, but eventually we'll go to Lost Isles and grab some nicer plants like the banana ones and the coconut trees. And to keep the symmetry here, we got to build the same planter in front of every single entryway. And after a few more small upgrades, we now have planters around the entire place. We have some balconies and we have some lights. In today's video, I gave 2 of the best builders in Lego Fortnite Odyssey access to my main expert mode world to let them build whatever they wanted. And after about a week of letting them do their thing, it's time to load back in and reveal everything that they made for me. And guys, let me just say that these builds are genuinely mind-blowing, and you aren't going to want to miss any of the things that they surprised me with. So let's go ahead and just get into this one. And the sun is rising for another day at our village, where we are about to reveal a brand new build / gift from the 2 people right above me here. They're both absolute legends. We have Long Tom and Syria. If you guys have been watching for the channel a minute, I'm sure you know who they are, but I have not spoiled this build yet, and I think they're ready for me. He's kind of just staring at me up there, so I'm gonna jump into game chat with them and see the grand reveal of these builds, because I've been waiting for about a week to see this, and they've been hyping it up, so here we go. All right, let's turn around and reveal it to the video, because this is the first time they're seeing it, and oh my goodness, look at the sun hitting this thing. It's like so nice in the sunlight. Use code Kaz with the axolotl. Come on, look at how cool this is. Wow. And you guys did this like super quick too, huh? Dude, You can see the resemblance there. Look at that. It's like perfect. Use code Kaz. Ladies and gentlemen, you heard it here first. Use code Kaz. This one's awesome. Thank you to you both, but I think there's some more stuff too, right? What's it gonna be? Wow. Wait, a subscribe sign. No way. Dude, that is awesome. Wait, this sign looks so cool too with like the fire shooting out of it. Whoa. I bet you this looks so cool at night too. Does the fire light up or just the, because I see there's some lights under it.
The fire has its lights, and downstairs you have the lamps from Tom that he did for the lighting of the sign.
This is so sick. And not only that, you can also sit sideways and defy gravity. Look at this. It fills out the space so well too, because like before it was just the side of the mountain there. Yes, I love it. And then just up there on the hill, we have the other one. This is so sick. I love this. Oh my goodness. 2 amazing gifts. You guys are just like the best builders I've ever met. So thank you guys for hopping in and taking the time to do this.
There's actually a third one.
Shut up. Actually? No way. Wait, I thought you guys were only doing 2. Oh my goodness. You guys are spoiling me. Okay. Let's go see it.
This is a present for you.
This looks very ominous.
1 million subscribers.
We have a platform connected to a box.
Your present is inside that box. When you're ready, flip the switch to reveal.
Oh my goodness. What's gonna happen? Is it just gonna explode? Here we go. All right, 3, 2, 1. Bang. Hey, wait, what is that? Oh my God, wait, is this my dog? Wait, did you build my actual dog?
Maybe.
Oh my gosh, there's no way.
Maybe.
Wait, I didn't even realize it at first. This is so cute. Oh, dude, I'll have to pop up a picture on screen of my actual dog in real life. His name is Brimstone, and he looks exactly like this. No way. Wait, I see a driver's seat on this too. Is that just for... Wait. There's no way. What's going on here?
He has a special rocket backpack, but Tom is gonna explain you how this all works.
What did you guys just build me? What is this?
This is Brimstone.
This is Brimstone. Literally the exact same dimensions. Like he's got a big body, but he's very thin. He's got small little legs, a long neck. This is perfect.
To get up on Brimstone, you can hop up on his bent leg and hop up right here.
What? Wait, so this is like intentionally done because he only has one bent leg. The other one's like straight out. No way. And he balances too. How did you do this? Did you put balloons inside of him?
There are some balloons inside him. Yep.
This is magical.
You get in the driver's seat.
You want me to do this?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
You trust me?
100%. Yep.
Okay. 100%. Okay. Let's do it. I'm jumping in the driver's seat.
Go ahead and click the channel 4, whatever you do to activate channel 4.
Okay. All right. We're taking off with Brimstone. Here we go. Bang. Oh my gosh. No way. This is like so good. It's so smooth. Okay. Oh my goodness. Dude, this is crazy. No way.
And then the other 2 channels respectively are your steering. Yep. Go ahead and turn off the balloons and he will do a flip.
Yo, this is crazy. And then we can fly him forward if the balloons are on. I'm like really bad at flying in this game. So this is going to be the vehicle that I take the most care of out of anything I've ever owned. I promise you that. It's my dog. I have to.
And he does have balloons inside him so that when you turn off those balloons, he will gently come down to land.
Oh, yeah, I see.
As he comes down, he's going to tilt back.
I see that.
Just turn on the big balloons and turn them off. That'll level him out.
Yep.
And let him keep coming down.
Yep.
And he'll land back feet first, and then he should just level out onto whatever surface you land him on.
I'm gonna try to land him on the box. This is gonna be my like test run. Here we go. Oh, we're gonna do a little flip. We're gonna balance him. Oh no. Okay. Just bear with me here. Okay. Hopefully I can do this while the sun's still up because this is taking a minute. But we're gonna do this. This is like me getting my pilot license. Like I gotta pass this. Okay, here we go. This is the most unique vehicle, or I guess this is technically an airship. This is the most unique dog I've ever seen on Lego Fortnite. So thank you guys. Just one little tap of the forward button.
Oh, perfect. Hold that.
Oh,
Hold that. Hold that.
Yeah.
Just like that. And look at that. The sun is still up kind of a little bit. We did it just in time. Oh my goodness. And he lands on his feet too. That's incredible. How cute. This is adorable. I love this. I thought it was going to be the 1 million subscriber plaque or something. And then I came over here and it was this little box. And I'm like, what could this possibly be?
On another note, it's nighttime, so you can see the sign.
Looks so good. Oh, I'm excited to see the other one too.
Come on here, hop on the top. That's all storage, all your secret storage.
So I can hide all of my sacks of cheese in here or something.
Exactly.
I can't. Wait, I just said that on video. Wait, now I can't. Now everyone's going to know. Okay, I'll put something else in here, but that's cool. Wow, okay. Oh my goodness. this. I love it. I love it. It looks so good. Okay. And once again, shout out to Long Tom and Syria, guys. They are some of the most creative builders I've ever seen in this game, and they came in here and absolutely blessed me. So they're going to be down in the description. And after this video, I want you guys to click on their channels and go comment and tell them Kaz says thank you, because seriously, I've said thank you to them 1,000 times, but it really just adds to the videos, and I'm so happy that these are now in my world. Obviously, you guys know the deal. Use code Kaz if you're buying anything in the Lego Fortnite item shop, and then also subscribe to the channel if you're not already, because I guess we've hit a mil, so I can't say that anymore. But technically now we're on the road to 2 million, so subscribe if you're not, for all things Lego Fortnite and Lego Fortnite Odyssey. Anyway, the next thing we got to do in today's video is go on an adventure. And no, we're not just going on any adventure. As you guys obviously just saw, we now have my own dog in Lego Fortnite Odyssey, which is just crazy. Again, the resemblance is just insane. I mean, it looks exactly like him. The only thing is the wood is a little bit darker than the tone of my dog in real life, but this is incredible. And we also have 2 gem chests on the side for storage. This makes for an excellent means of transportation. Obviously, we flew him with Syria and Long Tom on top of him as well, but now we're gonna really put him to the test. So let's get on to our adventure. And after a little bit of preparation, let's go. Once again, shout out to Syria and Long Tom. I mean, this is just absolutely insane. I cannot believe that I'm flying my own dog in Lego Fortnite. And I know this is super random, but it's actually my dog's birthday on the day that this video is going up. So happy birthday to Brimstone. My puppy's turning 3 years old today. So this is honestly the perfect video to be uploading. But anyway, let's go on a little adventure, because like I said, we got to take him out for a spin, and there's not too much that I even need to do. But honestly, I just got to get used to flying him around, because this is going to be my main means of transportation when I have to go on long journeys in my world. I mean, how could it not be? It literally has everything I need. Anyway, like I said, we're going on a little adventure, and what I really want to do here is try to find some bears, because I've recently began expanding my storage room, but one thing I don't have a whole lot of are bear pelts, and I need those for some totem of returns. So yeah, we're gonna try to find a few bears here, and here is our first one while I just let Brimstone land on his feet. And look at that. That is so nice. I just gotta make sure that no mobs destroy him, because that would be very sad, and I'd have to call in Syria and Tom again to fix them. But yeah, we're looking for bear pelts at the moment, and there is number 1. But hopefully we can find a few more as well. Oh, wait. No way. Wait, am I seeing what I think I'm seeing? There's no way. Dude, I'm pretty sure that's the lizard villager. Wait, what's his name again? Mythic. No way. Bro, we found Mythic in the middle of nowhere. Hang on. Please. No. You cannot die. You cannot die. Wait, we need to protect Mythic. Come explore. Yes, please. Dude, this is like my favorite villager, and we just found him in the middle of nowhere. We've got to protect him, and the only reason I look down here is because also there is a bear over there that I'm going to need. But it's the middle of the night, so let's get some Z's first. But hang on. I did not expect to find Mythic in the middle of nowhere. That's epic. Let's go ahead and take down these acolytes. And then let's take down the bear. And please don't die, Mythic. Please do not die. Please do not die. Please do not die. No. Whoa, wait. We didn't think this one through. We did not think this one. Dude. There's no way, right? There's no way. There's no way he just died. Bro. How did he just die so fast? Mythic, no! Oh, it's just another day of being let down by the villagers in this game. Guys, can we get an RIP Mythic in the comments? That is so sad. Well, that was short-lived. Dude, I'm actually so bummed. That's so annoying. One day we'll be reunited. Apparently today was not the day, and wow, I'm actually so bummed by that. I should not have thrown him into that fight. I'm so dumb, bro. That's one of my favorite villagers in the entire game at the moment, and I had him in my village earlier in this series. You probably know that if you watch every video. Why did I just try to fight a bear with him in front of it? That was very silly of me. Whatever. I guess we'll find him another time. And you know, you can never have enough root scales, so let's go ahead and clean this guy up real quick. And I mean, that was absolute light work. I know the Storm Chasers update has been out for a while in Odyssey, but if you're still not using these upgraded crossbows and things like that, I would definitely suggest it. I mean, look at this thing's stats. It's absolutely insane. Anyway, I left Brimstone, and now he's on his side in the middle of these frostpine trees, and I'm kind of scared to fly him out of here, but let's see what we can do. Let's just pop some balloons. And just like that, dude, it's so easy. It's like Syria and Tom knew how bad I was at flying and made this thing indestructible for me. I don't really know. Either way, we're back home already, and I know that was a very short adventure, but I have an idea. And that idea is going to be another build that we're going to obviously have to be home for. So let's go ahead and try to park Brimstone. I don't know what's going on with my camera right now, but let's see what we can do. And once again, yeah, they really made this thing so good for me. Like, look at this. I'm landing it no problem. But anyway, this idea stems from the fact that, as you can see, I'm parking him on top of a half-broken box, and that's not really going to cut it. So the first task at hand is just going to be ripping down the rest of this box. All right, and with all that torn down, it's time to tell you guys my idea. Obviously, right here, we have a dog. So my thinking here is that the only logical thing to build for the dog is gonna be a dog house. At first, I was gonna build a bit of an airstrip landing pad for him, but I feel like I gotta stay on theme here. So yeah, we're gonna be making a simple little dog house for our boy Brim here. And I'm not sure exactly how that's all gonna come together, but it's gotta happen, and we're gonna get started very soon once I pick a place to build it. Obviously, this is a nice spot here, but I feel like eventually I'm actually gonna put a real building there. So I'm gonna look around for some other spots maybe. So yeah, let me just consider my options for a little bit, and I'll see you guys when I have a bit of a plan. And it's now a new day, which means we are gonna go ahead and start our doghouse right over here. So I believe I want to build it right under this hill in this little crevice, and I honestly can just go ahead and get started. I think it'll make more sense once I start building, but as you can see, it's on the opposite side of everything that we already have in this world. But yeah, like I said, let me just get started, and you guys will see what I cook up. And obviously so far all we did was lay down the floor, but we need to make sure that this thing is actually the right size. So let's go ahead and just park Brim inside of here. And you know what? I think that this size is gonna work out just perfectly. I could probably make it a tiny bit bigger, but you know what? My pilot skills have got to get pretty good, and I think this will challenge me to land it pretty perfectly. So we'll stick with this size for now. Let's just keep on cooking though. Okay, now let me go ahead and take a step away, and I know what you might be thinking. This doesn't look like a traditional doghouse, and you would be very correct in that. But what I realized once I started building this thing is that it doesn't have any wheels. So driving into it and using it like a traditional hangar really doesn't make sense. I basically have to fly it out of the top of the ceiling, and I'm gonna have to land it through the roof as well. So I think this is basically our only option until I add wheels onto it and maybe change things a little bit. But yeah, as you can see, you can still fly out of the top of the doghouse, and you can also obviously land back inside of it. It is a little bit of a tight squeeze because his tail is pretty long, so it'll be interesting to see, but I'm definitely going to be using this more and more over the coming days. Today, I'm giving myself exactly 1 hour to transform this empty spot of land into my dream Lego city inside of Lego Fortnite Odyssey. And with only 60 minutes on the clock, this challenge is going to require some super quick building, and honestly, wish me luck because this is going to be tough. But stay tuned through this video to see the final results at the very end, because I honestly love how everything turned out. But we're currently standing here with just some empty land in front of us and our timer ready to go. So here goes nothing. 3, 2, 1... go. And here we go. The hour starts right now, and looking at this spot of land, there's quite a bit that we can do here, and I'm really excited for today's challenge. I just can't underestimate how quick an hour is, because this time is going to absolutely fly. So let's get to work. Now, immediately this area of land is speaking to me because 1, it's very flat, and 2, it's going to be a really nice view from up on the hill where the rest of my base is. But in order to build a real brick city, we're going to obviously need some sidewalks. So let's start with that. And to be honest with you, I think the thing we're going to be using a lot of today are going to be these sidewalk foundation pieces here. Comment down below and let me know if you guys remember a time when these actually weren't even in survival mode. Luckily they are now, and we can use them in any world we have. So we're gonna do exactly that. And I'm not gonna be too much of a perfectionist today, so we're just gonna kind of lay things down and see what happens as we go. And immediately I'm realizing we're gonna have to clear a ton of debris to get these sidewalk pieces down. And already I've decided that I want to build a street here, so we're gonna start with that, and then we're gonna put the sidewalk pieces down. Also, more debris that I'm gonna need to clear out. But yeah, I think starting with a street is actually gonna work in our favor. Okay, and the basic framework for our street is already laid out, but it's also pitch dark outside, and I can hear the crickets chirping, so it's time to go to bed. But waking up here and looking at my timer, it's only been about 5 minutes so far, and we already have some progress. But like I said, I started with the sidewalks that I now completely abandoned, so let's lay these down, but just a little bit better than we did the first time. And I have a little bit of a vision for how we're going to kind of lay these things out. Like this little inlet here is actually going to turn into a little parking lot, and it's going to be a parking lot for a building that goes in this corner here. So yeah, the ideas have been coming to me, but going into this challenge, I literally have not a single blueprint in mind. I think I do some of my best work when I don't overthink and I just build. And that's basically why I'm challenging myself to do this so quickly today. But getting into this section, this is where we're going to run into our first little issue, because as you can see, the ground is not flat right here. So yeah, this will be interesting. I think the sidewalk is going to get eaten up by the landscape, but we'll see how far we can get before it starts to look ugly, and it's already oh no. Oh no. Okay, yeah, we got to come up with a solution here because the sidewalk is getting eaten by the landscape, and that's interesting. You know, we'll leave it for now. We'll definitely have to come up with a solution later on to kind of scale this upwards up the hill and then lead it to our staircase over there, because obviously we're going to connect everything eventually. I saw a comment the other day begging me to attach these staircases to the ground, and trust me, I read every comment, but I've got a plan here. But already over 10 minutes have elapsed in this challenge, and I feel like now it's really crunch time. Obviously, with a challenge like this, we're going to need a lot of time to spend on the buildings themselves, because that's going to be super important. But next, what we're doing here is we're going to lay down these nice 16 wide frost pine floors. As you can see, they match the exact same color as the sidewalk, even though they look a little bit different in pattern. I think it's overall a pretty tasteful design there. So we're going to continue with this. And again, I'm so sorry I'm destroying some of the nature here. Okay, and we just woke up from day 2, and we have a little under 45 minutes left to do this. Again, we still have no buildings down, but I'm not too worried yet. And in case you were wondering, we kept this little cutout because we'll eventually fence it off and make it our nice little slice of nature in the middle of the city. But what isn't a nice little slice of nature is this part here. So let's build this in. And there we go. But anyway, in terms of plans coming into the city from the dirt trail, now we have a little bit of a foundation. And as you can see, there's some pretty big empty plots where I'm going to be putting buildings down. For instance, right here, we'll have a few hub buildings. Of course, in this area, we'll have a few buildings back to back as well. And then, like I said, we've left some cutouts like this area for a building here. And then right next to our doghouse with Brimstone actually peeking out. And I know I'm wasting time here, but if you guys didn't watch my last episode, I literally got gifted a version of my dog inside of Lego Fortnite that's fully functional as an airplane. So if you haven't watched that video, go check it out after this one. But moving back to our city and getting a flyover, you can see that, you know, we do have a little bit of structure here, but no actual structures. So let's start by cooking up a few mini buildings and see what that looks like. Okay, and I'm very sorry, but I actually got super caught up on these two builds here. Let's go ahead and sleep through our third night. And guys, I have a confession to make. It's already been over 25 minutes, which means we only have over half of the time remaining. An hour is actually way less than I thought it would be. And I'm already losing a little bit of faith. But I'm not going to let that stop me, because as you can see here, we have the beginning of our first 2 tiny little builds. Obviously, going inside of these, they're just going to be tiny little shops and kind of service areas. In this speed build, I'm probably not even going to get to the interior detailing, but let's continue on, because I don't know. We'll honestly just have to wait and see what we could do, but let's build these up another floor. And I will not lie, I am cooking right now on this roof. As you can see, I had to raise just a little tiny portion, 2 notches to make it all fit, but only the people that are watching this video will ever know that. Jumping down, you can literally see it's like hardly a difference, and it honestly is looking really, really good so far. I'm not quite done, but I just wanted to interject to say that. Anyway, I gotta finish off this roof, and we got so much more to do with less than half of the time left. Oh my goodness, okay. Time to build in the ceiling. And I think to make both these roofs kind of go together, I'm gonna use this little piece here. I really like the way these look, and I'm honestly just hoping they fit perfectly, and dude, we're okay. Wait, there's a piece for that. Nice. Okay, I've never really built with these, but so far so good. Okay, so we did that. Now we just got to go in and actually build a floor. And man, that floor fitting perfectly was so satisfying. Oh my goodness. Okay. Okay, and you know what? Not everything fit perfectly, but we did get our first 2 roofs done, and it is the nighttime again. So you know what that means? We're gonna catch some Z's in the middle of the street. 2 buildings down, and that's basically all we have to show for right now. So let me close this door so it looks a little bit nicer, and let's continue on. Because like I said, these are 2 nice buildings, but it's just the start. Next, we're gonna build over here, and like I said, we don't have a lot of time, so let's do this quick. And what we're gonna build here is actually gonna be pretty interesting. Since it is the first thing you see, though, I feel like a nice bright color would actually kind of lighten up this place. So we're gonna do a yellow building, and I don't know if this is gonna go through, but honestly, we don't have enough time to really tear it down now. So yeah, I think we're fully committed to the yellow building. Let's see what we can do here. And again, I'm not talking as much right now because it really is crunch time, but what I'm trying to do is build a pretty interesting shape where it concaves in a bit, and that'll allow me to, like you see, put this little garage door piece on, which I feel like could be pretty cool. We could have a real driveway to this building, and I feel like that could look nice. Let's go ahead and connect the rest of this. And am I really gonna have to put a window here? That doesn't make much sense, but at this point, actually, you know what? We destroyed that. Ooh, that should be good. Okay. And once again, look at that. Fits absolutely perfect, which will make it much easier when it's time to build a roof on top. But hang on. I know this is a little extra right now because we literally have less than 13 minutes, but oh yeah, that looks so nice. We got to do that. Man, and I'm thinking about how this video is probably coming together in the edit, and I hope you guys like time lapses because there's probably been quite a bit of them. I feel like that's just a pretty safe assumption at this point, considering how this video's gone. There's honestly hardly enough time to even build a floor here, but I'm gonna do it just because I feel like I have to. And you know what? Just with the timing of this challenge, I am gonna have to unfortunately not do the inside of this. I will put a ceiling on though. And honestly, let's just do that right now. And I know it's an interesting decision to use the Shogun roof pieces on this, but to be honest with you, without it, it just looks kind of basic. If I go back, you can see that the house itself is basic, so it gives it a little bit of flair. Anyway, we have just about 3 minutes left, and that's just enough time to hopefully close off this roof. I know the time absolutely flew by, and I am a little bit disappointed in myself. But let's just see if we can finish this last little roof here first. And honestly, I should have this one in the bag pretty easily. And beautiful. It fits perfectly. Let's just go up one more layer. And yeah, this is just absolutely beautiful the way this is snapping together. We'll throw that piece there. And then with the rest of this, we'll just toss a nice little floor down. Throw that and then one singular piece here and bang. And that about finishes off the timer. We built 3 buildings here, so it wasn't the greatest showing today. But hey, we just finished off this last building, which looks pretty nice. And don't worry, we're going to do more building in this video. The hour challenge is over, but there are a few more things that I want to do just for this first episode in this city series. Starting with, of course, showing this off because I didn't even get to do that. And as you can see, it looks pretty good. I'm going to build a second floor. This first floor is basically going to be like little office cubicles and then a nice garage here with a smaller vehicle inside. Upstairs, I'll probably have some bedrooms and things like that. And I kind of see this building as the city hall. These 2 will be shops, of course, and then we're gonna build some shops on the back end. And honestly, that's what we're gonna do right now. No more time lapses. In the next cut, you're gonna see 2 brand new shops. So right now it's completely empty behind me. And now we have 2 brand new shops. And as you can see, the building layout is not what you might have expected because obviously on the other side, we've got 2 buildings that are side by side. But over here, we have Durburger on the bottom, which is gonna be a tiny little restaurant. And then up top, we have a tiny little office building. Obviously, we have the city council building over there, but this will just be an office in the middle of Brick City. And already 5 buildings down in the city, and I know the hour is long past by now, but there's a few more things that I still want to do because I don't want to leave you guys on a cliffhanger here. While it's still daytime, I'm going to get started on my next building, and then we're going to sprinkle lights around this place and finish it off with one final build. I think the last build is going to be 200 IQ, so you'll have to wait to see that one. But for now, I'm going to add another building somewhere in the city, and you guys might be able to guess because I did mention it earlier, and then hopefully I'll pick it up in the nighttime so I can add some lights around this place and really make it start feeling alive. Because right now, still feels like a little bit of a ghost town. And again, I still hear those crickets. But let me cook real quick. I'll catch up with you guys in a second. Okay, and it's the next day in real life, which means I forgot where I was in this video, but I believe I was gonna show off a building plus the lights around this place. And as you can see with the sun rising, the lighting looks absolutely gorgeous at this point. It definitely transforms the vibe a bit. I also obviously placed some decor around the outside, so the city starts looking a little more lived in. But yeah, we have this nice planter area, and then we have a walkway between the 2 buildings that we've got down. Oh yeah. And then we built a farm as well. As you can see right here, what we've been missing just up the hill is a farm where I can actually grow crops when I need to. And this is no auto farm. It's not the most impressive thing in the world, but there's actually a ton of soil plots here and it's kind of cool. Obviously, we got our grain mills down because I have been doing a little bit of work to get us more seeds. But once these grow in, they'll look very, very nice. And here we have a pretty basic barn. The reason I built this is because I want to eventually start storing things in their rightful places. So instead of that one storage room that I got up there, I can place all my wheat and seeds and things like that down here. I feel like that'd be pretty cool and it'd give this place a real use. Also, I like that the red buildings are together since obviously we built that doghouse last episode for my dog Brimstone, who is still 24 hours later chilling on top of the roof. I don't think he's gonna move. I could try to fly him, but I'll probably end up crashing him. So we'll save that for another time. But yeah, what do you guys think so far? Obviously, there's still a lot of work to do. And like I said, there's one more thing that I want to build right now to end off this episode. But if you watched this far in the video, let me know what you think in the comments. Obviously, this is a very different type of video. And in the first hour, we unfortunately didn't get that much down. So yeah, just spent a little more time building out the city just for this video. Anyway, like I said, there's still another thing that I want to build. So let's get to that next. And here we go. We're going to start by punching out these 2 sidewalk pieces here so we can build us a ramp. And this might sound easy, but trust me, it's not going to be. I don't have a car to even test this right now, but basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to build at an angle, which is hard enough for me. But then on top of that, it's got to perfectly connect here so it looks really good and seamless. But yeah, it's going to be our nice little ramp that leads us down onto that the actual terrain itself. That way, when I do eventually have a car, I'm able to drive it up and down from the city and outside of it whenever I need. So yeah, let's try to do this. Here we go. Okay, and bear with me here because I'm just going to be doing some trial and error at the moment. I'm not exactly sure how I'm going to slant this build, but we're going to try our best, okay? It's going to work out in the end. Here we go. We're going to push it, and okay, that didn't work. All right, second time's the charm. We're gonna put this down right here. And you know what? Better yet, we're gonna go ahead and give it some guardrails this time. So now, in theory, if we push this... Ah, okay, there we go. Perfect. Okay, that's exactly what we wanted. Because now that we did that, we can break this. And okay, here's where it gets a little tricky. But ideally, we can take a 16 wide floor. So we're gonna build that there. And now we can break this. And let's see what goes on. Okay, I think that... Wait, did we do this? Wait, did we do this? Oh, we kind of did. Yo, okay, this might not be perfect. We're just gonna build it up and see what it looks like. Yo, okay, that's not bad. That's not bad. Okay, and just like that, we built ourselves a nice little rampway up for any vehicle we may have. Let me go ahead and break this. And as you can see, we got to address the elephant in the room. And it's the fact that there is a little gap here and I don't love it. So we're going to see what we can do real quick. Hopefully, if I just notch this one over. Oh yeah, just like that. Okay, you know what? That looks a little bit better. We'll still have to figure it out, but there's a tiny little gap there. It's not the end of the world. But anyway, we had a little bit of jagged edges there, so we fixed that up. And like I said, we have ourselves a nice little ramp here. Obviously, there's also a gap right here, which I feel like I could probably fix pretty easily off camera. If I just leave one floor piece like this, you know, it's hardly a gap. And again, it's just not the end of the world. So now we have a street that ramps up. So if I'm ever driving on the grass, I'm able to get up into the city pretty easily. Like I hyped up a little bit earlier, this was kind of what I was going for, but I thought it would look a lot nicer. Anyway, to finish this one off today, we're just gonna go ahead and fit in a few more sidewalk pieces. And I think with this area here, I want to build some sort of parking garage system, probably 1 or 2 stories only, but I do want to have some cars parked around the city, and I feel like it'd be cool to store them in a garage. So yeah, that might happen there, but other than that, the city definitely looks a little bit flat. I mean, obviously we made a few buildings, which you can see over here on the side, but there's a lot of empty land here, starting with what's right behind us. And right here on the corner of the street, I'm thinking we could probably build something tall. And we're going to do a skyscraper in this video, but I don't want to do that yet. I believe what I'm going to build first is going to be a clock tower. And there we go. It's looking huge so far. So let me go back up the hill and see what it looks like. And actually, it's nice, but I think that's way too big. We're getting rid of it. Okay, now let's try that again, but we're going to make it a little skinnier this time. And already I know this is looking better. So let's continue this up and build a nice little face for this clock tower. And I'm trying to make sure everything's symmetrical, so bear with me during this part. And essentially what we're doing is we're gonna pop the clock tower out of this little extension here. And there we go. Let's step down and take a look. And yeah, basically the clock is gonna protrude out of this part here. So let's start building that. And we built ourselves into a room, so let's flint knock out of here and take one look at this. And okay, it's looking good, but I think it needs to be a little bit of a bigger face. So I'm gonna build it up a few more layers. Okay, so let's take a look at the face, and this should be good. Yep, I like the way that looks. But it still looks a little bit basic, and obviously we need to design it a bit more, so let's do that next. Okay, here we go. So for design on this thing, as you can see, it looks pretty good. And I'm trying to keep things pretty classic here, so not a whole lot of flashy design, but it is going to make for a nice clock face. And I think I should probably build that next. So I have no idea what I'm going to do with this part. Wish me luck, because I'm going to be experimenting here for a minute, and I'll catch up with you guys when I have some sort of design. But here goes nothing. And as we're putting together the final touches on this clock, you can see on the face, we're using some sideways seats, which make it look like the numbers on the clock. And I did see this exact same technique on Reddit, so I gotta give credit where credit's due. Shout out to Nufo7441. Without him, I don't know what my clock would have looked like, but yeah, it's looking good so far. Let's go ahead and finish it up. Okay, and after more time than I care to admit, we now have a clock face on the clock tower. So the design I went with this is actually pretty interesting. I put some fences on, and then I went ahead and did a directional building technique to put a floor down, followed by a few seats, and then what's in the middle here is actually a frying pan, and I believe like a salt shaker. I don't know, I think it kind of looks like 2 hands on the clock, and it's a little fun Easter egg, so I'm gonna keep that there. And honestly, so far so good. I think the clock tower is looking pretty nice, but it basically ends at the clock itself, and I need to build it up just a little bit more. Before that though, I gotta come back back over here and check out how the view is looking. And yo, okay, that looks a lot better than it did before. Just adding some height to that city was definitely the move. And honestly, I like it so far, but let's finish it off with a nice little roof on top. And it's not even going to be anything too crazy, so just give me a second here. And here we go. So this is what it's looking like. It does finally have an entire roof on it, and there's some lights illuminating off of the ceiling, which I really like. But overall, it is towering above the rest of the city, and it's only an invite to make more tall buildings. So next, we're gonna do just that. Against this little mountain that I'm staring at, we have this entire area right here. So I believe I can build some sort of condo building right into the mountain. It'll probably span up like 3 or 4 stories as well. I'm not too sure yet. Like always, I usually don't come in with blueprints. I just kind of build to my heart's content, and so far, that's exactly what we've done. Guys, let me know in the comments what you think of the clock tower. I definitely think it's gonna make this city feel a little bit more alive. I've still gotta go in and add a lot of lights and decor around this entire place, but eventually with that, I'll also probably build a staircase going up so we can maybe get to that top part. But like I said, work in progress, so you gotta hold on. But anyway, we're gonna take a detour before I go on to my next building to go on a little adventure. Because a little over a month ago, I had one of my good friends, Haskins, join my world, and he actually built and delivered me a sign, a church, and a Jeep. And yeah, you heard me right, Jeep. If you guys watch my videos, you'll know that I haven't had a Jeep in this world in a very long time. And honestly, it might still be back at my old base, but I'm not 100% sure. So that's exactly what we're gonna go check on right now. Luckily, we have a battle bus station right here. So where is my old village? I think it's this. And on one hand, I do hope the Jeep is here, but if I pin my actual base on the map, it is over 5,000 meters away. But we still obviously have to look for it. So let's fly around a bit and see if it's here. And it looks like it's not, but it could be over at the church, which is just over this hill. So let's go this way and let's see if it is over by the church. Oh my goodness. It's been a minute since I've been here. I'm so sorry, Haskins, if you're watching this. He built me this nice church and then I just moved away. But honestly, it's so beautiful. I mean, look at the design of this thing. Holy cow. It is just so pretty in here. He absolutely cooked, and he also cooked on the Jeep. There's Durburger. Don't really need him right now. We are looking for a Jeep, and where in the world is it? Dude, what? Could this be it? Dude, where could this Jeep be? Anyway, I'm gonna keep looking, but while I'm here, shout out to Haskins once again, because he wrote code Kaz on the sign. And I don't shout out my code much, but if you guys are buying anything in the Lego Fortnite item shop, code Kaz really helps me out. Anyway, I'm looking in one more spot for this Jeep, and if I can't find it there, I will just be taking the L and going on my way. And we're pulling up on the map marker. Nope, this is not a Jeep. It is a bus station. I don't know why this is here. And also, there's another bus station over there, which is convenient. And flying back to this place at night, man, isn't it gorgeous? Just kidding, it wasn't rendering in, and now it is. But hey, it actually is pretty gorgeous, I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, like I said, the next thing we're gonna add in the city is probably gonna be our little condo building over here. The residents of this Lego city need a place to live, and if we're turning this into our dream city, it needs some nice accommodations. So let's get a night's sleep and let's continue on this build. And we built the first 2 floors of this building. And as you can see, it's a really unique shape. And I'm excited to do the rest of this building. So I'm going to get into it. But I wanted to show you guys first. So with these angled walls, it's going to make a really cool divide. Because what I'm going to build right here is a little balcony section. And then the rest of the building will be a square. But let me just get started on it. And I'll show you guys exactly what I mean. Okay, and we built the whole bottom section, and it's looking really nice so far. Honestly, this little balcony is gonna make it look very luxurious, but we have to make the actual skyscraper part now, which is not gonna be too hard, but I have some ideas in mind for how I'm gonna kind of detail the wall. I'll show you guys that when it's done, but let me go ahead and just build that right now. So as you can see right now, there's obviously no tower, and now there is. We made ourselves a nice little skyscraper building here. Let me know what you guys think about this in the comments. I'm personally in love with it. Obviously, there's still a lot of work to do considering it's empty, but this will probably be the lobby area, and then we'll do a bunch of actual floors up inside of it. But obviously we keep coming back over here to our actual village because we need to see what it looks like from afar. You know, we do a ton of work up here, obviously. So looking down at the city, you can see that it's starting to come together, but I still think there's one more thing we need to connect to the skyscraper in order for the city to feel a little bit more filled out. I mean, we've already built 2 amazing creations here, both the clock tower and the tower building. But next, we need to do some directional building real quick. So hopefully I can get that done because I'm going to build a bridge that connects from right here where I'm standing to the side of the building. So you can actually access it from the middle level. You know, with the city build, we're going to continue it up on this hill as well. So this is going to be the first real build that connects that part. But bear with me here because I don't really know exactly what I'm doing. But essentially what I'm going for here is I'm trying to put down a dynamic foundation. And then we're gonna try our best to angle it properly so that it looks directly at the building. And okay, we're gonna need to do a little bit more than that. But let's try this again. We're gonna push the dynamic foundation, and this time we should be looking right at the building. It needs to be perfectly in line, and I feel like that might work. Let's actually just try it out real quick. So now we have to look against this and snap it out. And now we have the angle. Okay, perfect. Let's just build out like this and see how it connects to the building itself. Okay, this is gonna be a close call. And you know what? That's not that bad. What we learned from that one is that it's a little too far off on the right. So this time we'll adjust for that. So this time around, we're gonna snap it out just a little bit. And now it should be good to go. We're building with a foundation because this is actually gonna be the bridge that we use. And yep, just like that. We can poke it into the building now if I break some walls. And for now, since I haven't built the floors, I'm just gonna keep it like this. But this is gonna be the connection to the building itself. As you can see here, we'll be able to enter from a higher floor, which is absolutely amazing. I'll fix this wall a little bit later. But for now, let's secure this one to the mountain itself by breaking this, snapping one more piece in right here, and then breaking these two. And bang, we've got ourselves a bridge. Now, obviously, with any bridge, it can't just be a single piece of cement. So obviously, we're giving it some design here. And this looks pretty good so far. And for now, we just finished this part off with some pillars under it. And just as simple as that, we've increased the city even more with a really cool looking bridge. It's only the start of the design, and I'm already looking at this and wanting to change something. Okay, that should be a bit better. Yep, I like that. And really quickly, I'm gonna give it a little bit of a design on the top. Okay, and now I think the bridge is looking a whole lot better. Obviously up there, it's still missing lights and a lot of decor, but for now it's pretty solid. And one last time, taking a jump up here and looking over at the city. And yes, that bridge does it a lot of justice. It really makes the area feel a bit more tall. And then obviously adding stuff onto this mountain is gonna do a whole lot as well. Let me know what you guys think of the city project so far though. We're only just getting started. And honestly, in the next video, you gotta let me know if I should actually move my village square from up on top of the hill with all of these friends here and try to migrate them into the city so that we have a lively city with a bunch of villager friends. Anyway, we kicked off today's video in my brand new Lego city, and I honestly think I'm gonna do something pretty dramatic at the start of this video, and it's say goodbye to everybody here. Yes, I know, I have an entire village. I got a lot of people working for me. There's been a lot of good things to come out of this village, but I have some plans, and honestly, I'm just ready for a little bit of a fresh start. And just for the time being, we went ahead and put our village square down in the middle of a park, and we already have our first visitor here. Also, I did not forget about our adventure. We're gonna go on it in 1 second, but the reason I put the village down is so we can start recruiting villagers during this video, because there's still a lot of my map that I have to explore, and honestly, I'm gonna do that in today's video and try to bring back home some rare villagers. And to be honest with you, I really miss Yeti. I haven't had him since my OG survival world, and shout out to you if you remember that. He was literally one of the first ones I brought back home, and I need him in my Lego Fortnite life again, so yeah, we're gonna be looking for him, but for now, I guess we can recruit this guy. And I need a bed for him, so he's gonna be living in the clock tower because honestly, nothing else is built yet. He doesn't have a choice. And bang, we got our first villager. Kind of looks like a scientist, so I think I might have to actually build some sort of laboratory for them. But first, we actually have to upgrade this village all the way to max level. What? Yo, wait. Dude, this is not... Wait. What is this? What am I looking at here? Wait, I can actually use this as a slide. That was not supposed to happen. That was supposed to be a satisfying time lapse. But instead, I literally just broke the game. Job title, job details, NPC has no... What? It's actually pretty cool. I don't really know what that was, but let's just continue upgrading this. And just like that, we have a level 10 Grasslands village, and I'm also starving. But success early on in this video. This city is going to be really, really cool, and we have some villagers in it. Feels like a ghost town right now, but once we have people traversing all around here and working on different stations and things like that, I just feel like it's gonna be sick and definitely a lot more fun than the village we have up there. And don't you worry, we're still gonna be going back and forth quite a bit. But for now, let's get to that adventure. And while I'm sure some of you guys may have seen the thumbnail and might already know what I'm about to do next, we need two very specific things to test this strategy. The first is a shovel. And as you can see here, we obviously already have ours. So now we just gotta head over to the crafting bench and go over to the charm section where we can find the good luck charm. This one raises the chances of finding rare loot while digging. It also gives you a few hearts and shield. We're about to craft 3. All right, and I'm definitely gonna have to remember to be careful because I'm gonna be taking off my totem of return in order to test this. And yeah, okay, if I die in this world, it's actually over. But in order to properly test this, we should have 3 times the buff since we have 3 of these charms on. And again, it should be pretty simple. All we gotta do is dig, because if you guys didn't know, with the most recent update in LEGO Fortnite Odyssey, they actually finally buffed the shovel and what it outputs. So right now I'm getting soil and I just got a piece of granite, but I believe eventually there is the possibility of getting better items now. And we just got a shell. Okay. Oh my, wait, we just got rough amber. This is kind of insane. Oh, wait, and we just got another one. We just got a piece of marble. And one more piece of amber for good measures. But you guys get the point. Good luck charms might be the move. And we're only in the grasslands. Keep in mind, there's a few more biomes to test. So next, we're out here in the drylands. And there's explosions behind me. Again, I got to be really careful. Because I got to take off my totem of return so we can test this once again. And hang on. We cannot have enemies near me. No, I don't trust this. Goodbye. But now that the coast is clear, our mission is pretty simple. It's once again time to dig. Let's see how quickly we can get something good, because obviously we're going to be getting a lot of sand. It's one of the main resources you dig for in the first place. So it'd kind of be silly if they didn't give you sand, but every here and there, we should get some better stuff. Like we just got a sand shell. We got rough amber in the grassland. So I'm interested to see if we can get anything better here. And keep in mind, oh, whoa. I just got rough ruby without even having to go into one of those caves right there. I'd say that's kind of insane. I'm not too impressed though, so let's keep going. Oh, and another piece of ruby. Oh, a copper bar? Sure. Spicy pepper, bone, sand shell. Yeah, we're just getting all sorts of treats here. Okay. I can absolutely confirm that the good luck charm plus the shovel is pretty goated. Obviously, if you're playing this game, you're not going to want to stand here forever and just dig. So I completely understand that this is not something you're probably going to want to do while you're actually playing. But say you're going AFK for a minute and you can find a spot where you can kind of just let yourself dig. This could be something that you could passively do that would definitely pay off in the long run. Also, let's not ignore the fact that we just got an obsidian slab doing that. I'm excited to go test the Frostlands, and let's go do that right now. And on the way to the Frostlands, we are taking a quick detour back at the doghouse, where we have our very own flying dog here named Brimstone. It's got 2 chests on the side as well. So this will be our transportation of choice here. Let's go ahead and sit in the driver's seat and propel it. And here we, wait, I just broke the wall. Okay, well, that's a problem for later. I don't know why Brimstone would break the wall like that, but hey, we're on a mission and it's to go to the Frostlands right behind us there. So let's go. Now, like I said, we're still low-key on a mission to find as many villagers as we possibly can. And I mean, honestly, it's so hard to find them nowadays. I'd be happy with 1, but I wanted to mention that because we will be searching more later in this video. But for now, there's still one thing we got to test. And like I said, I've been hyping this up because I'm super excited to do it. I really think it's going to work and it's going to be insane. But without further ado, we're in the Frostlands. We've got our shovel and we've got 3 good luck charms on. Let's see what we can get. When I tested this in the update video, I did get some sapphire, I believe. So I'm expecting some more of the same here. I'm not sure what else I could even get in the first place, but we'll have to see. And the first thing we get is an iron bar. Okay, not bad. Of course, we're gonna get a lot of snow as well. But I mean, look at that. Okay, so more iron. There's just got to be something better than iron that we can get though. Oh, okay. That's a little bit better. 1 piece of malachite. Oh, and there it is. Our first piece of sapphire. Oh, okay. And I guess it struck twice in a row. Our second piece of rough sapphire. And 1 piece of iron plus 1 malachite slab, because why not? I'm kind of addicted to sitting here digging. I don't know why. Like, I just want to keep going to see what I get next. But I think by now you guys get the point. You're going to get some random items if you throw on some good luck charms. Obviously, I would not advise that you take off your totem of return if you're playing in expert mode like I am. That's scary to do. But by now, I think you guys can see it. This is actually a low-key underrated method to grab some good stuff. Your mileage may vary, and it might actually just be faster to go get these resources. But in case you didn't know, it's just a random update to the game that's honestly been needing to happen. And it's good that it finally did, but I'm starving, I'm cold, and it's about to be nighttime. So it's time to hop back on trusty old Brimstone here, and let's actually fly through the night, because honestly, when the sun goes down in Lego Fortnite, it's a lot easier to find villagers. So here goes nothing. And the reason I say it is easier to search during the nighttime is because, as you can see, the campfires just stick out like no other. And a lot of times you will find villagers spawning in near campfires. So yeah, just a tip, try to find a campfire if you're looking out for villagers in the wild. There's a campfire right below me, but those are a bunch of enemies. Also, another very goated part of this update is the fact that you can see battle bus stations from so far away now. I mean, look at that blue glow. You just can't miss that. Oh, that's not good. That's not good. That's not good. I just ran my dog into a tree. But I'm turning around because I do see a campfire right below us. And once again, we must investigate. The campfire itself doesn't render in until you're pretty close to the ground, I believe. And yep, it finally rendered in, and it is a bunch of enemies. Also, once again, our main objective is, of course, our friend Yeti. We haven't seen him for ages. And the only place you'll be able to find him, to my knowledge, is going to be in the Frostlands, which is why we're sticking around here. So let's see if we've got any luck today. Oh, another campfire and what looks to be another set of enemies. Jeez, it's actually so much harder to find villagers nowadays. I know I've been fighting some in caves as well, so maybe we'll search there later. I'm not sure though. I would love to keep it above ground if possible. Oh, wait, we found our first villager spawn. That's a Star Wars villager right there. Okay, we're putting back on our charm. And yeah, that's him. We got to be very careful here because there are a lot of enemies around. And no way. Wait. Who are you? Why are you just... What? Is this an enemy? I'm so confused. There's just a Star Wars villager and then there's this guy. Okay, I don't know. Anyway, guys, I'm about to show you a 200 IQ play that you may or may not know already. I'm assuming a lot of you might not though, but if you ever run up on a villager and maybe you don't want to take the specific one home, but you've already identified the villager spawn, there is actually a pretty easy way to re-roll what villager is there. And the first step in that process is just not talking to this villager. So if I hit the interact key right now, it would essentially lock in this villager as the only villager that will wander this spawn. So instead of interacting and talking to him, what we're gonna go ahead and do is just take a map marker and drop it here. For the sake of this, I'm just gonna put a 1 and we'll just make it gold. Essentially, we just want to make sure we know exactly where this is on our map. And once you've done that, you've basically done everything you need to do. We're gonna say goodbye to our friend for now. Hopefully the bear spawn right outside of this structure isn't the downfall of our plan. But if I leave for a little bit and come back, we should see a brand new villager spawning in here. And I'm not gonna lie to you guys, while I was waiting for that villager to reroll, I did end up finding another villager. And right here, we've got Cuddle Team Leader. Once again, not a villager we're really looking for. So map marker is going down. And once again, as long as we do not talk to Cuddle Team Leader, they should re-roll into a different villager. We'll go ahead and revisit both of those here in a second. Okay, and here's what should be our first re-roll. It's been about an hour and let's see if it's Cuddle Team Leader because this is where Cuddle Team Leader was. And is there nobody here? Wait, what? Wait. No way! It's Frozen Fish Stick. You aren't Yeti, but you know what? Frozen Fish Stick is actually goated, and he's gonna be amazing for the city that we're building, so let's go ahead and take him with us. Ladies and gentlemen, our first villager in our city, well, besides that doctor that I got earlier, is Frozen Fish Stick. We just gotta make sure he doesn't die, and you know what? We're actually just gonna fly straight home. And we're just going to go ahead and drop him off nice and safe in the city. So I've thrown down another bed and we're going to go ahead and invite him. Join my village. And there we go. For now, he's going to be living inside of this completely empty shop. But like I said, we still got a lot of work to do on this city and it's just getting started. But guys, drop a like for Frozen Fish Stick. Come on. Our first good villager that we've really found so far. But we're not done yet because we got to go back and we have one more villager spawn that we need to check. And it's the first one that we found. So let's go ahead and just fast travel there. And let's see if maybe and just maybe we could find our boy Yeti. Okay, and coming up on our other flag, we are back here, and who do we got? Who is that? Oh, it's Robin. Okay. I'm pretty sure I've actually fished Robin out of the water in a fishing video back in the day. And to be honest with you, oh no, I just can't have her die. There we go. We got to protect her. But I don't think I'm going to talk to Robin. I think I'm going to re-roll once again. Because as cool as she is, I just think there might be better ones out there. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. Am I making a mistake? Am I not? Either way, we're going to say goodbye. And we're going to come back a little bit later just to check one more time. Because I still really want Yeti. And we're picking this video back up because I'm going to be honest. I've been re-rolling off camera quite a bit. And I've had no luck. Before the last time in this video, we're going to go back over. And we're going to check one last time to see if we can find the elusive Yeti. Wish me luck because so far I've had none other than Frozen Fish Stick. Also, before we go, I'm going to make sure I can sleep through the night. And there it is. Okay, sun is out. Time to go to the Frostlands. And yeah, like I said, there's been no luck so far. On camera, we found the Star Wars villager, and I believe Jenny. I don't even remember her name, to be honest. It honestly probably wasn't Jenny, and there's just no way. Is she here again? Dude, I literally saw you like 24 hours ago. And her name isn't Jenny. It's Robin. I was very wrong. But I literally waited so long. It's so weird that it re-rolled the same villager again. Maybe it's a sign that I should take her, but you know what? We ain't gonna. Remind me in my comments in like a week, and I'll revisit this again because I'm gonna forget about it. But our work here is still not done because I will find Yeti. It's just a matter of when. But on the bright side, at least our city is started and we have two very fine residents. These guys look absolutely amazing. And they both also have the same exact color scheme, which is pretty cool. That was not done intentionally, but as soon as Yeti shows up, he'll also be the same color, which will be cool. We're gonna be building our own aircraft that's gonna get us all around our world in every single upcoming video. And this is definitely some progression that I've been needing in this world, so stay tuned to follow along. I am gonna have an entire tutorial on how to build the same exact airplane that we're building today. Trust me, this airplane is actually insane. And it's designed by your boys. So hey, feel free to follow along and enjoy the video. But what we're going to start with before we build our airplane is actually going to be the airport itself, which is going to be right where I'm standing. I have an idea in mind. So essentially the airstrip is going to be facing out that way. And then we're going to build our small building right here. So let's just go ahead and get to work. And unfortunately, that does mean destroying this watchtower. I usually hate destroying things that are pre-spawned into the world, but today this thing's just got to go. And I definitely didn't need to kill those pigs, but the area is now completely empty. I'm not sure exactly what I want this airport to look like, but I've got plenty of building resources, so we're just gonna start throwing some stuff down and we'll see where we get. And we've run into our first roadblock here, and apparently this tower is somehow back. Nice. When I go to destroy it, it doesn't break. All right, and we've loaded back in. Let's see. Please be gone. Please be gone. And it's gone. Let's go. Anyway, in case you're curious, right now I'm going ahead and I'm building the front of this airport. I have an idea in mind for what I want to do. And also for the first time in a very long time, I'm actually building it on top of a platform. That's because when we build out our runway, it's going to launch out this way as well. And I kind of want to connect it. Don't know if that's a good idea yet, but anyway, let's keep going. And we just about finished the 2 watchtowers, and as I fly down, I'm realizing that this literally looks like a prison. I went with the Star Wars design because I thought it would look super futuristic and a little bit like an aviation hangar, but I just can't get the image of a prison out of my head when I look at it. So I think we're gonna do a complete color swap, and I'm not sure if this is the right thing to do, but something's telling me it is, because I don't know. I mean, just look at this thing. There's just something off about it. So hopefully this is the right decision. Let's go ahead and tear this thing down. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. We just got the worst warning in the entire game. Too many builds nearby, try somewhere else. And look at the line of this thing. Literally, I could build right here, but I can't build right here. So this is where the line is. And wow, wait, that's so unfortunate. So I guess we'll leave this as it is for now. As you can see, we've started designing it and it looks a whole lot better in my opinion. But eventually the plan is to punch out a few doorways so we can make multiple gates. And we just went ahead and started laying down our floor so that we can build outside and actually put this runway down. Like I said in the intro to this video, we have a plane build coming up, so you want to stay tuned for that. But for right now, we're going to see how much runway we can actually lay down before we get a building warning. The airport is nowhere near finished, but it still needs a runway strip, so let's get to that. Okay, and again, we can't build here, unfortunately, so this is going to be the line where we can start building our runway out. And now we're getting started on the runway where I actually had a 200 IQ idea. We're currently standing on the airstrip where the planes will land and take off. But if I built it over this way, just a few blocks more, you'll see that I'll actually get that building warning again. So the reason I had to expand this airstrip out away from the airport itself was for that. Eventually, this will be a nice little outdoor pathway for our passengers. But I think what's important right now is just to finish building the airstrip itself. And it's basically done. I could just land a plane on it as it is, but we just have to design it a little bit. And in case you were wondering, yes, we are touching the airstrip all the way down to the ground, which will be expensive for both resources and memory, but it's just got to happen because it's going to look so good when it's done, I promise you. And after a bit more building, here we are, guys. There's still work to do on the airport itself. We're in the process of transitioning those colors, but the runway itself is basically done, which just means there's one more thing to do, and that's go ahead and build our airplane to land on it to show off the entire build completed. So let's go over here and actually build the airplane. I don't want to build it on the runway. I want to build it on actual terrain. It just feels like a safer option, but we're going to go ahead and get started here. And like I said before, I haven't built an airplane basically in my entire Lego Fortnite career. I mean, in like the first week of the game being out, I built this thing, but I wouldn't say that even counts really. But like I said in the intro, I came up with a very, very cool and personalized design for myself. There will be a full tutorial down in the description if you guys want to follow along and make the airplane that I made. I'm trying to think of a name of it right now, but I can't really think of any off the top of my head. Anyway, I'm rambling. Let's get to the build here. So here we go to start this build. We're out in front of our airport and we're starting out with, of course, just the car jack. And in case you guys want to follow along with the exact same colors, a lot of the pieces that I'm going to be using today come from the Raven's Roost set. As you can see, I really like this purple and black color scheme. So yeah, that's what we're going to be rocking with. And we're just about done with the plane. As you saw through that time lapse, this build looks so good. I'm personally obsessed with the design of it, but there's one last thing to do, and we just crafted ourselves a wrench, which I hardly ever use in this game, but we got to make sure everything's wired up to the correct channel here. That way, when we sit inside of here, we can turn it like that, we can turn it like this, and we can boost it forward. And then last but not least, we can also deploy balloons. And it looks like everything's set up, and we are good to take this thing on its first test flight. I'm a little nervous because I've only done this in sandbox mode, and I'm not sure if I did everything correctly, but there's only one way to find out, and that's of course going to be taking it on a flight. But before we do that, quick tour. As you can see, we have our driver seat here, we have a passenger seat right behind it in case we take a villager along for a journey. Then right behind that, we have our power center, which I just remembered I didn't put in batteries, so there they are. We've got 2 gem chests, so we can store tons of resources if we go out on a journey. These wings on the back are actually bathtubs, so I can bathe myself while I'm in the middle of a flight. Of course, I have a bed so I can sleep through the night, and then we got balloons rigged up on this thing, but that only matters if this plane is actually good. So let's go ahead and give it a nice little roll forward, which, okay, it's driving. And then let's go ahead and take off. And just like that, here we go. So this works pretty much exactly how it did in sandbox mode. And as you can tell, this is a pretty solid airship. Obviously, it's pretty bulky and it does feel a little heavy, but one of the main reasons I built this thing in the first place is so I could go find villagers around my island. And that's exactly what we're going to do in the upcoming video. So guys, subscribe so you don't miss any of that. When these things are lower to the ground, it's a lot easier to spot out these villagers. And this thing just kind of hovers. So I'm a big fan of how it came out. And then of course, like I said, as long as the balloons are up, you can actually jump out of the driver's seat and go into the back and take a nice little nap. It's basically like autopilot. But since this thing obviously flies pretty well, we're going to go ahead and circle back home. That way we can put it to the test at our brand new private airstrip for the first time. So if I release the balloons, as you can see, it kind of nosedives down. So we can just kind of hover around right here and it should be good to go. We're a little laggy because it's loading in the world and uh-oh. That was awkward, but just like, oh, that sounded kind of bad. But there's frostbite under this thing's, oh wait, are the wheels even rolling? What's going on? Wait, why do the wheels look like that? Okay, apparently these wheels are just not rolling properly. So we parked it off the edge so we can go ahead and slide some new wheels on. Okay, and now we should be actually good. So we're testing this out one more time. Oh. Okay, well, wasn't the nicest landing, but now we can see that the wheels actually roll and they're on the ground, which is a good sign. And ladies and gentlemen, that's gonna about end off today's video. We built an airport as well as my first airplane inside of this world. We basically already got our loadout and our plane ready to go. And today we're headed off on an adventure on our brand new airship. And I don't know if that's a parking spot, but that'll have to do. I got to put away a ton of resources from Raven's Castle because I just went there and actually broke down the entire house. And yeah, that was new to me. I'll definitely be returning because it gives you so much granite and marble. But here we go on a little nighttime flight over to the Frostlands so we can start looking for villagers. And while we're just kind of floating around here at night, since this is my first video I'm uploading, I do just kind of want to be honest with you guys. And I basically just wanted to say that I have not been playing as much Lego Fortnite as I did a year ago. And I'm really trying to get back there. So I think just kind of diving headfirst into into this, and just playing both Odyssey and Brick Life will be a great start. So yeah, that's basically the only reason we're doing it. Hopefully we get this big update that people are talking about in March, because if we do, you know, you boys got you guys covered on all of the update news. But I don't even know if that update's actually coming out, because as of the time of recording, Lego Fortnite hasn't even started teasing anything about a potential March update. And here we go. Okay, wait, there's no way that's a villager, right? And no, those are enemies. Okay, we're gonna keep going. Oh, wait. I kind of forget that this plane is heavy, so I gotta wait for it to fly up sometimes. For right now, we're just gonna keep flying around, and I'll catch up with you guys when we hopefully find a villager or something interesting. And this may be a bit of a stretch, but one of my goals for this next 31 days is to find Yeti in this expert mode world. That was pretty clutch. And guys, I've just got to be honest for a second. This might be the worst luck I've ever had hunting for villagers. I'm pretty confident for the most part. Usually I just fly around, I find a campfire, and then I find a villager there. But I swear to you, I've been looking for over an hour, and I am so far away from my home. I flew over an entire snow biome to find an undiscovered one, and yeah, there's just nothing here yet. Maybe that fire over there has something for me. And for the moment of truth, okay, a chest just loaded in. That means it's probably enemies. Let's check regardless though, and yeah, a whole lot of enemies down there. I'm pretty sure they did make finding villagers a bit harder, but still, this is just insane. Anyway, one of the videos that I might have planned this month is actually exploring my entire Lego Fortnite map, which is definitely a challenge in itself, but that'll allow me to definitely find some more villagers along the way. So I'm not too pressed. Obviously, finding Yeti is cool, but then again, I could probably just build a village out here in the Frostlands and find him that way as well. So I guess I'm taking the L, because like I said, I usually at least find one, but today the Lego Fortnite gods were definitely not on our side. Hang on, I see one last campfire. It would be absurd if this one had a villager. And nope, just more knights. Nice. There's just so many of these guys scattered around the world. And I know I said I was gonna give up, but now I'm just kind of obsessed with it. And there's another fire. It said it was here, and never mind. I guess there's no fire here. Okay. Game might have lied to me a little bit. That's probably my sign to go home, and home is all the way over here again, like I said. So how far is that? Does that say 6,000? I can't even read it. It's so small. Pretty sure that says 6,000, but anyway, it's time to fly home. While we can't control how many villagers we find in this video, what we can control is where we live. And yes, in the next 30 days, I'm not only going to be uploading every day, but every single video that I record in this world is not going to be in this village here. I'm sure I'll stop by and do some more building in the city and then up on the hill. But the goal here is to expand the world a bit, because as you can see, I did mention it earlier, but the map is not really that explored. That's all about to change this month. So let's go find a place that looks interesting and call it home. Now, I do have a few places in mind, and I'm just going to go to a few of them. And actually, you know what? The first one is right in front of us here, and it's this lake. And if you remember my previous expert mode world, you'll know that I built a village in a lake just like this one. It's far enough away where I think I won't have memory issues, and the main reason I am moving is because yes, it's very laggy in this world. So option number one is going to be this lake just over the hill from where everything else is. And right here is option number two. It's going to be this farm. I found this a while back, but I do think it's really, really interesting because obviously it has all of the corn crops growing out of it. And no, I would not touch any of these. I think it could be super cool to play with this natural landscape though, because these are pretty rare and I don't see them that often. Bro, there's no way. There's no way. There's no way. Dude, there's no way I just found this. Wait, is that the dream? No way, bro. These are the dreams relics. I've only ever seen these on Google Images. I've never found these in a world. I've literally played this game almost every day for over a year straight, and I have never in my life found these. But ladies and gentlemen, today we just found ourselves Lego dreams inside of Lego Fortnite. I'm pretty sure these have been in people's worlds since launch. And comment down below if you found them, because I never have, and today is the day. Oh my goodness. We have the shark head. We've got a ton of debris. This looks like some sort of captain's nest. You've got the steering wheel here, and then also the seat. Dude, what is this? This looks like the rest of the shark's body, and then obviously we have the tail here. Wow, dude, this is crazy. I did not expect this at all. Okay, we got those acolytes out of the way. Dude, this is insane. Okay, so obviously I was looking for places to live. Maybe I just put a village down here. I mean, this is pretty rare. Again, like I said, let me know if you guys have found one of these in your world, but I personally never have after a very long time playing, and it does let you put a village next to it. If you guys didn't know, next to certain landmarks in this game, it will say it's too close to a landmark to put a village down, but this is different. And let's just put a village square down right here. So maybe we just do that. We're kind of in the middle of nowhere though. This is the end of the world, and bro, I did not expect to find this today. Holy cow. So to be honest with you, I have no idea what to do with this. Like I said, it is possible to put a village down here, and honestly, I might just do it, but we are in a shore biome, which really doesn't give me much. Because let's see, if I go just a little bit this way, I will be in the dry valley. I haven't built in the dry valley yet, so maybe that's the move. Looking around here, there's not a whole lot more that I could do. It is insane that I found Lego Dreams though, so I feel like I have to do something here. And I think I have an idea. What I'm gonna go ahead and do is drop a village square down here. Right here will be good for now. And we obviously have to name this village accordingly, so we're calling it Dreams Chasers. And just like that, we have a beachside village with a very special relic inside of it, which we will obviously not be touching. I'm gonna make sure I don't swing my pickaxe around it. If it breaks, that would be absolutely devastating. But the next question I have is, do I open these chests? I feel like it kind of adds to how special this place is. So I think for now, I'm actually gonna keep the chest unopened, and maybe it'll stay like that. Maybe it won't. Let me know in the comments if you guys have any suggestions for what I should do with these. And obviously, because this is such a special village, we can't just invite any average Joe over like Tomato Head here. No offense to him, but I think we need very special villagers for this one. So that's exactly what we're gonna do. I've never had a world that's fully been discovered, and today is the day that we do it. So if I open my map up and we take a look, you can see exactly where the island sits. So for a basic rundown of how the map works, any area that you're standing near will be revealed on the map. So for instance, if I go ahead and keep running this way and open my map up, you'll see that eventually it'll start getting discovered, and it's already kind of happening here. So yeah, you guys get the point. I'm about to die to some acolytes, so we got to take care of these guys. But anyway, before I was rudely interrupted, opening the map up and taking a look, you can see that the darker areas that don't have any clouds, like this area, means that this is the ocean here, and then this is going to be the land. I'm sure some of you guys might have known that, but some of you may not have. This is the most you could zoom in on the map as well, and as you can see, there's a huge island that I'm going to need to discover quite a bit of. It's going to take a very long time is what I'm trying to say. But on our quest of becoming absolutely goated at Lego Fortnite Odyssey over the next 31 days, because we are uploading every single day in March, this is just gotta happen. So we're moving up in the air, and yeah, I think we're gonna start with this top right section here. So basically clear out all of this. I'm interested to see how long this takes. So without further ado, I don't really have a strategy because yeah, I'm just gonna be flying around. Like, I don't know what else to do. Luckily, we have our brand new airship that I built in a recent video that you should definitely check out if you haven't already. But here goes nothing, guys. I'll try to keep this time lapse short, but just know I'm gonna be playing this for a minute, actually probably a few minutes, and I'll let you know how long this takes. But the goal is to clear out this whole top right section here. Okay, and it has been about 25 minutes, and as you can see, we got the whole top right section of the map done, but that's barely any of the entire map, which scares me quite a bit because this just means there's so much more work to do. This is ridiculous. But hey, this is a pretty nice section that I've discovered. Obviously, there's a little tiny bit that I need to go back and refine, but I don't care about the little details right now. I'm gonna be honest. I just gotta cover my ground. So yeah, I think we just keep on going here. Anyway, we're gonna get out of this little section here, and we're gonna move all the way down the map so that I can explore two expansion islands, those being Lost Isles and of course the Star Wars Island. I feel like getting those done will make me feel a little bit better about my progress. So yeah, we're gonna fly our plane all the way back down towards the bottom side of the map, and I will once again see you guys when I'm there.
1 hour later.
And in the last cut, I did say I was gonna be at Lost Isles, but if we look down, this is not what Lost Isles looks like because that's the desert. And if we open my map, I got very distracted on the way down, and I basically cleared out this entire area right here. In total, this took me about another 45 minutes, which is absolutely absurd. Again, if we look at the map, there is so much more to do, and holy, I'm just realizing now how long this is gonna take. I mean, I already knew this video was gonna be a challenge, but this might actually take me a week to record at this pace. Either way, it feels like we're already quite a bit into this video, and I do have some objectives. First and foremost, obviously, we need to explore the entirety of our Lego Fortnite map so that when I open the map, I can see all of the terrain and exactly what is located where. But that isn't our only goal, because my other goal is to find some villagers. If we're gonna be exploring the entirety of our map, I think it only makes sense to look out for campfires along the way and stop by and try to find some villagers out in the wild. Obviously, then we could bring them to our new Lego Dreams village and also our old city build. And one of of our other objectives, since we're right in front of one here, is to find as many bus stations as we possibly can. This one's easy, especially because after the update, they actually changed the blue glow on bus stations and they're much easier to spot now. But actually coming down and discovering them is important because then when we open our map, we'll have bus stations scattered absolutely everywhere. And once again, we'll be able to fast travel from point A to point B like nothing. It's going to make things so much more efficient in our world. But anyway, with our goals set, I guess it's just time to continue on our way. I'm not going to show you a bunch of time lapses because I feel like eventually that'll get boring. But just know I'm going to be sitting here for the next 2 to 3 hours flying around in my little airship. And if anything interesting happens, I'll catch up with you guys. Oh my goodness, what did I sign myself up for? There's so much to do. Hey, and wait, ladies and gentlemen, we just found our first villager spawn in this exploration. Right here, ladies and gentlemen, we have Tomato Head. And what some of you might not know is if you don't interact with a villager in the wild, you can actually just revisit the same spawn point about an hour or so later, and this will be a completely different villager. So essentially, it just allows you to re-roll until you find one you like, and then you can ask them to come explore with you and take them back to your village. Basically, what I'm trying to say is I don't really care about Tomato Head, so we're gonna go ahead and drop a flag here. And this will serve as a reminder that we should revisit this at some point so that we can maybe get a different villager. Anyway, we're still well on our way on our exploration, so we'll say goodbye to Tomato Head for now. That was pretty cool that we finally found a villager. Fortunately, it wasn't in the Frostlands where we're looking for Yeti still, but hey, it'll do for now. And yeah, let's just go ahead and continue to explore this island, which it looks like we've already done. Anyway, now we're back on our way of exploring our entire map. Let's keep it going here. Hang on a moment. We have been absolutely grinding this map, but I think we just pulled up on another villager. And yes, we did. Oh my goodness. It's Bushranger. And I just ran my plane into Bushranger. Let's try that again. And there we go. That's a better landing. Okay, but we actually did find Bushranger here, and this is a pretty cool villager in my opinion. I don't know. What do you guys think? Honestly, he's pretty cool. I might take him, but I'm on the fence about it. I just got to think about it because I don't have all day here. Obviously, if I leave him again, he'll refresh, but we are in the grasslands, and I just don't know if we're going to find a cooler villager than Bushranger. So it's official. We spoke to him, and we're just going to ask him to come explore with us. Here we go. Okay. I wonder if he'll jump on the plane now. I'm going to go ahead and take off and see. He's on the floor still. He's on the floor still. Come on, teleport up here. Will he do it? No. I don't think he's going to. Wherever Bushranger is, I hope he makes it back safely because I'm going back to my village so I can ask him to be a part of it. Guys, I've absolutely mastered flying this plane. I can make any turn on command and I'm covering so much ground right now. If I look up, you can see that I have the entire top right portion of my island discovered and it looks so satisfying. Obviously, there's still quite a bit more to do and it looks like I have to turn right. So let me show you guys my flying because I actually am pretty proud of it. So I can make a 90-degree turn. I can turn the jets forward. I can launch it up and just like that, look. Oh my goodness. So we're gonna make another turn and yep, we're insane. Okay, if you're kind of confused on what I'm doing, I'm basically just going around the outline of what I already have discovered, and after doing that enough times, eventually we'll discover the entire map, which like I said will take me hours and hours if not days. Anyway, this stuff will get very boring for the video. That's why I'm cutting it out. So I'll see you guys soon and hopefully we have more progress by then. Okay, and we have just arrived to our brand new village because if you don't, oh my, wait, Lizik. Wait, Lizik is here? Wait, where's Bushranger? Hang on. I was trying to say we're here at our brand new village where we have Lego Dreams relics scattered around our area here. This will obviously be transformed into a super cool looking village with this as the focal point. But anyway, that's not what I'm here to talk about. I'm here to find Bushranger and he doesn't seem to be anywhere in sight, although we do have Lizik. Lizik has slowly become one of my favorite villagers in this entire game. I don't know. There's just something about him. He's pretty epic. So it's a no-brainer that we... Wait, I actually have somewhere to be right now. We'll catch up next time. No, this cannot be. No. Wait. Where's he going? Lizik, no. Why is he leaving? Why is he walking into a rock? Where's he going?
It's not just a boulder. It's a rock.
I'm trying to talk to him, but he doesn't seem to want to stay at my village. I guess he was on the way out, which is very, very unfortunate. He's literally one of my favorite villagers. That's so sad. And just like that, he literally vanished into thin air. Well, that's 2 L's because we also don't have Bushranger here, which is just crazy because I literally recruited him. What a waste of a villager spawn. What an L. Bro, that was actually brutal. But on another note, the map looks so good when it's discovered, so I can't wait to have the full thing revealed. It's gonna look so good whenever I play the game and in the videos. It's a grind, but it'll definitely be worth it. Anyway, we gotta get back back to our plane now. I can't wait to build out this village in a future video though, because my goodness, this dream stuff is super, super rare. I played this game for a year knowing that it's been in the game, and this is the first time I found it. I think it might have to be one of the most rare things in all of Lego Fortnite. Don't quote me on that, but let me know in the comments if you agree. Have you guys found these relics in your world? Let me know down below. But anyway, yeah, like I said, back to the plane we go. And it's me checking in once again. It's been about 3 hours. As you can see, if I open my map, I have quite a bit discovered. Oh my goodness, I have been flying around forever. But as you can see, we have found ourselves yet another villager. And where in the world did he just go? Is he by my plane? He has to be. There he is. Here we got Raptor. And honestly, I don't know the last time I've seen Raptor, if at all, inside of Lego Fortnite. He doesn't look familiar to me, and he's actually pretty cool. I mean, look at his little mask he's got on. It's a good outfit. I'd rate it a solid 7.3 out of 10, and that's not high enough to be taken back to my village. Again, you guys saw in a previous cut that we lost Bushranger already, and honestly, I'm not ready to lose another villager. So for now, we're just gonna go ahead and pop down another map marker so we can come visit this later. I'm not gonna show off every time we run into a villager, but when I do, I'm gonna go ahead and throw down the same map marker with a little green leaf icon on it. You know, symbolizes life, and right there is life. Anyway, you guys get the point. I'm gonna keep flying around, and man, this is such a grind. Please drop a like on this video if you haven't already. We're gonna keep flying back and forth because I'm so excited to see what this map looks like when it's all revealed. And there is just no way this is what I think it is. There's just no way, right? There's just no way. If you explore your map, you will find some crazy stuff because guys, this is another Lego Dreams. Unless they've increased the spawn across the board in a recent update and didn't tell anybody, then this... Dude, what? We just found another one. Guys, drop a like for that. This is insane. Up until a few days ago, I have never found one of these, and now we just ran up on a second one. Wait, who is that on the beach? Is that a pirate? Okay, there's pirates on the beach. I hardly ever run into those pirates, but it's nice to see them. Anyway, dude, this is insane. I cannot believe there's another... Dude, what? I'm at a loss, bro. I saw it from all the way up in the sky, and I was just like, there's no way, but... Yeah, there is a way. Okay, well, so I guess we just pinned this one. I'm about to wipe out this whole entire empty section here on my map. And as soon as I started on it, we found this, which is just insane. Anyway, we have a lot more to do still. I don't even know if I'm halfway done. So let's get back in the air here. But wow, that is just insane. I don't know. Maybe they increased the spawn rate, but who knows? Let's just keep going. And guys, you will not believe this, but we found another Dreams relic site. And there's just no way. Hold on. I'm just vibing over here, flying around. And I honestly haven't even been recording because it's just been so boring. And oh, okay, well now there's lightning and pirates. But like I said, I've just been flying around in the wild by myself, and we just came up on another one, dude. This is insane. And I just said it, but up until recently, I've never been able to even find one of these, and now we've just found our third one. Once again, just a map marker is going down for now, and we got to keep going on our journey. Just to update you guys on the progress, if we open our map up, this is where my original base is, off in the corner of my world. But I'm just about getting done with this section here, and then if I zoom out and move around, you can see that we have quite a bit discovered. We just have this left portion of the map that still has to be done, and then the bottom. I'll talk a little bit more about Lost Isles and the Star Wars Island in a little bit, but for now, the goal is still the same. Just cover ground in the aircraft, and then obviously find interesting things like these Dreams relics, and also, of course, more villagers. Anyway, yeah, it's just insane that we found that for the third time, so I feel like I had to put it in the video. Let me know if I'm overreacting, but I really don't think I am. And we are just gonna keep on our way, and once again, this aircraft that I built myself has been absolutely carrying me through this video. Without it, I wouldn't have a place to sleep in the middle of the sky. Not only that, it's just a very nice aircraft. I mean, it handles well, and I've learned the turning. I uploaded a full tutorial for this one on my second channel if you want to check it out. It's down in the description. Right now, we're finishing off what is basically the middle portion of my map. And I feel like all Lego Fortnite worlds are like this, but as you can see, the middle is just a ginormous body of water. It spans from the bottom of the map all the way to basically midway through, but it's just a huge body of water, and it's kind of interesting that that's there in the middle. As you can tell, I'm really reading into these terrains because there's nothing better to do. I'm kind of going crazy recording this video. I got to get this section done, and then we're almost done with the entire middle and right side of this map. It's been basically an entire day at this point of playing Lego Fortnite and flying around, so drop a like for the pain I've had to endure in this video, but we're not done yet. All right, and I don't even remember where I was the last time I picked up the recording, but it's been over 24 hours since I started this challenge now, and if I open my map, your boy has been grinding because look at everything that we have discovered. It's basically the entire island except for the top top left, and that's almost where I'm at right now. So we have this whole section here, and then we have this chunk here that I'm about to knock out. But I just wanted to pick up the video to kind of update you guys on where we're at. We're so close to being done, and it's so satisfying to be able to open the map and just look around and see so many different things. This has been long overdue, and if you guys haven't done this in your world, I wouldn't say you need to discover your entire island because it has taken a while, but just discovering a little bit will definitely upgrade your playing experience. And yeah, that's something that I just have not done in any of my worlds, to be honest with you. But like I said, we're just gonna keep on moving along here. I'm gonna knock out this little square, and then I'll see you guys when we're done with it. And wait a sec, is that what I think it is? I don't know if I'm seeing this properly, but I feel like that's a crab right there. I don't know if I've ever seen that in Lego Fortnite though, so we got to go ahead and check it out. Hang on. Wait, what? I think my plane will be okay in the water there. And it is a crab. That has to be a crab. You can't tell me that doesn't look like a dancing crab. Like, what? How have I never seen this? Is this new in the game? I don't know. You guys got to let me know in the comments or something, but exploring the entire map has shown me so many things that I just have never seen in this game. For instance, this, like, dude, what? How do you get in here? I walked around the entire thing and there's literally no entry other than this little doorway. So let's fly through here, and there's a chest. Dude, what is this? Okay, let's go ahead and open it. Please give us something good at least. Ooh, not bad. Okay, definitely take all of that and put it away in storage. But what an interesting little build here. I knew I saw something weird, and there you have it. We found a crab. Just so interesting. So interesting. All right, so we have officially cleared out that square that I was talking about, and we got a little bit more to do on the top, I guess, and then we're gonna head up this way, clean this all up, and then that's basically it besides these random spots in the Frostlands. I know this probably has been a bit of an interesting video to watch considering it's just me doing the same thing over and over and over again. Imagine how I feel. And guys, we're picking up the video once again because we found another villager, and this time it's Sky. And to be honest with you, I haven't built enough villages in this game recently to even know if Sky's one of those villagers that'll show up or whether she's actually a little rare. But I honestly don't see her too often, so I'm gonna go ahead and make the call to take her. Maybe that's a bad decision, but who cares? We're gonna hit Come Explore, and we're gonna go ahead and take Sky along for the journey. Hopefully she has better faith than Bush Ranger. And just to really make sure we secure Sky spotted our village, we're actually just gonna go ahead and fast travel there right now. And would you look at that? We actually got better fate this time, and Sky made it back to our village safely. So let's go ahead and ask her to stay here. And there we go. Our first new villager at our brand new Lego Dreams village. I'm obviously super hyped to start this village, but obviously we still have a task at hand, and I gotta go find my airship because I don't even know which bus station I left it at. But the map is getting ginormous. I basically discovered the entire thing. I gotta work on this top left corner. Then I gotta fill in a few chunks in the Frostlands, and we're almost there. Let's keep it going though. And we are now picking up the video for one last time because, ladies and gentlemen, I have officially explored my entire map inside of Lego Fortnite, and I am lagging flying back into my main city. The plane will just have to sit here for now, I guess. But guys, let me go ahead and open up my map and show you exactly what a fully discovered map inside of Lego Fortnite looks like, because I'm sure a lot of you are curious. And holy, that was an absolute grind. Did not expect it to take that long, but I'm so happy with the result of this. So when I open up my map, you can see that now I do have basically the entire map discovered. If I go up, oh yeah, there's one part here that I don't. Judge me all you want. I want to upload every single day, and if I had to go do that right now, I wouldn't get this video up on Sunday. But yeah, besides that, if I zoom out once again and take a look around this map, you can see that I literally have the entire thing discovered, including the Frostlands closest to my base. This is just gonna make things so much easier every single time I play because I'm gonna really understand my world, and that's something that I'd encourage you guys to do as well, because this challenge was a lot of fun. I learned so many interesting things about the Lego Fortnite map. Obviously, I recently found dreams, and then I found like 4 more on this island that I didn't put in this video, but I'll definitely be talking about in a follow-up video here soon. There's a bunch of really unique parts about this world that I just found for the first time, and honestly, I feel like I could dedicate an entire video to that. So yeah, stay tuned to the channel. But once again, opening the map and looking around, my goodness, this is so sick. And some final takeaways that I found interesting were that if you open up the map, there's only 2 Frostlands biomes in my island. I'm not sure if that's the case with everyone's Lego Fortnite islands. This is what my entire world inside of Lego Fortnite looks like on the map. But while I was out in the wild discovering everything that my world had to offer, I realized how many interesting and unique little quirks there are inside of the Lego Fortnite worlds. And in today's video, we're going to be highlighting some of my favorite things that I found over the course of my entire exploration. And there's so much to get into, so let's jump right into my main expert mode world where this all went down. Anyway, before we jump into today's video, subscribe for all things Lego Fortnite because we're back to daily uploading. And also, I hardly shout this out, but code Kaz if you guys are buying anything in the Fortnite item shop, especially any of the Lego styles or the build kit kits when they come back in 10 days. Super excited for all those kits to re-release. Anyway, jumping into the video, we're already here at our first location that I wanted to show off, and it is, of course, my brand new village. And it might look like it's pretty underwhelming. You know, it's pretty empty out here on the shore, and there's really nothing to look at until you turn around and see the Lego Dreams relics. I pointed this out in a video a couple days ago when I came across it for the first time. I literally made an entire video about it, so if you haven't watched that, check that out. But anyway, in my opinion, this has to be one of the most rare things that you can stumble across in your Lego Fortnite world. I mean, the game's been out for over a year at this point, and I just found my first one a few days ago, and that was only really done after exploring a majority of my entire Lego Fortnite island. But that's not it, because right here you can see another set of these Dreams Lego relics. Again, this is just another one in a completely different location. This other one is way up here in the top left. So yeah, not only is there one set of Lego Dreams relics in my world, there's actually two. And not only that, here is our third set. And this one actually spawned in right here. After uncovering my entire map, I realized that there's this really long water portion that just cuts through the direct center of the map. So on this, I actually have two different sets of Dreams relics. So this is number 3 and this is number 4. Like I said, it's located just down this body of water. This is where number 3 was. So yeah, there was 2 in this body of water, of course, again, on the shore. But it doesn't even end there, because believe it or not, this is Dreams relic site number 5. Now, there might be more in my map, but these are the only 5 that I could find. And this one is on the complete... I forget that these sand crabs even exist sometimes. But yeah, this one's on the very bottom side of my map down here. Of course, all of the other ones were above this one. But yeah, I found 5 of these crash sites. I'm not sure if there's more. Obviously, I did all of my travel to discover my entire world by plane. And for that reason, I wasn't close to the ground, and I didn't really get to see every single little detail of each shore. There are obviously times during that flight where I was kind of just not paying attention. But these Dreams crash sites are just one of the many interesting things I found after exploring my entire world in Lego Fortnite. So we got more to get to. And next, I want to show off something pretty interesting and unique that I've never seen before in a Lego Fortnite world, and it brings us to the middle of an ocean. And I have it pinned, so hopefully I can find it pretty easily. But we're gonna go out this way, and hopefully it's still here. Otherwise, I'm gonna look absolutely insane. Oh, and it is here. Yes, let's go. Okay. I thought I was going crazy. I couldn't find it for a second, but as you can see, there's this weird line where the water kind of just divides in the middle of the ocean. Like I said before I came over to show this might be the most weird thing I've ever said in a video, but this is just super interesting. And I figured in a video where I'm talking about the most interesting things I've seen in my Lego Fortnite world, this little line in the middle of the ocean just looks like some sort of glitch. It's like the waves just decided to disconnect a little bit, and it's a different, I don't even know how to describe it. You guys can see it right here though. Anyway, don't want to spend too much time because there's more interesting things to get into. Anyway, while that line in the water was pretty interesting, what I think is even more interesting is the next thing that I discovered while exploring my entire world. And it's going to be over here with these bus stations, because if you didn't know, in a recent update, Lego Fortnite made it a lot easier to find bus stations in your world. And they did this by increasing the brightness of the lights for bus stations. So when you're looking around for one, they're much easier to spot. Not only that, they also spawned a lot more natural bus stations around the world for you to discover. So between the two of those, when I was exploring my entire world, naturally, I found a ton of bus stations. And what I really found interesting about this that I wanted to highlight in today's video is if you look at all of the bus stations, you can see that they're labeled by letter. For example, the first natural bus station that I'd find would be A. The second one I find would be B. Of course, the third one would be C, so on and so forth. But obviously, there's only 26 letters in the alphabet. So once I found Z, I learned, and you guys can see, they actually just double up the letters. So as you can see, for example, we have AA, and then right next to it, we have AB. I mean, right here, I'm pretty sure I'm at bus station BM. So yeah, if you're like me and you discover your entire world, you'll go through your bus stations list, and you'll just have so many different combinations. And as you can see, I've discovered so many bus stations that I'm literally on to the C's. This is bus station CB right here. But yeah, just a little fun fact, because I'm sure a lot of you guys actually haven't found enough bus stations to show more than just one letter. But if you're ever curious on what happens after you find bus station Z, there you go. But sticking with the theme of bus stations, the next thing that I found interesting is another bus station. And right below me is sitting a naturally generated bus station in the Lego Fortnite world. And as you may be able to see, it spawned halfway into a rock. And that's just interesting because, like I just mentioned, there was a recent Lego Fortnite update that added a lot more bus stations to people's world and just scattered them around a bit more. And yeah, with that update, it's just kind of interesting to see that they literally just kind of spawned them wherever, even if it was inside of something like a rock. There was a better example of this in my world, and I'm really bummed because I can't find it now. I looked everywhere, but you just got to take my word for it. When I was flying around discovering my entire world, I found one that was literally completely inside of a rock. This is the next best example that we have, though. And yeah, it's just something from a development standpoint that I found interesting. They really didn't care where they spawned them, even if it was inside of one of these terrains. And speaking of terrains, the next thing I found super interesting is over here on the far west side of my map. As you can see, my house is right here, but on the complete opposite side, way out in the distance, islands, there's two little things that are still yet to be discovered. You can see the outlines of them, which means there's definitely land there. So I'm gonna go ahead and show you guys exactly what I'm talking about. There's a reason I haven't gone and explored it yet, and I'm not gonna do it in this video, but I'm gonna get pretty close because you can't see them. And I'm above the dry valley still because if I fly above the water, it's raining right now, unfortunately. But even from back here, you can start to see these two islands. There's one in front of us, and then there is the other one. I'll get closer in a second, but even from here, you could just see that it's literally a full-size island with a bunch of trees. It's just super interesting that these exist, considering that there's nothing else like this around the entire island, except for my two event update islands. So obviously we have Star Wars Island right here, and then we have Lost Isles right here. But these two islands on this side are very, very interesting to me because why are they there? I'm not sure, and we're unfortunately not going to know today because I'm going to save those for another video where I'll actually go discover them. And wait a sec, this cannot be real. This just can't be real. This can't be real. Is that what I think it is? It literally is. Dude, there's no way. Guys, we just found our 6th Dreams crash site here. Obviously, at this point, I think it's safe to assume there's only one layout. We got the head here. We got what looks to be the body. We've got this little captain's deck with the steering wheel. We have the tail, and then we have whatever this end piece is. But wow, we found another one, guys. Did not expect to do that in this video, but of course, as always, we do have to throw a map marker down now, which means I need wood. That way we can go ahead and throw down the map marker, and just like that, Dreams Relic crash site number 6. And should I break one of these? Guys, let me know if I should break one. I'm super curious to know what's inside, and actually, you know what, this is an update where we find things out about the map, so I feel like the time is now. Let's do it. I guess I really didn't need the map marker after all, because I am gonna destroy some of these pieces, and this is kind of painful to do, but at the end of the day, we have 5 more, so I feel like this is worth us all knowing what actually happens. So let's go ahead and hit this first piece here. And it just had a little thump. It did 135 damage and it just broke. Okay, let's try this piece. It's probably gonna do the same thing, I'd imagine. Wow, wait. They just straight up break. Okay, so they don't give you anything. No granite, no wood, no nothing. Okay, let's try these other pieces. Nothing there. Nothing there. We already know what's gonna happen here. Is it even worth breaking at this point? I don't know. I feel like it is. Why not? Here we go. And just like that, there goes the headpiece. That was painful to do, and that was definitely not worth it, considering it literally gives you nothing. I basically got scammed. Anyway, let's get rid of this map marker. And we definitely got distracted, but the next thing, obviously, that we were talking about here were these 2 islands. I will be back to visit them. Subscribe so you can see when that happens, because I'm still so interested in knowing what's over there. And we just found another villager spot in the wild. This time around, we do have links here, and that's not a villager that I really want, so I'm just gonna pin this and save it for later, so hopefully we can come back and re-roll. But while I'm in the Frostlands biome, the next thing I found interesting after exploring my entire world is the fact that there's only 2 Frostlands biomes in my entire island. I don't know how that's possible. I feel like that's pretty common for most islands. I don't know if there's any that have 3, to be honest with you. The way the game is made, it might just be default that there's only 2. And while I'm talking so much about my map, I figure I'll go ahead and throw up the seed here for you guys as well, so if you wanted to play in the same exact world that you watch in my videos, here it is. I've never done a seed reveal before, but now that I've explored my entire map, I can't really get anything spoiled for me besides those 2 islands. So yeah, if you guys want to hop in and maybe play through in the same way that I do, feel free to type in that seed and play with it in your own worlds. And next up on our list, if you watched yesterday's video, you'll know exactly what we're talking about here. It is the dancing crab. Earlier, I said Dreams was probably the rarest thing in all of LEGO Fortnite Odyssey, but honestly, this might take the cake. When I found it for the first time the other day, I was super confused because I've never seen that before, and I've also never seen anybody send me a picture of them finding it in their world. I'm sure people have posted about it before, but I just personally haven't seen it myself. But yeah, just a super interesting looking build that just gets placed randomly in people's worlds. And then inside there is a chest that you can go ahead and loot for some pretty good loot. And if you guys haven't played in a while, make sure you guys are now opening those gold glowing chests because they actually drop better loot as of a recent update. And if you guys have ever ran into the same dancing crab in your world, please let me know in the comments. I'm super interested to hear. Anyway, the next thing that I want to talk about is another naturally generated... Oh, wait. No, dude, I just lost my plane in the air. I don't have a grapple with me. Bro, that's brutal. I gotta go get that. But before I go get it, let's talk about the thing that I wanted to point out. And it's right over this way, actually. It's another one of those pieces that's just spawned into your LEGO Fortnite world randomly. And it's gonna be this bunker piece here. If you guys remember back in the day, you drop in what I believe was Wailing Woods. Was that the name of it? I can't even remember now. Yep, after a quick Google search, it was Wailing Woods, and there was a bunker that looked exactly like this in Wailing Woods. I'll pop up a picture on screen if I can find one, but I mean, it should look basically identical to what we're looking at here. So yeah, overall, pieces like this are just a pretty cool nod to the actual OG Battle Royale. I love that they have stuff like this. Hopefully one day we'll be able to build stuff like this, but yeah, I've broken one of these in the past, and if you break it, there's literally nothing under it, so I'm not going to do it today. Don't want to waste another landmark since we just broke a Dreams landmark. But yeah, the next thing I found super interesting were, of course, these bunkers. And here we go, guys. I went ahead and I equipped a pretty basic inventory, but it's everything I'm going to need for our journey. And I'm stopping by my village because I did park my airplane down over at the airport. But while I'm here, there was a recent update that sneaky flew under the radar. And if you wander your world by foot quite a bit, then you'll definitely know what I'm going to talk about here. And it's, of course, the new launch pads. But in case you missed it, the new launch pads are absolutely incredible. So when you throw them down, there's 3 different force settings that you can click through, and they'll all launch you different heights. I believe if you turn it up to maximum, it'll send you about 60 something meters. Yeah, like 63 meters up in the air. The reason I bring that up is because while I'm back over here at my village, I'm going to go ahead and put down quite a bit of launch pads just around the surrounding areas. It's been needing to happen for a while, and a lot of times I'll find myself in predicaments where I have to just run around, and that just don't gotta happen anymore, especially with these updated launch pads. So let's go ahead and put one here for now. I'll find better spots to hide them permanently later, but for the time being, it's definitely nice to have a new form of transportation. And like I said, I just keep forgetting to do it, so I'm just doing it right now. And I forgot that this area I literally cannot build in, so I guess let's just go ahead and get out of here and over to Lost Isles. The airplane is waiting for us up there, and I'm super excited to see if we can find this llama head today. But here we go. We're hovering at the very bottom of my map, where as you can see, obviously I recently explored the entire map, and if you haven't seen those videos, go check them out. It's been a ton of fun to explore, but I'm not gonna lie, I've really been looking forward to this one specifically because, like I said, that llama head is waiting for us potentially. I'm not sure if it's a myth, but I have heard that it's actually not in everybody's world. I personally never found one, like I said in the intro, in my survival worlds, but we brought our handy dandy spyglass because if we zoom in, we can start to see Lost Isles. You see the islands floating. This is basically all undiscovered for the most part. I mean, apparently I have walked around a little bit. I don't remember doing that actually, but either way, we're about to fly in and check out Lost Isles. If you're wondering what's over there, that's actually Star Wars Island. And if you don't believe me, let me go ahead and just ping that mountain, and there it is. So yeah, we got both of our event islands right next to each other. Today, we're gonna go ahead and fly to the one on the left though. And at this point, I am like an expert pilot, so I know how to do this in the most efficient way, I think. And there's nothing fancy about it. It's basically just going back and forth. But we're now above the outskirts of Lost Isles, and I'm not exactly sure where this llama can spawn. Down here, we have these interesting looking logs that you usually don't see in the island. I'm not sure if I'm gonna have to scope out every single one of these, but if I do, we're in for a longer video. Either way, I brought cheese with me on our journey because I feel like it'll definitely bring me that extra luck we'll need. But yeah, here goes nothing. Let's just go ahead and fly around. I'm gonna keep an eye out for things. And as always with these exploration videos, I'll catch up with you guys when something interesting happens. And we're just getting over here to Lost Isles for real, and my goodness, is this place gorgeous. I don't know if it's just the lighting and the time of day, but the water is crystal clear. It's literally so blue. Obviously, the landscapes are gorgeous, and they got so much nice colors. And then there's just so many islands. Like, I'm not sure exactly where this llama head could be. Obviously, we're gonna hover the entire thing and keep an eye everywhere, but there's just so many little islands. I didn't realize it, and I think that's just because I've never actually taken a plane over. But yeah, this place is impressive, man. There's so many islands on the outskirts. I never knew this. Okay, and right now, we're basically at the very end of my Lego Fortnite world. There's nothing down here, but if we jump out and look at Lost Isles, if we turn all the way this way, look how far out these islands go. I know I just said it, but seriously, this is just insane to me. Like, what is this island right here? Who knows? It's literally just an empty plot of sand. It'd be kind of fun to live there low-key, but anyway, we do have to explore every single little bit of this place, so I gotta fly over here just to make sure the llama statue isn't hiding behind this rock. And for the moment of truth, it is not hiding behind this rock, okay? But look how crazy this is, dude. There's literally a city right there. There's 3 buildings. Who in the world is living there? I wonder if there's NPCs there. I'm so interested. Oh, no way. There's a campfire. No way, bro. There's a village of... What? There's no way pirates live here. That one just dropped cheese. That's amazing. This one also just dropped cheese. Are they all dropping cheese? This is just the village of cheese out in the middle of nowhere. Did I just get another piece? Bro, what is going on? I don't know, but I'm also getting blast powder, so I don't mind this. Kind of feel bad. The people on this island were living so isolated until I came and just wiped them all out. You know, thinking back on it, that was kind of rude. And hang on, there's even caves on some of these islands. Like, this is just crazy. The amount of detail that went into this update, and honestly, I feel bad that I didn't recognize this earlier, but wow, there's just a cave that's hidden with bushes way off in the distance. Okay, let's see what's down here. Oh, it's just a normal cave. Still very impressed by the fact that they have these out here. Anyway, back up we go. Bro, there's no way I crashed into the floating island. But if I go ahead and open up my map, you can see that now I've officially outlined Lost Isles. I've gone around the entirety of the outskirts, and unfortunately I have not seen the llama yet. So we're just gonna keep flying because obviously we're gonna discover all of Lost Isles today. Not only are we looking for the llama head though, there's some other things to be on the lookout for as well. One of those things being golems, and there actually is a golem right under me. There we go. But besides looking for golems, the other thing we're looking for are these guys right here. Just obviously not the wandering ones. We're looking for the Peely Village. If you guys don't remember what that is, it's another seemingly rare addition to Lost Isles that certain people could find and certain people couldn't. It was a big deal when Lost Isles came out, but basically there was a tutorial village led by a tribe of Peelys, and it was a guided village. So there were different quests you had to do in order to level it up. It was a pretty fun build, and I'm very interested to see if this brand new world with Lost Isles has that. And wait. Why was I just looking? Wait. Why did that just pop? Wait. There's no way. Maybe they made them easier to find. Either that or I just got super lucky and the timing is crazy, but there it is. Wait, that literally took no time at all. It popped up when I had the map open, which is just crazy. Otherwise, I would not have even seen it, but here we are. What is this called? Okay, we got Nanner's Hamlet. I think there's two different villages you can find in Lost Isles. This time around, we found Nanner Hamlet and we are met with Benanthony. Wait, Benanthony. I think that's how you say it. Again, I don't know if I just got really lucky or if it's actually just easier to find nowadays. Because like I said, when this update came out, people were really mad when they couldn't find these in their worlds because they were pretty rare. Nowadays, I don't really know, but either way, we do have this discovered. I'm just going to go ahead and give him a bed since obviously he looks pretty upset that he doesn't have one. There you go, buddy. I think he should be happier now. Benanthony has now claimed his bed and we shall be on our way. Maybe we'll stop by here another time and go ahead and actually finish that village. But for now, that's not what we need to do. We need to explore the rest of Lost Isles because we're looking for something a little bit bigger than this village. And that's the llama head, obviously. You guys should know that by now. Oh, and wait, what is that? Is that just a statue? There's no way that's the... Okay, wait, what is that? Oh, that's just a golem spawn. Okay, no, we're not stopping for that. I kind of got baited there. I thought it was a llama head. But I'm gonna be honest, guys, I have no idea where to look now that I'm actually on the main island here. If I recall correctly, when I originally played this update for the first time on an old world, there were actually like 3 different islands, whereas this one's just one big island from the looks of it. So yeah, that's kind of throwing me off for 1. And 2, yeah, I just don't know where to look for this llama head. And just an abrupt update for you guys. I was flying around discovering Lost Isles when my game crashed, and then I load back in and I have no idea where my airplane went. Like, genuinely no idea. I spawned in, I looked up in the sky, I'm looking around. Obviously, we're in the middle of a jungle, which does not help us at all, considering my aircraft is straight up jet black. I just don't know where it could have gone, but it's just not seeming to be here, which is not great for this video, considering I literally need to explore half of it still. When I loaded back into the world, I was standing right there, which would mean the airship would have to be somewhere around here, but I have my spyglass. Let's see if this maybe helps. It's like we're playing I Spy out here. I genuinely just, yeah, nah, I just don't know where this plane is. We might have taken a huge L, guys. Okay, let's see what happens if I go ahead and skydive back down. I'm not sure exactly what I'm trying to do here, but maybe I could just see things from a higher vantage point. And once again, yeah, I just have no idea, dude. If anyone in the comments has experience with this and has maybe lost an aircraft before, then let me know. But my goodness, that's just so unlucky. Anyway, hopefully I remember how to build this because I'm going to try to go off of memory this time. Although I do have a tutorial on my second channel if you want to follow along with the same exact airplane I'm about to build. And yes, I know I have been getting questions in the comments about this guy. If you guys don't remember, recently in a video, I did get gifted a version of my dog as a flyable aircraft inside of Lego Fortnite Odyssey. And I know that just sounds absurd, but shout out to Syria and Long Tom. They built me this. Unfortunately, I'm not taking this on my journeys just because it's a little bit harder to fly. Don't get me wrong. This is definitely one of the coolest things that I own in all of Lego Fortnite. I mean, just look at it. It's literally a flying version of my dog in real life inside of the game. Like, obviously, this is just so sick. As you can see on the side, they even have 2 gem chests on here, so they even hit on the little details. But yeah, for an adventure like the one that I'm going on, I kind of want to use a bigger aircraft. So here goes nothing. Hopefully we remember how to do this, because otherwise we're going to be in a bit of trouble. And I believe I'm just about finishing up this build here. I did this thing entirely off of memory, so hopefully it works as intended. The only difference between this one and the previous one that I just lost is the fact that this one does not have gem chests. And the reason for that is because the snapping has just been a little weird for me. The only other change is that I also don't have any batteries in it, so I cannot drive it, unfortunately. But it should still be good to fly. So let's go ahead and try it out and see. Oh yeah, dude, we know how to build this thing. That's insane. I can confirm that I can now officially build an aircraft like this solely off of memory. And that's a big accomplishment for your boy, because I'm not very good at that usually. Anyway, we got more Lost Isles to explore, so let's get back over there. That did not sound good. But after a very big interruption, we're finally back at Lost Isles, where I'm still on the lookout for that llama head. If we can find that structure, that would be such a W in this video. But obviously, we've already found the banana village, but I'm just not that satisfied with that. Also, we are discovering a lot of bus stations. Like right here, we just got bus station CH. In other words, that just means we found a ton. And for a second, I just thought that was a llama head, but it's just a structure that has not rendered in. You can't tell me that doesn't look a little bit like the silver llama head, though. Wow, that's crazy. I got clickbaited. Anyway, we just got the middle part of this island to discover, so let's go ahead and just do that. And after uncovering basically the entire map, I mean, I have a little bit left, but I have not seen a llama in any of these landscapes. I mean, I've been looking absolutely everywhere, and I feel a little defeated right now. I just don't think it's really gonna happen. And unfortunately, yeah, my Lost Isle seems to just be one big island in the middle, which is way different than it was the first time. Either way, though, I'm not sure if this is just an L seed or what the deal is. I gave you guys my seed in my last video, so if you're copying my world, just another fair warning that you probably won't have a llama statue either. And I mean, I have been looking everywhere. I've been looking in the jungle itself, and then obviously also all along the side of this mountain here. And yeah, we just don't seem to have the luck today. Maybe I wasted all my luck finding all of those dream relic sites. I have no idea. But opening my map one last time and zooming out, you can see that there's just a little bit that I have yet to explore. And unless I somehow completely missed it, we unfortunately do not have a llama site in this world, which is a big disappointment. I guess you can't have it all. And honestly, I will come back to Lost Isles to play through it, but it's really just not the end of the world. Anyway, what we'll do is we'll come down here and we will go ahead and claim our last little bus station. When I do this, you guys will see that now we are on bus station CK. And if you guys don't understand what that means, when you find bus stations in Lego Fortnite, they'll label them by letters. So you have A, here's bus station B, here's my bus station C, so on and so forth. You guys get the point. But eventually, once you find all 26 letters, they'll start doubling up the letters. And yeah, we're all the way on CK now, which is just absurd. And we've just found so many bus stations as we've explored our entire world. Anyway, I think that about does it for our travel. I mean, I really don't have anywhere else to go. Obviously, my past few videos have been me exploring the entire map, and then now we're doing Lost Isles. Obviously, that is until we get another update. So let's go ahead and leave Lost Isles. Maybe I'll return. Let me know down in the comments if you guys want to see that. But for now, since there was no llama, unfortunately, there's no reason for us to be here. And let's take one last look just in case. But yeah, I don't think it's happening. Unfortunately, there was no llama in Lost Isles for us. Maybe I'll load this into Sandbox eventually and just fly around a look, but yeah, unlucky. But we're back here at our normal village, and right now I have a question. I talked about this earlier, and some of you guys might know the problem I'm having here, and basically it's just the fact that I cannot build anything. Even if I wanted to put down something like a crafting bench here in the city, I already cannot do that. I feel like that's a bit of an issue, especially if I'm uploading every day and trying to really build out a village. That's why I did place a village all the way up here next to a Dreams relic site, but I'm not too sure now that I've found 5 in my world. It's not as special as I once thought. Don't get me wrong, they're still sick, but let me know if you guys have any suggestions down in the comments for where I should build my next village. And if I open up my map and zoom around, you can see that I have quite a bit to choose from. I mean, literally the entire map is unlocked at this point, including these 2 islands over here. All right, but here we go, guys. It's been a while since I fought the Storm King, but today is the day. Obviously, like I said in the intro, we have a plan, and not only do we have a plan, we probably have the most overpowered plan we could possibly have. Yeah, if you guys have any trouble fighting the Storm King, then you definitely are going to want to follow along. So the first thing we're going to do in our adventure today is go ahead and get ourselves some thermal detonators. That's not something that I craft too often because there's really no use for them most of the time that I'm playing. So the first question I had was, how do we even get thermal detonators? Until I remember that this exists, the Rebel Workbench. I don't remember the last time I put one of these down, but today's the day, like I said. So we've got to grab some plastoids, and then we should be able to just put this thing down anywhere here. That'll work for now. And then getting inside the Rebel workbench, you can see that we do have the thermal detonator recipe, which will cost us 2 Durasteel and 1 blast core. So the first thing we're going to do is just actually see how many of these we both have. So we do have a decent amount of blast core. 28 might be all we need if I'm being honest. So let's see how much Durasteel we have. And wow, we actually have quite a bit. So that's actually taken care of, but I don't want to leave you guys hanging. So if you don't know how to get these items, I'm going to show you how to get both real quickly. And first we're in Lost Isles, and it might confuse some of you guys because what can you really get here? And let me go ahead and just show you. And basically when you go into the jungle of Lost Isles, there will be plenty of these plants scattered around the area. And if you don't know, if you get too close to these, they actually explode. But if we go ahead and just run up to it and break it. Wait. What? Does that not work anymore? Blast powder. Wait, what? I could have sworn that these gave blast core, not blast powder. I am confused. Well, that's my bad. I'm trying to put you guys on, but I'm a little confused about what I'm talking about. Please forgive me. It's been a while since I've been to Lost Isles. But anyway, if you guys want to know how to actually get blast core, all you got to do is find some of these guys. If you don't know, these guys will pop out of the ground, and when you eliminate them, they will drop blast core. And if you have luck on your weapon of choice, obviously you can get more blast cores every time you kill one of these guys. Anyway, obviously, like you just saw, you can find these guys in Lost Isles, but you can also find them here in the Dry Valley, where you'll probably have a little bit more luck. Anyway, I just showed you guys how to get blast core, but if you're wondering how to get... Oh. Dude, there's no way he's in here, bro. Okay, anyway, if you're looking to get Durasteel, that's how you do it. And I am about to die, bro. Oh my goodness. I just jumped into a Dry Valley cave and now I'm burning. This is not a good example of what you should do. But like I said, if you want to get Durasteel, literally just come to any of these caves and just start ground pounding. You'll get a ton of that. You'll also get some plastoid. You'll get some scrap Durasteel and maybe some other stuff as well. Low-key, this place is pretty underrated if you're just looking for random resources. And this is only the first step in defeating the Storm King with this overpowered method. All right, guys, and we just went ahead and made ourselves 30 thermal detonators. Stick with me because we're super close to actually going in and fighting the Storm King. But as you can see, before we go on to the next step, just know you need probably at least 20 thermal detonators. I've got 30 with me since this is my first time trying this method. But yeah, once you have your thermal detonators, you're pretty much ready to go over to fight the Storm King. Obviously, you're still going to want something to take him down fast when you have to take damage off the Storm King himself. So for that, today, I have my trusty crossbow. The important thing here with the crossbow is that it has triple damage. Obviously, we want to take the most damage off of the Storm King. Triple damage will help with that. Anyway, the last step for fighting the Storm King is pretty simple if you've played the game for a bit. It's going to be acquiring 10 Eyes of the Storm. As you can see, we'll take 10 out of my chest here. But if you're curious on how to get 10 Eyes of the Storm, all you got to do is swing by and visit Raven and go ahead and defeat him, because after the newest update, he actually drops 3 Eyes of the Storm plus the 3 you get from the chest after you eliminate him, of course. So between that, you're getting 6, and then obviously you can fight Raven every single day. Additionally, you can also get more Eyes of the Storm from just going into those storm caves. So yeah, that is how you get these guys right here. And once you have everything that I mentioned, so basically 20 thermal detonators, some Eyes of the Storm, and then of course a weapon of choice, you're ready to take on the Storm King. And guys, this is going to be the easiest thing I've ever done if this strategy works. So let's go ahead and find ourselves our Storm King location, which is up here in the middle of the map. It's bus station 7. I've got that memorized. So we're going to go ahead and jump in, and you guys are going to see just how overpowered this strategy is. Hopefully, like I said, this is my first time doing it, so I'm super excited. And just a little pro tip, if you guys are new to fighting the Storm King, flying in from the bus is actually super easy because you don't have to run up any of the mountain at all. You can just fly straight up to the top. And once you're here, the gateway is going to need power, and you guys know the drill. All we got to go ahead and do is deposit our 10 Eyes of the Storm, and we are about to get into it. So let's go ahead and talk strategy while we drop down. We have an hour on the clock, as always, when fighting the Storm King, and it has been a minute since I've done this, honestly, so I'm excited to get the Shatterhorn fragments, and then, of course, one of the 2 mythical weapons that he does drop. I'm hoping I can get the pickaxe today, but we'll see. Either way, we're here, and we are about to run down with the new strategy. So off the bat, we're going to go ahead and make sure that we have our thermal detonators out. He should spawn in some spawners, which we can go ahead and just throw thermal detonators at, and when they explode, they will completely destroy on the first attempt. And just to get started, I already messed up because I was supposed to throw the thermal detonators a little bit earlier before any enemies spawned in. Luckily, these guys in the early game are pretty easy, so I should be able to take them out. And I just realized I also have no food. Well, that's a lie. I have 8 sushi, and that's literally it. So that just intensifies things a little bit more. Hopefully the strategy comes in clutch. Otherwise, I might be cooked. This time around, we'll go ahead and charge it up so we can throw them right again at the spawners. And before they even come up, they are exploded and they are taken down. Okay, so we're learning the timing a little bit more. We just got to obviously be aware of when these spawners are coming up. So I got my thermal detonators in hand. Once again, we ate a piece of sushi, so we've only got 7 left. Hopefully it should be enough to easily take down the Storm King, because basically, if you guys don't get what's going on by now, I'm yapping a bit while the Storm King is waiting to come out. out. But the plan is to just throw thermal detonators at every single spawner as soon as it comes up, dodge every single one of the Storm King's attacks, which I will take you through as they come through. And then, of course, in the final fight, I will show you how to use the thermal detonators to go ahead and completely nerf the Storm King so he can't even attack you at all. Overall, this should be a lot easier than I've ever experienced. And hopefully that is the case because, like I said, I'm a little nervous. We're in expert mode today. And yeah, I don't have much to my name. And my goodness, dude, this guy is taking forever. I just talked for like a minute straight. But here we go. The Storm King is coming out and there's more spawners, which I was not ready to throw thermal detonators for. So unfortunately, some stuff did get through. Only from one spawner though. And wow, okay, we are taking down these enemies quick regardless. And here goes nothing, ladies and gentlemen. Again, the name of the game is just going to be to throw down the thermal detonators as soon as they spawn up. Like I said, this is my first time, so I'm kind of learning the spawn patterns. But the Storm King is out here, and this is where some people might start to stress out, but we're not stressed at all because we know what he's going to do. The first thing he's going to do is go ahead and pull up 2 brand new spawners, so we'll charge up a thermal detonator. Oh, wait, I forgot. He ground pounds. Okay. Now, the first thing he's going to do every single time is throw out that laser, followed by 3 rock attacks. So this is rock number 1. We're going to go ahead and just dive forward. Rock number 2. Again, we're just going to go ahead and dive forward as it comes at us, and we are going to completely dodge it and take no damage. And this is rock number 3. Now, after this is where we got to lock in. And when his weak point is shown, we're just going to go ahead and get right under him so he does that ground pound attack, which we can immediately go ahead and exploit by just running up to him and taking off a ton of damage. Again, we're just going to go ahead and use the weapons that we brought with us. But when he's in this ground pound state, he's basically super, super vulnerable. But once you destroy the weak point, he's immediately going to go ahead and throw up 2 brand new spawners, which we are, of course, going to be ready for. 1 and 2. Here they go. So we're going to go ahead and throw that. And I low-key kind of lagged. Wait, did it actually still? Oh, my goodness. Unfortunately, I was a little bit late. That's okay, though, because it did, again, only spawn 2 because I was ready with 1 of them. But we'll go ahead and dodge the attack after you destroy the spawners. He's going to do the same thing every single time. 1 rock. I just jumped off. I'm so dumb. But once again, the Storm King does have his weak points out, which means we can do exactly what we just did there and get him to ground pound. That way we can just go ahead and exploit his weak point once again. And just like that, weak point number 2 is gone. After a quick little animation, he's going to go ahead and spawn up more spawners, of course, which we are going to be ready for this time because I have fumbled the last 2 times. And there's number 1 and there is number 2. Did we get them in time? Did we get them? Oh my goodness, once again, we're just a little bit slow, but no fear because he's going to do the same attack starting with that laser attack. And after he's done with the boulders, he's going to go ahead and show off his weak point in which we can just, again, go ahead and get him to ground pound. That way we can just take aim at his weak point and hopefully take it out no problem. Again, that's what we have the crossbow with damage 3 for. And 1 more shot should do it. Bang, there we go. Now the Stormhorn is easy because he basically always tilts into this animation where you can just go ahead and take it out no problem. So there is that first Stormhorn. After that, we're going to be ready with our thermal detonators once again because you guys know what's coming. There's spawner number 1 and spawner number 2. Did we take them out in time? Oh my goodness. We keep messing up by a second. This is tough. Either way, just be aware of the Storm King's animation if this happens to you. It's pretty predictable because he's going to do the same thing every single time. There's the boulder that we're going to dodge. And then once his weak point comes up, again, we're just going to get him to ground pound. Rinse and repeat at this point. I mean, it's just going to keep on going on. And there we go. Get ready with your thermal detonators because you guys know what's coming. At this point, it's pretty obvious. It's just going to keep happening. So we'll throw that and that. Did we get him in time? Dude, we keep messing up with the timing, bro. At least it's easy to take out the enemies. And once again, you guys know the drill. Here come the spawners. So we'll go ahead and throw 1 down and 2. And if they explode fast enough, we will get no enemies just like that. And then, of course, you just got to be aware for the same rotation of attack that we've already dealt with a million times, starting with that laser. Boulder's coming up next, of course. So there's boulder number 1, number 2. And here we go. The last weak point before the final fight. Let's go ahead and get through this quickly, and then I'll show you guys the last overpowered part of this method because it's not over yet. We are just getting into the final phase of the fight. So once we shoot 1 more arrow, here we go. Oh yeah, I forgot about the Stormhorn. This part's pretty easy. Like I said, he's probably just going to drop down like so, and then we can just take that out. And bang. Here we go. So what he's going to go ahead and do is ground pound and make this playing arena way smaller, following it up with spawning in more of these spawners, which of course we are going to be ready for with thermal detonators. So here's 1 and 2. Let's go ahead and charge it up. Oh, and I totally threw that in the wrong spot. That's my bad. So again, when you do mess it up, you are going to get a few enemies, but that's no problem if you have decent weapons at all. Now, once you get to this point, this is where the real boss battle takes place because obviously it's you versus the Storm King, and that's where the thermal detonators come in for the last time because as you can see, I just threw a thermal detonator under the Storm King in which it completely canceled out all of his attacks, and when he's ready to attack again, we're just going to go ahead and throw down another thermal detonator. And as you can see, he just had a boulder in his hand, but as it exploded, it completely cut off his attack. So let's just go ahead and do it again. And once again, he's just going to be completely dazed. So we can continue to shoot at him. When he does something like a laser attack, it's obviously easy enough to just kind of run away from. But we're just going to continue to toss down some thermal detonators under him to completely daze him. And oh my goodness, I just took some damage. I would recommend doing this with a little more food than I have because obviously I am in shambles right now. Go ahead and throw down a thermal detonator. Now he's dazed, so we can just continue to shoot at him. And he's literally just standing there. Okay, here he goes. He's pulling out another rock. And oh my goodness, I'm on like 1 heart. Holy, dude, that was actually scary. I should have come with some food. Guys, I know I was kind of walking you through the thermal detonator method, but if you're coming to fight the final boss, make sure you do it with more than 8 pieces of sushi. But either way, we still went ahead and did that. Guys, the thermal detonator is absolutely goated if you're trying to take down those spawner shards. Obviously, the end was a little bit hectic, and I did have to eat a few storm fruits, which is pretty down bad of me. Like I said, a little bit of an oversight on my part. I just kind of jumped straight into it, and at the end of the day, these thermal detonators absolutely carried with destroying the spawners in 1 hit every single time without fail. I could have been a little quicker. But now that I know the spawns, it'll get a little easier. Anyway, we went ahead and opened our final gift package, which comes with a thunderclap blade. Not gonna lie, I'm a little disappointed by this. I did want the pickaxe, but hey, if you guys have never tried this thing, when you do hold down the attack, it'll charge up and it'll follow it up with a huge sonic boom that'll go ahead and just destroy anything in your path. So it's definitely a good reward. And if you guys haven't fought the Storm King, hopefully this will help you out a little bit. I just cannot believe I ended the fight with maybe like 3 hearts. It was a little scary, but we did get the job done at the end of the day. Anyway, guys, that was just my first time trying this method. Like I showed you guys, maybe you could learn a thing or two from the way that I went about it. My biggest suggestion would be a little more prepared with the thermal detonators in your hand. But beyond that, it was way easier because I barely encountered any enemies at all from the storm. And yeah, we just defeated the final boss in Lego Fortnite with 8 pieces of sushi. And again, I'm never gonna live that down. That was pretty epic. And my goodness, does it feel good to be home. Of course, the first thing we're doing when we're back home is going over to our restaurant and having a nice meal to get our hearts back up because that was a close call. Again, like I said, I should have gone in with proper equipment, but hey, we still got the job done. And at the end of the day, this isn't the pickaxe, but the sword does look absolutely amazing. It also completely matches my guy here, so that's a W. What I'm really happy to finally have again from the Storm King, because like I said, it's been a while since I fought him, is this Shatterhorn fragment right here, because there's so many more combos I want to build. You can see that I have my sword here, which has actually grown on me quite a bit. When I originally tried this build, I basically said that it sucked. Since then, my opinion has changed, and this thing has been absolutely amazing, especially with zapping 4. I'm sure you guys saw it kick in a little bit in the fights, but I'd be hitting one enemy, and then another enemy nearby would lose a significant amount of his health. For that reason, this sword is absolutely amazing, and yeah, Shatterhorn fragments are quite hard to come across, but when you do have enough of them, you can go ahead and build some cool combos like this. But like I said, guys, we are uploading daily, and with this daily grind in this game, I'm definitely going to be returning to the Storm Caves and, of course, the final Storm King fight quite a bit more. And in case you were curious, it's not like I actually just use this method for today's video and I'm never using it again. No, I'm actually probably going to use this method every single time I go fight the Storm King. I don't know about using it in that final section like I did, because while it did daze him for a minute, it honestly would have been better to just put full focus on fighting him, I think. But overall, I'd probably rate this strategy a solid 8.7 out of 10. It's absolutely incredible when it comes to taking down those shard spawners. I demonstrated in my fight how to do it really quickly where, you know, you get no enemy spawning. But again, I did mess up quite a bit, so I had some instances where a few enemies would spawn here and there. Overall, a really, really good method if you guys get overwhelmed while fighting the Storm King, because it'll completely eliminate all of the enemies. I mean, that's literally half the battle. Well, I was not expecting to upload this today. So if you've ever watched one of my videos, you might recognize this guy. Every single Lego Fortnite video I've posted has featured him, because this is literally the only skin I've worn in over the year that Lego Fortnite has been out. But that all changes today. And if you're wondering why, this is breaking news, but look at the top left of my screen right now. Wave Rider Axo. This is insane, guys. I honestly cannot believe it. And I fully had another video ready to post today, but I feel like I just need to talk about this because look at him. Wave Rider Axo, 800 V-Bucks. And this this is a brand new skin in the item shop. If you guys aren't aware, up until this point, there's only been one Axo, and it's this guy right here. But today, like I said, that all changes, and for the first time in over a year, we are wearing a different skin in Lego Fortnite. And you guys know the drill. If you're going to be loading up and playing Lego Fortnite with this new outfit, make sure you guys use code Kaz when purchasing it. I know our Axo gang runs strong, and I really appreciate all the support when you guys use my code. It's just 3 letters, KAZ. But this is monumental. Let's go ahead and hop into game for the first time and get our initial reactions to the brand new Axo inside of Lego Fortnite. And again, subscribe because we are doing daily uploads this month. This couldn't have come in a better time. And let's go ahead and just get into it. But here we go, guys. We're in our world, and this is our first reaction to the brand new Wave Rider Axo. And okay, first off, let me just say these colors are immaculate, but can we trust him is the real question. Basically, in this video, we're going to be taking our brand new Axo friend through a few different challenges to see if he can be trusted in this village. Right off the bat, initial impressions are that this guy looks amazing. I mean, look at this from the third person point of view. I mean, just the colors and having the variety besides the normal Axo is really nice and refreshing. And this also just made me realize that my Axo signs are now a little bit outdated. Maybe I'll need to get some more billboards around here with his updated colors, but the message still stands. Code Kaz if you guys are buying this Wave Rider Axo. Anyway, let's get into our first challenge. And I think the main question we need answers to in regards to Wave Rider Axo is how good is he at finding cheese? Obviously, that question is integral to anything regarding my channel, but we're gonna need to see how quickly he can collect a stack of cheese. This crossbow has luck on it, so hopefully we can go ahead and do this pretty quickly. But yeah, that's the first thing we got to put to the test, so let's see if we can just get some. And we just cleared out all the pirates with no signs of cheese. And then we open a chest and we got a brute scale, but we didn't find any cheese yet. That's weird. Okay, but maybe these pirates on the sand got what I'm looking for. And no cheese still. Wait, that's so weird. I swear to you, this crossbow has luck 3 on it. You can literally see it. Okay, but let's try our luck at another pirate spawn. Maybe here we'll find some. And there we go. Okay, we finally got our first piece of cheese, and it's only 1. We got to be due for some more. Like, we just have to be due for more. No way we're not getting any more. Oh, I think that's some more up there. Let's see. And we got just 1 piece. Wait, what's going on? Bro, I swear it's usually easier to find cheese than this. Maybe this chest. Let's see. Did we get any? Did we get any? No, still 2 pieces. Okay, well, that's really weird so far. I feel like normally I get more cheese than that. Bruh, there's no way. Again, no cheese. Wait, what's going on? Why are these pirates not dropping cheese for my new Axo? There's no way he's broken, right? Okay, and sure, maybe this version of Axo just isn't the best at getting cheese. That's fine, as long as he can pass our second test, which is going to be defeating bosses. So obviously our Axo has to be super strong in combat and just be able to take down absolutely anybody, starting with a golem. Now, I'm not very prepared for this, but hopefully at the end of the day, this should just be a walk in the park regardless. I mean, it's literally just a golem, and I'm on the beach with a triple damage pickaxe. And yeah, you can't use a crossbow on him, so this is going to have to be some pretty close quarters combat here. Ow. Are you kidding me? Bro. What is this? No, I'm getting trolled. Like, this is actually insane. There's just no way. Wait, and I'm respawning. I'm respawning in Lost Isles. Wait, I'm respawning right next to the golem, and I don't have a totem on. This Axo has been so unlucky. I just cannot risk it. Well, that wasn't very nice. But okay, maybe we're being a little bit too judgmental. Off the bat, we didn't have the best luck. Again, we only found 2 pieces of cheese, which is just absurdly bad. And then we also died in our expert mode world, which again is not the greatest accomplishment. And sure, we've had a bit of a rough introduction, but I just cannot completely count him out yet. So in order to redeem himself, we're going to go through our insanely long list of bus stations because we have to find a very specific part of the map. Where is it? Oh, there it is. We're going to Raven's hideout. And man, I'm just getting weird vibes from Wave Rider Axo. I don't know. There's just something about him. I wouldn't even say him in particular because I do really enjoy the art style of the skin. He's absolute perfection. I mean, come on. But in terms of combat and the ability to find cheese in the wild, not impressed yet. But like I said, we're down here in Raven's hideout, so we can go ahead and take on what is probably the hardest boss that I can currently fight in the game. And I know some of you guys are probably thinking Storm King, but I just fought him. That'll be in my video tomorrow, but it's been less than 24 hours, meaning I cannot access the Storm King right now, so this will have to do. Right over there is Raven. They buffed him in a recent update. He should still be light work, but again, I'm just not too confident right now. I'm not gonna lie. Either way though, here it goes, nothing. So we're gonna go ahead and use our best weapons, and we just gotta find Raven to begin with. And oh, there he is. Wait, why is this house like broken in? What the? Is it always like this? Is there usually just pieces of axe? Wait, oh my, wait, whoa. What is going on with this house? Wait, what? Okay, I just realized I have like no food on me, so that's not a good start. But I do have some sushi, and that's gonna have to carry us. And wow, wait, this crossbow is just doing insane damage. I mean, this is the easiest fight ever. I'm not gonna lie. I hyped that up for nothing, and he literally died to one of those exploding plants. You cannot make that up. I didn't even get the satisfaction of that elimination. Isn't that crazy? I mean, that exploding plant is the reason he died. You just cannot make that up. Hey, at least we did get our Eyes of the Storm, which is a good sign. And then we should be able to come right in here and grab another 3 Eyes of the Storm. Let's see what we get. Yep, there it is. Easy. And where did you come from? I swear that attack right there is one of my least favorite in the entire game. Like, how do you avoid that? Obviously, that did nothing in terms of my hearts, but these little storm crawlers are actually kind of insane. I'm not gonna lie. Anyway, mission accomplished. We finally did something right in this video, and that was defeat Raven, if you could even call it that, considering the plant is the thing that actually finished him off. Either way, I'm still counting it. And because Raven's castle actually resets every 24 hours, it's always a good idea to just come in here and farm some resources, especially if you're in the middle of rifting a tool. It helps you wear down the durability to get to that legendary state. And not only that, you're getting a ton of very good resources. So yeah, love to do this. But anyway, that's not the point of this video. Let's get back into the service to discuss, because Wave Rider Axo might be a little cursed. Okay, and we're just arriving home from Raven's hideout, where we can go ahead and put away all of our resources, because we did get quite a bit. And that'll definitely give some bonus points to our friend Wave Rider Axo over here. But is he our friend? I don't know, guys. You let me know in the comments. Are you rocking with the brand new Axo or not? Let me know what you guys are thinking down below. On a serious note, though, if you really look at this character design, it is pretty interesting to see that there's like a wave pattern on the front and the back. I've seen this skin all over Twitter for the past week or so because it was a leak. I didn't talk about it until it obviously came out. But I have been reading theories about this potentially being part of an aquatic update inside of LEGO Fortnite Odyssey, basically expanding all the way out into the oceans. As of now, the oceans don't really have a real use, and they're just kind of empty parts of our world where nothing goes on. And if this outfit was intended to be some sort of hype piece for a LEGO Fortnite update, then I could definitely see it being an aquatic update. I mean, hey, before the Storm Chasers update dropped, they did have promotional art with a trident in it that quickly got removed by the LEGO Fortnite social teams. And I mean, everybody could have seen that with their own 2 eyes. That's not a theory. It literally happened. So maybe there's a reason they removed the trident. Maybe it wasn't ready for that update, and maybe it is coming with an aquatic update. Who knows? That's just all theorizing. But yeah, there have been a lot of theories behind the skin, and it wouldn't be a video about the skin without mentioning those. Overall, though, I am a huge fan of the style despite the trolling. It's super fresh, and it's something unique with that signature Axo look to it, obviously. So I'm going to be wearing this quite a bit. That is, unless he continues to be the unlucky cursed version of Axo. In that case, then I'll obviously have to abandon him. Now, the specific weapon that we're after today is this one right here, the Shatterhorn crossbow. And if you guys aren't familiar, after the update, the crafting completely changed in this game. And if you go ahead and use 2 Shatterhorn fragments paired with 2 gold bars, you'll get a Shatterhorn crossbow that has 4 different rune slots, but one of them is off the bat taken up by zapping 4. Now, this is the only way you can get zapping 4 on any tool in the game. And the reason I haven't made one yet is because I only have 1 Shatterhorn fragment right here. And like you just saw, we're going to need 2. Let's go ahead and pick this one up, put it in a safe place, and get over to fight the Storm King, because that's the first thing we got to do in today's video. Now, today, the strategy we're going to be using to fight the Storm King is the same one we used in yesterday's video. And all that it requires in terms of preparation is this right here. It's a thermal detonator, if you couldn't tell. We got 27 of them, and we're going to be using them to take down the enemy spawners in 1 explosion. I'll talk more about that when we get there. But also, we found Crystal. In between cuts, I was out getting some blast cores, and in a cave, I just ran into her randomly. So I went ahead and invited her on our journey. She helped me through a few fights, and then we also ran up on a spot of land together that I ended up map markering because I thought it was super cool. It's just like very flat in the desert. Maybe we'll go back to build there in the future. But for now, Crystal is going to join our main city over here. Oh, wait. I don't know if she can because I can't put a bed down. I forgot. We have the memory limit here, unfortunately. Dude, I don't know what to do. Oh, wait. Okay, well, apparently I could put a bed there. So we're going to go ahead and tell her to make herself feel at home. And just like that, we've got our next villager over here at our city, which again, we have the memory limit at. So I can't build here anymore. But that's a problem for another video. Let's go fight the Storm King. And again, guys, just a reminder, we cannot forget the reason why we're fighting the Storm King today, because obviously the objective still stands. We're going to get the Shatterhorn fragment, and then we're going to go ahead and craft our brand new Shatterhorn crossbow so we can put it to the test and see how goated it is. I'm super excited to do this. So let's go ahead and... Wait, re-enter. Wait, what? I swear it's been 24 hours. Wait, hang on. What? And after backing out and loading back in, that is the weirdest thing that I've ever seen. Wait, And now I'm possessed by the storm, but that's a good sign because that means the storm's actually here. That was a little bit confusing, but I think we're ready to go now. But we made it back and we've deposited our 10 eyes of the storm. So let's go ahead and enter. And I'll keep this part pretty quick in today's video because I'm going to be using the exact same strategy I just used in a previous video. But just know it's going to be a lot of thermal detonators and not a lot of enemies, hopefully. Because with this strategy, the goal is just to throw thermal detonators as soon as these spawners rise up. Just like that, never getting enemies to spawn in the first place. So yeah, we're just going to do that over and over again. Hopefully it works. Wish me luck. And the timing of the thermal detonators has to be pretty quick, but once you do it, you literally just get no enemies and it makes it so easy to fight this guy. Oh yeah, and then whenever his weak point gets exposed, just run directly under him. And when he ground pounds like this, it makes it basically a free shot right at his weak point, and you can go ahead and take that out real easy. Oh, wait. That was awkward. I just missed 3 shots in a row. Well, I guess you could do it if you don't miss every shot. Anyway, let's continue onwards. All right, let's see if we can destroy these spawners first try. Come on, no enemies, no enemies. And how did these guys get out? I swear I destroyed that on time. All right, and very easily, we're about to take down a Stormhorn, which means we're into the final phase of the fight. And right off the bat, if you guys didn't know, you can just immediately start shooting at him before he even breaks the floor. And here comes the slam. But as you can see, we already took down a significant amount of his health, and it's basically free shots. So make sure you take advantage of that. But since we've got some extra thermal detonators, I'm going to go ahead and throw them down on the floor. And hopefully, it'll just continue to stun him a bit. It basically completely stops his attacks. All right, so he's about to do an attack. Let's throw a thermal detonator and watch this. Completely stunned. We can just go ahead and continue to shoot at him now. Oh my goodness, this just makes it so easy. Okay, he's attacking. Thermal detonator. And dude, yo, the timing of this is unbelievable. Yeah, bro literally cannot attack me. And I literally just took down the Storm King without him doing a single attack in the final phase. That is unbelievable. In yesterday's video, I absolutely did not have the timing down the same way I just did. And yeah, we just took down the Storm King in the easiest possible way. That was actually incredible. Okay, let's go ahead and open this because at the end of the day, we were really just looking for a Shatterhorn fragment and we got it. We also got another Thunderclap Blade. We just keep getting those. We'll take it though. We'll also take the Essence, and actually, I'm already full on Essence, so we're going to leave that. And we are going to run straight home so we can go ahead and assemble our brand new Shatterhorn crossbow. I cannot wait for this. Let's go. Back home, we have everything we need to go ahead and just assemble this down in our basement. The recipe is very simple. We just need to grab some drawstring. And of course, the combination of choice for the stock is going to be gold so we can get that extra rune slot. I think that's definitely worth it. And just like that, we've shown off the Zapping 4 Shatterhorn sword on this channel. But for the first time, we're going to be showing off the Zapping 4 Shatterhorn crossbow. And wow, first off, let's just take a moment to appreciate how beautiful this thing looks. I mean, it's just glowing in my hands here. But we ain't done because we still have those 3 extra rune slots. So let's immediately take it over here and get to work. I'm not even sure what I want to do on this build yet, but obviously we need durability on this so it doesn't break instantly. Let's see what else we can get here. We're going to re-roll until we get damage because obviously we want that as well. And there is that damage 3. So we threw that on and now we have 1 more slot. And there's a few ways we can go with this. And one that's really been catching my eye is Lifesteal 3. It just heals you a lot whenever you defeat an enemy. That's interesting because I really don't like eating and sometimes it just gets annoying and I forget. So it'd be nice to just have my hearts refill. But also this right here, Stormbane 3. I know this is a really popular one, especially with this new update and being able to fight the Storm King every 24 hours. Maybe that would be worth it because obviously when we're in those big fights, I think it'll just help a lot. I don't know what to use. Guys, let me know in the comments what you would use, but I think I'm actually just gonna have to go with Stormbane here. That increased damage to storm enemies just sounds too good to pass up. So yeah, we went ahead and made ourselves our dream crossbow, but how good is it really? It's time to put that to the test. And I feel like it's only right to start our testing of the Shatterhorn crossbow in the brand new storm area. Obviously, we just put Stormbane on it, so we got to see how that works. And right off the bat, I absolutely hate these crawler guys, so we're just going to take him out. See you later, buddy. And wait, I just realized I have 2 crossbows in my inventory. I am all out of whack. Okay, but here we go, guys. We made it to the center of the storm, and we're gonna go ahead and enter our storm cave, where we're just gonna go through every single round of this and see how we're feeling. In my hand, I feel super confident with this, knowing I have Zapping 4, because again, I don't know if it got buffed or not, but it's just been so good lately. Here's a crawler, aka the worst enemy in the entire game. I mean, these guys are just so annoying, and we took him out in just a few shots. And obviously, Zapping's really gonna thrive where you have groups of enemies together like we do here, because when you shoot one, yo, wait. That just one-shot both of them. That was insane. Okay, hang on, guys. We might have something special on our hands here. Every single one of those acolytes just got one shot to the dome, which is just a good start. Let's see if it keeps up, though. We got another crawler here. That was easy enough. And again, another group of acolytes. Let's see if we can go 2 for 2. One shot. Oh, wow. Okay. So they're both down to basically 1 HP, I believe. Oh, wait. No, they're not. Oh, my. Oh, my. Wait. I'm one shot. God, that guy's a demon. What the? Dude, that guy was insane. Anyway, so far so good. We went ahead and just shot our 3rd crystal, which means we are down to level 2 of this cave, which is where it really gets interesting. And that's, of course, because every other wave is going to be these spawner levels. And this is where things are really going to be put to the test. So we'll start. Oh, wow. Wait, what just? Oh, we're lagging. Okay, that's what happened. Let's go ahead and break these spawners first off, but then let's pull out our crossbow and get to work. And oh my goodness, I just love seeing zapping in action. Like, you can't tell me that isn't the most satisfying thing to watch. Once again, zapping goes absolutely crazy. I mean, you guys get the point. It's just gonna keep happening. I want to put it in the video every single time just because I personally think it's the most satisfying thing ever. But let's just clear out the rest of this cave and then we'll continue onwards. Yeah, I mean, this is the best crossbow I have ever used, hands down. I am not exaggerating when I say that. It's unbelievable what this thing can do. Zapping 4 on a crossbow, I know it's good on a sword as well. So having both equipped in the same inventory just gotta be insane. I cannot wait to get to work with this in actual battles. Obviously, today we're just testing, but when I'm actually taking this thing out, I'm basically gonna feel unstoppable at this point. I really recommend you guys try this out if you haven't already, because let's be real, I'm pretty late to the trend with this one. But even still, it's my first time trying it, and I'm sure some of you guys have never seen this combo in action, and you just need to, because dude, it's, yeah, unbelievable. Dude, there's no way. Wait, what the, where did you come from? That was an absurd sequence. I literally shot like 2 arrows and killed 3 of these guys. Oh, and look at that. My Shatterhorn sword just got rifted out of nowhere. So now we have our first ever legendary Shatterhorn sword combined with the Shatterhorn crossbow. This has just got to be insane, right? Oh, wait, we just made it to the Thunderlord fight. It has been so long since I've done this. All right, we've got our trusty crossbow, and we, of course, have our sword as well. So in theory, the Thunderlord should be light work. I kind of forgot his attack patterns and what he even does. We definitely don't want that ball to hit us, and it hit us. Okay, so we have like 1 HP. The only problem with this is that zapping won't work when it's a single enemy, because obviously it's a collateral damage type thing where you shoot one and then it hits the ones around you. But it's not the case with something like this, although it is pretty easy to take out the Thunderlord apparently, because just like that we did it, and his little plasma ball is still following me. There we go. Just like that, we defeated an entire storm cave with our crossbow. One problem, take a look at the durability of it. That is not the best, considering I literally just took it out for a little test drive and it's already about to break. Now, of course, the durability can kind of be combated when you consider the fact that the legendary forge exists, which will basically give it 3 times the lifespan. Because what we can do is basically run this thing down until it's about to break. We can throw it into the legendary forge. It would give it another life, and then after that life, it would be rifted into a legendary tool. So yeah, 3 lives. I just would not recommend using this for every single run you ever go on, because eventually it will just completely break on you. I would save it for special fights like the Storm King, or anywhere where you'll really need that extra power. If we don't consider durability in the equation, then this is by far and away the best crossbow I've ever used, and I would 10 out of 10 recommend anybody to try it. Of course, the durability is a bit of an issue though, so overall, I would still rate this at probably like a 9.3 out of 10. Highly suggest you try this one out. I love the combo that I use because, again, in the storm caves, you could just absolutely take out everything, no problem. This right here is a launch pad, and if you guys didn't see in a recent update, they actually completely changed the way that these work. Essentially, now instead of the launch pad just sending you up a set amount of distance, you can change it by going ahead and interacting with it. So there's 3 different levels of power, and since the buff, I scattered launch pads all around these builds because it is a really nice way to travel from place to place quickly. And on screen here, we have a timer, and I'm going to show you exactly how long it takes for us to hit the launch pad and fly all the way way over to our airstrip. Trust me, guys, there's a good reason that we're doing this. I actually found something super jaw-dropping that I'm going to share with you shortly. But first, the timer is queued, so let's just go ahead and hit this launch pad, fly over to our airstrip, and see how long it takes us. Again, we just need to see so we get a baseline, because I'm going to go ahead and show you another method right after this. So just like that, we went ahead and landed. The time is on screen. I genuinely don't know what it is, but yeah, you see it here. But what I haven't shown you in the beginning of this video yet is this launch pad setup right here. Now, this is an old tactic. I literally did this way back in the day, but going ahead and using the new launch pad on a slanted build might just be super crazy. So let me just go ahead and pop up the timer once again. And let's just compare the time difference between these two methods. The second I bounce, the timer is going to start just like the first method. So let's just go ahead and hit this, and then it'll launch us super quickly because obviously we have the new force, and then we're already landed. I don't know what the time difference is, but you can see it here. Obviously, I know the second method was faster because you could just kind of tell. Anyway, that was just a very simple example of how I discovered this method in the first place, because I was scrolling Reddit when I came across this post here. Lego Fortnite Odyssey launch pad versus glider. And credit to this person here for the find. I'm not going to try to pronounce that name. I'm sorry. But the original post will be down in the description. Anyway, let's watch this video together, because this person traveled 500 meters using two different methods. The first was obviously gliding, which you can see in the bottom left. And then in the middle of the screen, you're seeing him go absolutely ballistic with this launch pad method. And yeah, as he's going back and forth, it's just so quick because he's not even having to pull out his glider. He's chaining together multiple bounces, and he got back and forth in just about, 26 seconds. Whereas on this screen, you could see that he's still on his original glide if he were to just use launch pads. The difference is absolutely insane for that reason. And looking at it here, it was a 33-second difference to travel 500 meters. And that's crazy for a few reasons. I'll go ahead and explain. And obviously, we do have a lot of transportation methods in this game now between the launch pads. Normally, we have bus stations scattered absolutely everywhere. And then we obviously have vehicles and airships. But even with all those methods, I still think there's a really good reason to use these launch pads. And that is, like you just saw, for those shorter distances like 500 meters, because you're not really going to want to fast travel 500 meters between the loading screens and then jumping down from the battle bus. That would actually probably take longer than the launch pad method. So for these short journeys, I think it'll be super efficient. So in today's video, guys, we are going to be trying to build the exact same thing we just watched, chaining together some launch pad jumps so that we can move quite a bit of ways away from this village here. The main reason for that is because if I come over to my city build and try to build anything, you'll see that there are too many builds nearby, and they tell me to try somewhere else, which is very unlucky. And ever since I started getting that error message, I've been thinking about where I should live. And honestly, I think that this launchpad method really makes sense to me, because again, like I just said, I won't have to fast travel and go from base to base and sit through loading screens. I won't have to take an airship out for a flight. All I'll have to do is jump on a few launch pads, sit still, enjoy the ride, and then I'll be over at a village right next door. I think it makes sense overall. Now, the only question we have to answer is, where do we want to build? Because if we're going to go ahead and build this launch pad chain that I'm talking about, we're going to have to build it to a final destination somewhere, and that's going to be where I want to build my village. So thinking about it, I really like this lake here. Obviously, my last expert mode world had that lake build that everyone probably remembers if you watched me back then. So this is a decent area. I'm just afraid it's still maybe a little bit too close. I mean, the city's right over this hill here, so I don't want to get the error message again. That would suck. And this feels like a bit of a crazy idea, but right across the way where I pinned is just a ginormous hill that's surrounded by the ocean. I mean, it's foggy outside, but if I open my map, you could see exactly what we're looking at. It's on the very corner, but I think it would make for a really cool launch pad tower. So let's see what we can do here. Okay, getting to work. We're destroying the launch pad that we used at the start of this video, because this is where we're actually going to take off from. In order to do this effectively, we're going to have to measure out every single inch of this journey all the way over to this mountain. Stay tuned, because hopefully you guys can follow along and do the same thing in your world if you enjoy the way that this build comes together, which I think you guys will. But starting out, it's going to be pretty simple. And here we go, guys. We went ahead and stacked up 4 different fence pieces, and we're gonna follow that up with a dynamic foundation to start out this build here. If you guys aren't aware of what we're doing, we're basically getting this angle so that we can snap off of it. And hang on a sec, I'll show you exactly why this is so smart in a moment here. So let's go ahead and get down that piece. We can break the foundation, and then now that we have that slanted piece, you can see exactly why it's so important, and that's because we can throw a launch pad on it. And now we subtly integrated a launch pad into this thing. Yeah, wow. wow. Okay. So we can break that and we can basically walk on this. This is going to be the start of our entire launch, and it sends us, okay, onto the side of a hill. That's a bit of a challenge, but we'll figure it out. But yeah, honestly, this is like the perfect start because you can barely even tell it's here. It's not super intrusive on the design of this village at all. And then, of course, it's going to be very consistent because you're going to walk onto the same spot every time. As long as you walk into the middle here, you'll launch, and then you should land in the same spot, which is going to be on the side of the hill. Because it's on the side of the hill, like I said, it's a little trickier, but it's nothing we can't figure out. So let's just go ahead and do this together right now. And I'm thinking the solution here is gonna be something like this. Essentially, we're doing what we just did, where we stack up a bunch of these floor pieces followed by a dynamic foundation. If we throw this down and it's angled, then we should be able to cut this out. And once again, snap. Oh my goodness. Did we just do it? Did we just do it? Are we that smart? Hang on. So we're gonna break this. And I don't expect for the launch pad to be in the perfect place on the first attempt, but let's at least place one down here. Of course, we'll crank it up to max power. And taking it from the top, again, the reason this is going to be so OP is because I'm not going to have to move my character at all once I hit the first launch pad. So it's got to be consistent. That's the name of the game with this one. So we're hitting this first one, and let's see. Oh my goodness. Okay, so that shouldn't be too hard of an adjustment here. It's actually a pretty good first guess, but I believe we just need to move it a little bit more towards us here. So maybe something like that might work. Oh, we hit launch pad number 2, and number 3 is going to be right here, which is pretty sick because it's on the downslope. Okay, we just put down a third launch pad the same way that we did for our second one. So let's make sure the first one and the second one still work properly, which they do. And as you can see, we have a third one. Can we hit it? And we cannot. Okay, wow. We were way off. So let's break that. Let's go ahead and make that slight readjustment. I feel like that right there might work. Okay, can I hit it? This is the second try. Oh, dude, we're so close. All right, let's see if this hits. Let's see if this hits. We're gonna go down and oh, let's go. We're getting so close to the hill already. Okay, we're landing and we're gonna go ahead and put down another launch pad right here. We gotta make sure we get the angle over at the mountain here. Okay, so we went ahead and built ourselves the angle. Once we have the angle, again, we're just going to go ahead and snap it off. And I am keeping this in the video. Not sure if this is too much. Let me know if you guys like to see these extended building cuts. But anyway, let's go ahead and just finish this one out. All we got to do now is just snap a launch pad. And hopefully the pin is exactly where it's supposed to be. All right, launch pad is down. It's facing exactly at the mountain. We're getting closer with every single one. Oh my goodness, it just worked first try. Okay, we're right here. We're so close. At this point, I think if I play my cards right, I should be able to launch myself very close, if not all the way up the mountain. So for hopefully the last time, we're going to try to get our angle here. Again, we're going to do that by stacking. I think 3 should be good. Yeah, we're going to go with 3 fence pieces followed by this right there. Go ahead and snap off the rest of the angle and we can break all of this. Now, honestly, this should be in the perfect spot. I'm just wondering if it'll launch us all the way up. And, oh, dude, it's just a little bit too low. I'm just not sure there's any angle that'll give us enough power to get up. Like, man, yeah, no. It's just not happening. So maybe when I start this actual build, because reminder, we are planning on making an entire build up on this hill, but maybe I'll go ahead and make some sort of lodge that overlooks everything from the side of the hill. That way it'll be our landing pad as well. I don't want to make things too complicated. So yeah, if this will send us here consistently every time, like I said, maybe I'll just make that the landing pad. All right, now this is my first attempt at the entire chain here. We'll go ahead and time it and things like that later, but I'm just interested to see if I put that last launch pad in the right spot. And as you can see, this is our third one right here. We just hit it. This is going to be our 4th, and it's only going to be 5 launch pads in total. And whoa, wait, why did that one not hit? Wait, what? I hit the back of that launch pad. That was really weird. Okay, wait, we hit 4. Oh, and we hit 5. Okay, we officially did it. Wow, I completely missed the landing pad. But guys, you just saw that. I wasn't even commentating because it was my first time testing and I did not think it was actually going to work. But just like that, a 5 launch pad combo that will send us all the way over here, which is basically 500 meters away. I started up on this hill and yeah, 562 meters. But guys, I think it's time for the real test, which is going to be, is this method actually faster than just fast traveling there? So to test this, we're going to start with just fast travel. battling. And obviously my fast travel bus station is right there. So here we go. We're starting at a normal pace. And as you can see, we have the timer on screen as soon as we click the button. We're just going to test this out to see a baseline of how long it'll take us to go ahead and dive down to the island, of course, or not the island, actually. It's more of a mountain. The point still stands. Here we go. We're diving down, and obviously that loading screen and the bus sequence will take a little bit of time, which is why I think that the launchpad method is going to be a bit better, but we're getting down. We're super close to being at the very end, and just like that, you can stop the timer, and I believe that was about 30 seconds. You can see the official time on screen right now, but here we go. We're wasting no time. As you can see, we're over here by our launch pad, and we're about to test it up with a side-by-side comparison against the other method. We're hitting launch pad number 1 and 2. Here goes number 3, and yes, dude, it's so satisfying to hit the launch pads in the center, and there's number 4. We're almost there, number 5, and this is so much quicker. It just has to be. So 30 seconds on the other one, and this one is done at about 18 seconds. So yeah, myth confirmed. We shaved off over 10 seconds. That's absolutely incredible. Let's go ahead and continue onwards because we're going to build the highway going back now. Obviously, if we want this to work the best, we got to build it both ways. So let's do that. Okay, guys, and we're picking up the video. It's been a little bit since what you just watched, but the reason I hit record is because I actually just finished the entire launchpad highway. And what I mean by that is right here, we actually have the return route. So we're hitting the first launchpad, sends us into the middle of the ocean. We land perfectly on the second one. Again, I believe we have 5. So this is number 3. We're about to go up and hit number 4. And just like that, we're already back at our village. It hasn't even loaded in yet. But dude, look at how fast that was. I mean, you guys just saw it. Super satisfying and super fun. It's going to be such a good way to get from village to village because yes, like I said, I am going to be putting a village over in that new spot of land. And speaking of that new spot of land, let's get back over to the top of the mountain. Again, I just find this so much fun to do. We're going to hit 1 and look at this. Like it's literally automatic every single time. It never messes up anymore. So yeah, we fully fleshed it out and it's just such a quick way around. You don't have to wait for the battle bus to load in. You don't have to wait for the loading screens. You just get right over here super duper quickly. And then of course we can hit this last launch pad and get up here. But right over the hill, you can see that there's a little bit of smoke and that's because there's a campfire there. Now, if we go ahead and check, oh my goodness. Okay, so he is still here. I saw him and that's the reason why I started recording. I was hoping he didn't disappear. And for the first time, wait, actually, no, it's not the first time. Actually, wait, he died recently. For the second time, we're actually going to go ahead and tell Mythic to come explore with us because we have been wanting a villager like this. And actually, wait, why would I take him home if I said I'm going to start a village here? I might as well just make him the first villager at this new location. So let's pop the village square down somewhere where it hopefully will cover the entirety of this mountain. For now, we're going with the name Cheeseland. Kind of love that. I kind of want the village to be on this entire flat spot. We've got to move it. That's up number 2. Let's pull out a build and okay, so the village goes to right here. Do we want it all the way to the cliff? Yeah, I feel like we should. And 3rd time's the charm. That one should do the trick. Let's go ahead and check. And yeah, okay. The village is basically to the very end here. And the reason why I was so particular about where I put the village down is because obviously on the other side, we're going to have a ton of space for the village as well. So yeah, if I wanted to come over here and do another build project, the villagers would still be able to reach it. Anyway, we have finally secured Mythic. He's actually one of my favorite villagers as of lately, but I just haven't had much luck with him. But he's going to be the first villager here at this brand new spot, which I'm going to tell you guys about in a second. Obviously, I haven't told you about the plan here, but there is a big plan. But first, let's go ahead and tell him to join our village and give him a bed. And wow, would you look at that? We actually got Mythic. Anyway, in case you were curious about what we're doing with this village, one thing that I really want to prioritize with this is storage. Obviously, pretty recently, we did get these gem chests, which hold 28 things. It's the biggest chest we currently have in LEGO Fortnite Odyssey. And then on top of that, if you didn't know, we have the new village chest functionality. Basically, that makes it so every chest within the village boundaries are recognized and you can craft things super quickly. And because of all those changes, I just want to take advantage of the village chest function and spam a bunch of chests down and put a bunch of resources here. Obviously, it's going to be less of a pretty looking village and it's really just going to be used for storage and overall functionality. And it's far enough away, of course, from the rest of my build projects and villages. To be precise, if I pin it on a map, it's about 500 meters, which means there will be no lag. That's the reason why I distanced them out so far. But obviously, we can always take the fast travel or we could take the fun route with these launch pads, which again is actually so much faster than taking the fast travel. You guys saw it earlier in the video. Like, yeah, when I get over here, I come in so fast that it's not even loaded in, which is just crazy. But it's an adjustment we really just have to make because of that memory limit. I wish that wasn't the case, but you got to do what you got to do. And right now, it feels like the best solution is going to be this launchpad highway. So guys, let me know what you think of this. Drop a comment down below and let me know if you've ever tried something like this in your world. I would highly recommend it if you haven't. And obviously, it will take a little bit, but once you do, it'll definitely be worth it. Today, we're going to be kicking off on a new journey. So let me go ahead and show you this chest that's sitting at the bottom of my dojo. opening it up, you can see that there are a few interesting items. First off, each one of these items is legendary, meaning that I had to work all the way through the rifted tier to get it here. And then on top of that, each one is completely different. You can see here we have a ruby and iron pickaxe followed up by a sapphire and gold pickaxe. Then we have our Shatterhorn sword here as well as our sapphire sword. And unless you've been living under a rock, you know in Lego Fortnite Odyssey, there are so many combinations of things you can make, especially with all the new gem types and the handles to go along with them. The amount of combinations are just incredible. And basically, I've set off on a mission to get every single combination in legendary rarity. Of course, to do that, there is a process. And starting out in today's video, we're going to kick off that process for a few new items, starting with our ruby sword. So we're going to go ahead and rift this. We're also going to rift a brand new sapphire pickaxe. This one's just for my day-to-day use. And last but not least, we're going to go ahead and rift our Shatterhorn crossbow. This one's exciting because once this thing gets up to a legendary tier, it's going to be absolutely insane. We'll test it out for a little bit once we get it, but then we're going to go ahead and throw it into this chest. And like I said, we're going to continue collecting every single combination of weapon and tool in the game in legendary rarity. It's an ambitious journey, but stay tuned to the channel because we're going to be working on that for a while. Anyway, guys, we just made it over here so that we could fight Raven. But in the meantime, I also want to talk a little bit more about this update because I did read a lot of comments, kind of like I said in the intro. And the overall consensus is that people are just not happy across the board, mostly with the Lego Pass, since that's really all that came out with this update. And I can definitely see where people are coming from. I just hope that later this month, maybe we get some new build kits in the item shop. Obviously, the day that you guys are watching this video, they are bringing a ton of different builds back to the item shop. But to be honest with you, I feel like we just need some new ones in general. I'm really shocked that they didn't do any in the Lego Pass. One thing that I can say for certain, though, is that we can still definitely be a bit optimistic because in the patch notes that we saw recently, they did list out quite a bit of gameplay changes that are coming in the near future. And if you didn't see what I'm talking about, the update on the 25th is bringing out the recycler. It's bringing wall mount changes, plus some gameplay changes that should be pretty interesting. I know there's some new attacks like a sprint and jump attack, so we'll just have to see how those work out. But on top of that, one thing I feel like we can maybe be optimistic about is the fact that there may be more to this update than we've heard already. Because I mean, realistically, who knows? I heard somewhere that Brick Life is going to be getting some updates on the 25th that aren't yet announced. So if that's the case, then I'm especially optimistic. Either way, though, I just want more content in the game at the moment, or at least some new building pieces. I don't know. I have a lot of plans in this world. I'll tell you about them soon. Like I said, daily uploads. So there's a lot of things coming, and maybe you can take inspiration from me because I've been having a lot of fun with the game despite the lack of content drops recently. Anyway, guys, I feel like I just don't talk about the state of the game that much in my videos. So I wanted to keep the beginning of this video a little bit more open and honest and really give you a bit more insight as to how I'm feeling on things. Don't get me wrong. I absolutely love this game and I'm excited for everything to come. I'm having a lot of fun, like I said. But yeah, that's just my 2 cents on everything that's going on. Let's go ahead and fight the Storm King, though, because we just deposited our eyes. And the reason we're here is so that we can get more Shatterhorn fragments. I need one to craft something that I'm going to show off later in this video. But yeah, I came prepared today. We got our thermal detonators for the strat because I'm pretty sure I'm really good at this strategy now. As you can see, we just destroyed both of those mob spawners, no problem. Not a single enemy even got out, which is just crazy. So we're just going to sit here and I'm going to run you through the easiest way to fight the Storm King, because if you didn't see my recent video, I did talk about this. Since that video, though, I've gotten absolutely goated at it. For the most part, I am going to keep this fight pretty quick. But whenever the spawners do pop up, I'll be sure to show it like this right here so we can just kind of time it and... Oh, dude, I hate these crawler guys. Okay, anyway. Every once in a while, you will get enemies spawning through, but if you do have good enough equipment, it's honestly just a walk in the park. See you later, buddy. Okay, moment of truth. Can we break these spawners in time? So we just gotta wait to see where the lightning spawns, and it's right there, right next to me. Hopefully we can break them in time. Okay, we did it. Anyway, I think you guys get the point with the strategy. Let me just cook real quick, and I'll see you guys when we defeat the Storm King, and we have that Shatterhorn fragment. And the Storm King is about one shot, so let's hit him with a little 360 no scope, and... Wait. Oh, that wasn't the last shot. Wait. Was it? Did I get him with that? Oh, I did. Nice. Okay, so there we go. We defeated the Storm King. It's so much easier when you have a thermal detonator, guys. If you didn't see my video on that, make sure you check it out. But anyway, all we really wanted from this was that Shatterhorn fragment. Obviously, everything else that comes with it is nice. We'll take the Cyclone pickaxe. We'll take the Ruby sword. That's funny. That's literally the same exact one that I'm rocking right now. Anyway, I'm trying to make a habit out of returning to fight the Storm King every 24 hours because I always forget, and I need a lot of Shatterhorn fragments for this adventure that I'm going on of collecting everything. So yeah, expect to see more more of that in the coming videos. Anyway, guys, we're back and we just grabbed our second Shatterhorn fragment so that we can go ahead and make something new in our crafting bench. And there's a lot of different ways we can go with this. I could start on the dagger and go ahead and make something like this. I could also do a sword of some sort. I mean, this one's really speaking to me. I know that it's mahogany rod hilt, so the durability isn't great, but this is gonna look so sick as a legendary item. We could obviously also go ahead and make our first pickaxe out of the Shatterhorn fragments. I have no idea. Looking through here though, oh, dude, what do we do? All right, guys, we decided what we're doing. Let's go over here to our weapons. We're gonna click on the spear and we are gonna make our first ever Shatterhorn spear. And just like that, there we go. We got this ginormous looking rod. Now let's go ahead and sleep through the night so we can get daytime to see this thing in all of its glory. Because watch this. When we wake up, look at this thing in the sun. This black and gold combo never fails to impress. But right off the bat, we're going to take it over here to our rune forge and we're going to upgrade it so we can have some fun. First, we'll go durability. And I know that's a little counterintuitive because if we want to get these as fast as possible, I probably shouldn't be using durability so that they break quicker. And I'll probably do that on certain tools. But for this one, I do definitely just want to have some fun with it. So here we go. We're through durability, stormbane, and damage. And of course, we also have zapping 4, which is the main point of these spears. And we're going to go out and test this in a cave in a second. But before we do, I did want to show you guys one of my favorite pieces of decor from this Lego pass, since this is the topic of discussion for this video. And as you can see right over here in our sculpture section, I already threw one down and here is the other one. We have 2 different pedestals and I think these just look absolutely gorgeous and they're going to make for great displays. Again, like I said, I'm trying to accumulate every single legendary tool and item in the game. And the end goal there is going to be to display them. And I think that these pedestals are a great start. And I'll probably end up building an entire museum to display all these. So stay tuned for that build project because that's probably going to be coming soon. But here we go, guys. We made it back over here to a storm cave because like I said, there's a lot of work to be done with these tools. I don't know what just happened with that lag, but somehow I didn't hit that crystal. That's just absolutely insane. Anyway, I totally forgot to rift the Shatterhorn spear. I should have done that off the bat. That's a fail on my end. But I still do have the Shatterhorn crossbow that I need to get to legendary, so I guess we could use that. And I still do want to see how good this spear is, because like I said, this is one of the most rare ones in the entire game, just because of how difficult it is to go about acquiring it. And you guys just saw that. Those damage numbers were popping up like crazy right there. Pretty good start with the Shatterhorn spear, but let's keep it going here. And oh my goodness, yeah, that's crazy. Only downside of the spear is that obviously you have to get pretty close to enemies to fight them. That's the whole point of this thing in general, but it does get you into some sticky situations sometimes where you are actually going to be taking damage. Either way, we're going to keep it going because we got to keep chipping away at our tools here. That way we can keep getting these legendaries. And we're about done with the cave. And fun fact, the first time I ever fought the Thunderlord, I got absolutely destroyed by him. And honestly, since then, I've had an irrational fear of this guy. He's got to be one of the easiest bosses at this point, but still, something about him just consistently scares me every single time I have to fight him. And oh my goodness, wait a sec. I almost just died. Okay, but there we go. We defeated the Thunderlord, and he gave us a sapphire sword, which we can actually use since I believe this one has a frostpine hilt. I'll have to double check that, but I'm pretty sure that's a very random sword combo, which again, we're trying to collect every single one in the game, so that's good. Anyway, here we go, guys. We're picking up the recording because as you can see in my hand, I do have a crossbow that's new to the videos. I've been rocking this one off stream running into storm caves, and I've collected quite a bit of loot, but as you can see, it's close to being ready to go to legendary tier. So let's just go ahead and shoot it at the floor. And wow, first shot, we just went ahead and acquired a copper crossbow, but that's not it because this sapphire and gold crossbow is also ready and in one shot. Wow, I really prepared that for the video. As you can see, now we have 2. Actually, wait, we have 3 because the Shatterhorde one got completed off video. So 3 legendary crossbows all in my inventory at once. You can see the difference between them. It's obviously very subtle, but it's just the different resource that went into making every single one of these. So let's just go over here to our chest and deposit all 3. And our collection is starting to look decent. And running back over here to our crafting bench, we just need to get the emerald, ruby, and cut amber one. And then of course, we need to use every single stock type for every single one as well. So yeah, like I said, this is going to take a while. And in a coming video, I will begin the museum so I can actually start displaying these weapons and they're not just sitting here in a chest. Anyway, guys, one more thing to do today, and that's going to be coming over here and making one more crossbow. We're getting right into it. We're going to make ourselves a ruby and gold crossbow. And guys, let me know in the comments what I should be doing with these. Should I just get them to legendary without any runes on them, or should I be taking these over to the rune forge and adding upgrades? You guys gotta let me know in the comments. For today, I'm just going to be adding damage, and the reason for that is obviously we still do have to use this crossbow, and damage is definitely a bit helpful, but we went ahead and upgraded it to the rifted tier. We'll continue continue grinding out all these tools. Let me know in the comments what you think of this grind. The thing we're going to be building in today's video is also something that I've built before. It's actually one of my most iconic builds. So let me go ahead and just grab some granite and let me show you exactly what we're doing. Also, make sure you keep those guesses in your head because I can confirm that the new member is booting up right now and they should be in this world pretty soon. Anyway, guys, like I said, before they join up, I should be able to at least get started on this build project. So all we're going to need is granite, and I'm not even exaggerating. That's literally the only thing. I'll grab a stack of wood for good measures, but other than that, all we're going to go ahead and need to do is get to the spot of land where we're going to be doing this build in the first place. And that'll require us to take our brand new launch pad. And no, it's not up on that island. I'm saving that for a different build project, but where we're going today is very close to everything that we already have over here, and it's right behind my camera. Ladies and gentlemen, today we are embarking on a new adventure of a water build because this lake is gorgeous. It's far enough away where, as you can see, our buildings are actually despawning. The airport just disappeared right in front of us. You guys saw that. And the reason that's good is because we're running into some memory issues, and luckily, like I said, we're far enough away. You can see that half broken down house is rendered in, which means it's actually not even rendering my real builds. That's a good sign. But guys, let's just go ahead and get started with this today. Basically, the plan is that in the middle of this water here, we're gonna go ahead and build ourselves a storage facility. And wait, we just got a text from our special guest telling you guys to like the video, so I think you guys are now obligated to. On a serious note though, we do upload Lego Fortnite every single day on this channel, and if you guys are enjoying the content we're pumping out, a like goes a long way. Let's try to hit 1.5k likes for today's video. But anyway, now that you guys like the video, I guess in return, I'll go ahead and invite our new member because we're ready for him. We're about to start our new build project, and he is definitely gonna help out. And guys, when I turn the camera around, you are gonna see the new member of the server. So without further ado, lock in your guesses because right here is our new friend, Code Kaz. This is somebody that has been in the server before, and if you don't understand what's going on here, editor, switch to the other POV. Okay, and now all of a sudden you're seeing the POV from our friend Code Kaz over here. Most of you probably know where I'm going with this by now, but basically this is our brand new cameraman. He's gonna be super helpful by simply standing there and watching us build. And on screen real quickly, I'll show you what this setup looks like in real life because it's actually kind of insane. I have 4 screens in front of me with the one on the very right being a laptop with the game booted up. That's basically how I'm getting this guy's POV right here. Okay, and real talk, I don't know if any of you guys are actually disappointed by the news that no, it's not another human in the server right now. It's just me on a laptop. But if you are bummed out and you want to see people in the world, let me know in the comments who you'd like to see join. I've been opening up a bit more to having guests, and yeah, I'd love to hear who you guys want to see. I already have plans with one person that I'm making an entire content series with, so stay tuned for that. But I'm yapping at this point. Look at the other POV. You could literally see me jumping around in the water. I'm so tiny in the grand scheme of things. I'm just a small little speck on that screen. It's actually kind of insane. Anyway, guys, the reason I'm so excited about this is because obviously at the end of the day, it's just going to lead to better content overall. But yeah, just be ready because you guys will be seeing plenty more of Code Kaz in future videos. And I'm jumping straight into this build today, and some of you guys might already know what it is, but if you don't, today we're getting started on recreating this. I know it's not going to be a 1-for-1 recreation because I'm using it for a different purpose this time around, but for context, this is actually my first expert mode base I ever had in the world that I ended up losing. And to be honest, I just missed the build, so that's why we're doing this. But yeah, we're just going to keep clicking in builds here, and hopefully the perspective looks good. But strap in because this build is about to get absolutely insane. All right, here we go. And for the moment of truth, if I lined everything up and built it symmetrical, then these 3 walls should fit in place perfectly. And did I do it? I did. That's beautiful. Okay. Again, I'm going to be adjusting this POV slightly because I realized I'm a little out of frame, and it's so fun to be able to adjust these camera shots. But anyway, let's keep building this thing up. And voila, just like that, we built up 4 layers and we've got more buildings to do. Trust me, this is literally just the start. But my boy up here has something I need. I currently don't have a grappler and I don't feel like running all the way back home. So what I could do is just run right under him and go over to my laptop and just drop a grappler down from the sky. And oh, never mind. I don't have a grappler on this guy. Hey, on the bright side, I do have some cheese though. Anyway, I totally thought I gave him a grappler. In the future, I will, because he basically does double my backpack size for these build projects, which is another low-key really underrated part of doing this. Unlike a grappler, I can confirm that my friend here does have a totem of return. We don't want him to get eliminated and never be able to return to the server. That would suck. Anyway, guys, we're back, and instead of a grappler, I decided to get a flint knock instead because this thing's actually super useful when you're trying to get around these tricky buildings. Anyway, like I said, we're going to be repurposing this. It's not going to be necessarily an entire village this time around. It's actually going to be a storage room that's going to have a ton of gem chests, and I'm talking a ton. It's basically going to hold everything in the game, especially with the wall mount changes that are coming soon. If you guys didn't hear, basically they're changing the way that the wall mount works so that you can put any item, including any resource, in the wall mount. That's going to lead to storage rooms that are actually able to be labeled, which is super nice. The game's definitely been needing that, and in preparation, that's why we're doing what we're doing today. And honestly, all this stuff is fitting exactly how I remember. I did have to go back and watch the way I built it, but yeah, now that I'm getting in the rhythm of it, it's pretty simple. The one thing with this custom build in particular is the fact that there's a lot of little slivers. Luckily, they're all 2 studs wide, which means I can go ahead and just fill them in later. But I believe when I put this piece down here, it should be the last piece. Yeah, basically. I have a few of these smaller little pieces like this one here, but for the most part, the structure of this thing is already built for the first 2 stories. Now we got to find the center of it because this is where the real magic is going to happen. Finding the middle is actually going to be pretty simple. All we're going to have to do is build a bunch of floors like this. And when these points connect here, this is the middle. All right, so we can go ahead and pin this. Now from here, all we got to do is go ahead and just build this down into the ground so we know exactly where marks the center. And now that we got that measurement, we can delete this all. Wait. I literally just broke the one thing I needed to keep. Okay. And now that we do have the middle, obviously I still have a lot of work to do up top, but we're just going to get straight into it because I do want to start establishing what this build is really going to be and also ignore whatever's going on up here. It's the only way I can get this other POV, which actually looks pretty good. So yeah, we're here in the dead center of our brand new creation and it's time to just start putting down some stuff, honestly. So I do have a few things in mind for this build. First off being memory. Obviously, we do not want to run into a memory issue because this is going to be one of our most useful builds in the entire world so far. And it wouldn't be very effective if, you know, we ran out of memory and we just couldn't build here. And the first thing we're doing here is we're adding 4 different directions that are the same length. You can see it from above, and basically we're just going to go ahead and fill this in, unlike the first village that I built. And also, I guess while we're at it, I can go ahead and break this. But before I do, I have to actually connect it because it's the only thing holding this up. Okay, now that it's actually officially connected, I should be able to break this and hopefully we don't go floating. And yeah, okay, we did that. So we'll go ahead and patch this up for now. I do, however, still want to make note of where the center of this thing is. So it's right here. We'll just keep that marked. But let's keep going on this shape because looking at it from above, you can see that it's still pretty ugly. Don't you worry, I do have a plan and we're getting into it right now. Of course, this new storage village that I'm building is going to take a few videos here. It's not going to all be done today, but I mean, we've already got some great progress on this thing. And while I like the way it looks so far, up here, you can see that we put these interesting looking corner pieces everywhere. And I'm going to use the same ones down below to hopefully make an interesting shape out of this thing. And guys, I usually don't put a lot of this in the video, but I'm completely reworking this entire structure. If you see it from above, it's really ugly right now. Just to take you guys through my thought process, essentially this floor as it currently stands is kind of ugly and there's all these exposed studs and I really like this one more. It's got more of a reflective and clean look to it. It's just a little bit darker as well. So yeah, I'm doing a complete swap and the swap has not been easy by any means because it's causing me to completely remeasure the way this is built out. Because yeah, our end goal is to make this obviously look as seamless as possible. And this works because everything else can be connected, but look at how ugly this turned out to be. Obviously, I'll go in and retrofit everything, so it all ends up being nice and snug, but still, this is definitely going to take a little bit of time, but I believe I have the measurements down now, so I can continue to just destroy the stuff that was here before. Yeah, let's go ahead and click in all 4 of these sides. And this is just absolutely wonderful. I mean, it fits perfectly. Let's go ahead and snap in the last and final piece here in this corner. Wait. Oh, okay. I got confused for a second, but there we go. Looking at it from above, you can see that it's basically a diamond. The edges of this thing are just a tiny bit rounded, but it's not really noticeable. It gives it a little bit of a bulge effect, but I do kind of like the way it looks. Anyway, we're so close to being done with the interior of this thing, if you could even call it an interior. All we got to go ahead and do is basically fill in the rest of the floor and then break what's previously left from the old floor. Okay, and now that we've officially broken everything and remarked the center, let's fill it in. And I just ran into our first big problem. Everything is built out 1 stud too far. I know this is the case in every single direction. It's going to give me this issue. I'm basically going to have a 1 stud gap regardless of whether I like it or not. There is a way I could fix it, but it would take so long to reconstruct this thing. We're going to see what we can do for now, and I'm sure I can think of a fix here. And actually, you know what? I think I already have the fix. Hang on. I believe there's fence pieces that might be 1 stud. Let's see. Why do I feel like this would work? Hang on. I think there's a way I could do this. So if I go like this, and then if I could somehow snap under it. Wait, we might be onto something. How does that look? Oh my, wait. I might be 800 IQ. Guys, I'm gonna go ahead and link a video down below from the engineer. I remember seeing this a while ago, and we have the perfect colored piece to go ahead and fill in a 1 stud gap. Wait, dude, this is actually game-changing, low-key. Like, that's so good. Okay, that fixes our problem. I'm gonna have to do that more in this build, but for now, let me just go ahead and fill in as much as I can without having to worry about the little details. Because looking at this, there are definitely still a lot of spots where I can fill stuff in. But let's go ahead and do this fence trick one more time because, dude, it is so satisfying. And to be honest with you, it's quite simple to do. Also, I know you can do this on land as well with snapping, but since I am over water today, obviously, I'm going to take advantage of that by jumping in and building while I'm down there. But there we go. Another 1 stud gap filled. And there is a method to what I'm doing today. I'm trying to get everything as symmetrical as possible. And I believe I'm just about done with that. I'll show you what I mean in a second here. And basically, okay, yeah, I'm done. Every single gap is the exact same. So you can see this gap on this side, it's mirrored. You see this gap here with the L shape on this side, of course, it's going to be mirrored. You guys get the point. Every single shape is mirrored. That way I'll only have to fill things in once. So for instance, with a gap like this, if I go ahead and put 2 of these down, followed up by a 16 long thin floor, I can basically take that same exact technique and fill in every single mirrored gap the same exact way. Now, there are still going to be a few gaps here and there, and that's just because of the way that I built this thing. Again, it's not perfect, but I'll fill those in off camera because obviously these tiny little gaps aren't the end of the world, especially with that new technique. And guys, after filling in quite a bit more of the gaps around this place, you can see that it's basically done. There's a few gaps here and there. Like I said, I'll go ahead and patch those up off camera, but this is just the start of our storage room. And the way that I envision this coming together is that there's chests on all of these rounded out walls here. So on every single side of this thing, there's going to be chests. I'll have one side dedicated to an entry point, but other than that, this is just going to be a massive storage facility. Like I mentioned earlier in the video with the wall mount changes, this is going to go absolutely crazy, and it's going to be perfect for all of my building needs. Oh yeah, last thing I'll do for today's video though is go ahead and put a village down. And because this is a storage unit, we're naming our village storage unit. And let's go ahead and establish that. Eventually, I'll rip this out and make it look a little nicer. Obviously, this isn't going to be what the final thing looks like, but it's just the start, and I hope you guys enjoyed it. I'm a little afraid because now I'm seeing my airport. I'm a little too close to it than I'd like to be, but hopefully we don't get any memory issues. We'll have to wait and see if we do, though. The recycler is going to be an amazing item, don't get me wrong, but what I'm the most excited for is going to be the wall mounts. And as you can see here, this is never before seen on video. I've been grinding this on my live streams as well as off camera. But getting straight into what you need to do to prepare for the update, I would definitely suggest throwing some wall mounts up next to your chest, because if you didn't hear, starting on March 25th, you'll be able to put non-holdable items on the wall mount like resources and charms. And in this update blog, they do say that you can use these as labels for chests you put below them. I'm not putting chests below, I'm putting them right next to it, but same thing applies. This is basically my massive storage unit, which I'm going to use for every single resource that currently exists in the game. And if I open my codex up and go over to the resources category, you can see that there's 84 different items here. Yes, I counted. On top of that, there's a few random ones in different tabs like these rune tomes here. We obviously have all of our different charms and equipment, plus the weapons and tools that we have. But across this entire village, because yes, I also have an entire level 10 village here. If I go up to a crafting bench here, you can see I have 111 chests connected to this village, which is just absolutely absurd. Across that, I'll be able to craft anything I could ever want to, as well as, again, just store every single item. There's going to be a home for everything. I'm never going to have to worry about item overflow. I'm going to have plenty of chests to go around here. And again, the wall mount changes will finally make it so that we're able to put things like woods, different resources, maybe some different mob loot like cursed bones here. The options are essentially endless. You'll be able to put anything you want into these wall plates. And for that reason, this is the first thing that we had to highlight in the video, because like I said, this is the thing that I'm the most excited for. Obviously, I'm preparing. We have 7 days until the update comes out, and when it comes out, stay tuned to the channel because this thing is going to come together quite nicely. You'll see me put a different resource on every single wall mount, and my goodness, am I excited for this. I've been grinding this project, and don't get me wrong, there's still a lot of work to do considering that all of my villagers are floating and there's random holes in the floor, but this is an update video and I want to focus on that. Let's not talk about how ugly this village is. Anyway, guys, we got a lot more to cover in this new update that's coming in 7 days, like I've already said a billion times in this video, but drop a like if you're excited for it, guys. Anytime they drop new content in the game, obviously it's very welcome by the community, and this is no exception. The community should be excited for this, not only only for the wall mount changes, but for what I'm going to talk about next as well. And to talk about it, we got to take our launchpad highway back over to our OG base where I have my original storage room as well. Trust me, it's here. It just has to render in. It'll render in. Trust me, it will. I promise you it's actually here. And there it is. There you go. See, I wasn't lying to you. Anyway, the reason we're here is to talk about the next big change in the update, which of course is what I highlighted off the bat in today's video, which is going to be the new recycler. This is going to live on the same exact page as the rest of the stations that we currently have in the game. I don't imagine it'll be too expensive to craft, but it will have a very nice functionality to it. And if you didn't know, basically this station is going to recycle crafted items to gain a portion of the used materials back. They say that this means you can break down old charms and weapons into resources that you can reuse. Unlock the recycler recipe by building or using a stonebreaker starting March 25th. I'm sure by this point, most of you probably have a stonebreaker. If you don't, that's relatively cheap to make. I believe it costs, 20 planks and 35 granite, so not super hard. Once you do that, you'll be able to unlock the recycler as well. And the reason we're here in this storage room is because the function of the recycler is, of course, to recycle things. And if I go ahead and open some of these chests that I have on the wall, you can see exactly where I'm going with this. I have so many random tools that I just have no use for. And this recycler is very nice because like I just read, you can break down charms and weapons for the resources that were required to make them in the first place. To give you a great example of this, let's go over to this chest here. And you can see that we got a whole lot, but what I'm really looking at is this gem flint knock. The reason I'm talking about this one specifically is because look, it's basically broken. And you know, as most Lego Fortnite players understand by now, when an item gets this down bad in durability, it's basically fully cooked. Like there's no use for it. So yeah, finally we will have a real use for things like this. Of course, when we go ahead and torch this flint knock, like they said in the update notes, they will go ahead and give us a portion of those resources back. And going to look at what you need to make this gem flint knock, it ain't too cheap. As you can see, you need some gem type and you need 3 of them. On top of that, you're going to need any bar, which is going to be gold, copper, or iron. And not only that, drawstring is just whatever, but you're also going to need blast powder. So between everything that you need to make this gem flint knock, assuming you just get a few of those items, it'll still definitely be worth your time to do that. And I honestly do love the choice here by Lego Fortnite to go ahead and give us back some of the original resources that were put into crafting it instead of just random resources. I could have definitely seen them go the route the same way that they kind of did with the compost here, where you go ahead and burn some things and then they give you some resources that maybe aren't the best. They're going to go ahead and give us some of the exact same things we use to craft the item in the first place. And I'm sure some of you have already heard about what's coming in this update, but if you haven't, those are the 2 main things. It's going to be the wall mount changes that I talked about a little bit already, and then of course also the new utility station in the recycler. There are a few other changes that I'll go ahead and run through later in this video, but I want to show you guys how I'm preparing on both fronts, because I already talked a bit about the wall mounts, but there is more to what I'm doing. Because again, coming down here one more time, I have all these chests that just have random things. Like I have a full chest of sapphire tools that I'll probably never end up using. And of course I have the same exact thing for ruby, amber, and emeralds. But for those of you who really want to get ahead when the update drops, my best suggestion and what I'm personally going to be trying is right over there with the storm. I'll take you guys over there in a second, but first I want to show you a little world update, because what I went ahead and did was build another launchpad highway out this way. It's towards the storm, and as you can see, where it takes us is actually an incredible spot of land that's basically completely flat. I'm going to end up doing a crazy build project here that I've had in mind for a while. Stay tuned to the channel. You don't want to miss that, but hang on. There's a bear there. I know we're preparing for the update, but trust me, I need as many bear pelts as possible because I definitely die from time to time, and you can never have too many of these right here. But we got our bear pelt. Not a serious note, let me go ahead and show you exactly where we're going. And some of you might already know, but essentially my #1 recommendation on what to do before the recycler comes out, if you want to maximize everything, is going to be entering these storm caves. And of course, the reason for this is pretty obvious if you've played the storm caves before. But we'll just go ahead and get through this by breaking these shards. But we already completed the first level, and as we get back to the teleporter, we are going to have this gold chest here. And when you open these, they're going to have quite a bit of things. And this time around, we unfortunately didn't get a weapon or tool, but a lot of times you will. Let me just go through another round and we'll see if we have better luck. A fair warning though, if you are coming down here, make sure you are properly equipped. Although this is a great way to grind out some stuff before the update, don't forget that these caves are still a little difficult sometimes, and oh my goodness, I am almost about to die. So yeah, my advice here is just to not take things too lightly, and even when you're eliminating some of these acolytes, you can see you're getting some stuff like this granite sword and this marble sword, which honestly aren't even really worth picking up. Okay, and like I said, after completing stage 2 of this dungeon here, let's see what we get out of this chest. Because like I mentioned, we're really just looking for gem tools here. And this time around, we got one, like I just mentioned earlier in the video, actually. It is going to be a fresh gem flint knock. Now, I'm not sure if the recycler is going to take into account how worn down an item is when it decides how much to give you back. But if it does, it is definitely nice to have some fresh tools. Nonetheless, moving around this place, you can see that there's also just a ton of random loot drops like this here. A copper pickaxe could be decent if you're in need of something like copper, so I'd pick that up if maybe you're a little bit earlier in your progression. For me though, I feel like I could just have my villagers make me copper at this point, so I'll just leave that on the floor. But I don't need to drag this part on for too long. You guys get the point. Jump down here into these storm caves and definitely get all of the resources that they have to offer, because when you can grind them down in the recycler, it'll definitely give you a ton of nice resources that you wouldn't have had otherwise. But yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and complete this entire cave, and then I'll show you guys a haul of my inventory when we're done. But here we are. We've made it to the final fight, and we did get some nice loot in our inventory. I'll go ahead and show you it in a second, but first we gotta fight the Thunderlord here. If you guys were not yet aware, there's always gonna be 5 stages of one of these storm caves, followed up by the final fight. And sometimes in that final fight, it will be the Thunderlord, of course, and in other times, it could be something like a double brute. So again, just make sure you're fully equipped for a boss fight like this, because the Thunderlord actually does a lot of damage if he ends up hitting you. But I mean, as long as you're good about just constantly moving around, the Thunderlord should be no problem for you. And just like that, we went ahead and took him out, where he drops another sword for us. This time we got a sapphire sword. Well, let's go ahead and pop open our last reward chest, see what we get, and then we'll go ahead and show you guys the inventory. And just like that, we got 2 more emerald crossbows and 1 more rune tome. Opening up the inventory though and showing you guys the haul, you can see that we have a sapphire sword, we have a ruby sword, we have an emerald crossbow, we of course have some gem flint knocks, among other things. I mean, we got a lot of loot from this, and you always really will. Anytime you come down here and complete one of these caves, you're bound to get good loot. So yeah, definitely would recommend that. Not to mention, we also got 8 Eyes of the Storm. That's great if you're just trying to progress overall in Lego Fortnite Odyssey, because then that means you can go unlock the portal and go fight the Storm King. So yeah, lots of good loot there. Bro is not the Thunderlord. Why does it say Thunderlord above this bear's head? Wait, what's going on? Anyway, guys, that's about it in terms of how I'm preparing for the update. But comment down below if you made it this far and let me know what you guys are most excited for and maybe how you guys are preparing for the update. Again, not the biggest content update ever, but there is some other stuff that I said I would mention earlier, and that's going to be the sprint attack that's coming to the game. And basically what they're doing there is I believe they're adding a sprint attack where you can just sprint into an enemy to damage them. Anyway, since this is basically another update video, we might as well talk about the rest of the updates. So that's going to be a jump attack change, a sprint jump, an advanced weapon journal, which is new, next level small talk, safety from the storm, which basically teleports you into a different spot when you get captured by the storm. They're buffing the Thunderclap blade, and yeah, that's basically it. But to end off this video, I just wanted to say again how excited I am for this storage unit here. There's 108 chests on the wall, plus the chests that are on the floor there. I just put another one down, so it tallies up to a total of 112 chests within the boundaries of this village. I still don't even think this is really heavy on memory, and maybe I just jinxed myself, but I feel like I could do quite a bit of building here as well. Obviously, this whole area is just temporary, and everything's gonna look a lot cleaner in the near future. This is just the start for this village, and I'll go ahead and continue to make village updates as they come along. We gotta come back over here to my dojo once it loads in, of course, because I promise you there is a building here. It just takes some time to load in. Oh, okay, there it is. Beautiful. So we're here in our storage dojo, and there it is right there, the sapphire chest. And when I open this up, you'll see that there's just a ton of legendary items here. That's not random. There's a reason that every single one of those is there, and it's because those are part of my collection. I'm never gonna use any of the items in this chest, but what I am gonna do is keep coming over here to the crafting bench to make every single variant of every single item that currently exists after the Lego Fortnite Odyssey update. I'm sure everyone watching this video knows, but oh, wait. And I'm pretty sure most of the people watching this video are already aware of what happened after Odyssey. But basically, they just made it so that there's so many new tools and weapons you can craft. And a great example here is the sword, because as you can see, there's a bunch of different gem types, which will change the look of it. But not only that, once you select a blade type, you can then come over here to the hilt, where there's extra options. And each one, again, is a completely unique combination that makes the item look different. Basically, like I said, to 100% Lego Fortnite Odyssey in my eyes, I need to collect every single variant in the legendary rarity. Now, let's take a second to look at the inventory that I'm currently rocking, because it makes more sense now that I explained that, I'm sure. As you can see, first off, we have a Shatterhorn and Mahogany pickaxe. I mean, this might be the first time any of you that are watching have ever seen this combination, because I might be one of the only people to have ever made it. Next, I have a Shatterhorn and Gold Spear. This thing's pretty close to getting upgraded to Legendary, so I can go ahead and retire it soon. And the last item we're rocking with right now is going to be this really beautiful looking crossbow. This one's amber and gold, so it just looks super shiny. And you know what? This one's actually also really close to being Legendary, so let's just do that right now. And honestly, any moment here, we should go ahead and get this one rifted. And there it is. Our golden amber crossbow is officially retired. Let's go ahead and take it back to the chest now. And I mean, again, this thing just looks so gorgeous, especially in that sunlight. I mean, look at that thing glow. Wait, why does it kind of look like it has sapphire on it? I swear it doesn't have sapphire. You guys saw. Anyway, obviously right now, like I showed you earlier, we're just putting all these in a chest here. But eventually I am going to make a full-on museum to display every single one in one of those wall mounts. And I mean, you can already hang any tool or item you want in a wall mount. We don't have to wait for the update that's coming on Tuesday for that. But I am still excited for these wall mount changes nonetheless. And yeah, in terms of a world update, if you want to see where I'm planning on building this museum, because obviously we have all this stuff here, and then we have our new water base, which is right over the hill, over this way towards the storm and behind my use code Kaz sign. By the way, you guys should use code Kaz. It would be very much appreciated. Anyway, basically behind that, I set up a launch pad highway. So if I fly over here, we're going to come over. Wait, what the? Okay, I don't know how I missed there. But our launchpad highway should send us up here, which is our new spot. As you can see, it's a ginormous spot of flatland. Guys, it's pretty hard to find a spot of flatland this big. I mean, it's just ginormous. So I'm very excited to go ahead and build a full-fledged museum here where I'll be able to tour guests through and honestly just show off all of the different legendary tools that I have. Either way though, guys, we're going to go ahead and get some sleep at our base, and then we're going to get started on the grinding because like I said, this is the hardest challenge that I think I've ever tried on Lego Fortnite, and I've done a lot on this game. So before we go any further with today's video, make sure you guys are subscribed for daily Lego Fortnite content. Also, dropping a like to support the content really helps out. But in today's video, we do have a few different things we want to get done. First off, we want to go ahead and get rid of the Shatterhorn Mahogany pickaxe because again, it's just the most random combination ever. Once I get it done though, it is going to feel nice because I barely have any pickaxes in Legendary. This is literally going to be my third one, and I just did the math. There's 40 combinations of pickaxes that I'm going to have to get to Legendary. So yeah, I'm on 2 out of 40. Like I said, this is a huge grind. And the way that that math adds up is because as you can see here, there's 5 different gem types. Obviously, we have the 4 main ones plus Shatterhorn. And then in terms of handles, there's 8 different handles, and obviously 8 times 5 equals 40. Quick math. And if you want to take that a step further, there are 7 different tools that I'm going to need to get 40 variations of, which equals 280 legendary items, which is absolutely ridiculous when I put it that way. Let me go ahead and just count how many I have in total in my chest right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, I have 9 out of 280. I'm just now realizing how insane that is going to be. Like I said in the intro, I'm dedicating myself to this challenge. Let's go ahead and lock in for a little bit and hopefully get these 2 items in my hand to legendary. What? Wait. How did I just kill him? I didn't even do anything. Okay, I know it's supposed to show just a grindy segment, but replay that. Dude, how did I just kill that guy? I swear I just shot lightning out of my body when I jumped. I don't know. You guys saw it again. I have no idea how that happened. Anyway, getting pretty close on our tools here, and I've barely been in here, so let's just go ahead and wrap this up. Oh my goodness, there's no way. We found Cadence. And I don't think I'll ever be in this cave again, so we might as well invite her on our journey. I'm not very confident in the fact that she survives this, but you never know. Oh, and just like that, I guess Cadence is good luck because we officially have our Mahogany Shatterhorn pickaxe done. I know that just sounds insane to say, but let's throw it on the floor and look at this thing. Oh my goodness. The black, red, and gold makes it look like a toy. I mean, it looks so nice. Anyway, time to finish up the spear now. Oh. You can't attack these guys. Never mind. And honestly, the bright side of doing this is the fact that you actually have to grind quite a bit. So as you can see, I got Blast Core, but I also have a whole lot of other stuff that I've been needing for a while. Specifically on this run, I wanted Bright Core, but I also got some Ruby and other stuff as well. But yeah, we're almost done with our spear here, and this should be enough to send us right over. Let's go ahead and see, though. I'm not sure. And oh my goodness, I gotta be careful of dying. But we're pretty close. Can we do it here? Oh, we can't. Okay. Oh wait, there is still one more bandit here. Hang on. Is it gonna happen in this village? Let's see. Okay, we need a few more hits. Oh, and there it is, ladies and gentlemen. Look how nice this spear looks. Hang on. Okay, so it got shorter. The spear was definitely longer before it got rifted to legendary, but look at this thing. Oh my goodness, it's so beautiful. I feel like I say that about every single item when it rifts to legendary, but still, you can't tell me this isn't a good looking spear. Okay, and off camera a second ago, I went ahead and got one more thing in legendary, and that's gonna be this ruby and gold sword here. Also off camera, not only did Cadence die because she's not with me, but I also died. As you can see, I no longer have a totem of return. Keep in mind, we're doing doing this in expert mode. I don't know if I said that earlier in the video, but either way, that raises the stakes even more. So we got to go ahead and craft ourselves a brand new totem of return. The only issue is I don't have any bear pelts. I'll address that problem in 1 second. But I guess for now, we're kind of down bad. So we got to make ourselves an uncommon totem of return. It's only a 1 heart difference, but still, you want to have the best charms possible. And right now, I don't. So the fun part about this challenge is that it really does incentivize you to grind. So next, we're going to go ahead and hunt ourselves some bears for some bear pelts. Like I just showed you, we don't have any. And in a world that we spend so much time in, I should just have a ton of bear pelts. That way I never have to worry about not having the best charms. So first thing we're going to do is go ahead and just retire these 3 items here. And organizing by type, you can see this kind of coming together. We have a few pickaxes, a few more crossbows, plus some other things. But yeah, we can't get too excited about what's in that chest yet because there's still so much more to make. So like I just said, we're going to go ahead and hunt some bears, and our weapon of choice is going to be a crossbow. And I think just for fun, because it looks so good, we're going with a sapphire frostpine rod combo. I'm going ahead and making this thing. Wait, my game just crashed. What in the world? And loading back in, we actually made our crossbow, which is nice. It's pitch dark though. Let's go ahead and sleep through the night. And looking at this thing in the sun, my goodness, this is so satisfying. Holy cow. I cannot wait to use it. I mean, obviously it's not going to be very good because it is a frostpine rod. Also, I got to patch these holes in the floor because our villagers are not having a good time here. They're all either drowning or they're stuck in these holes. Either way, that's not super important right now. What is going to be important is taking these tools and immediately taking them over to the legendary forge. Obviously, as nice as it would be to go ahead and use this thing and then rift it as soon as it's about to break, we just don't got time for that. So yeah, straight to the legendary forge they go. And you know what? After thinking a little bit more, it'd probably be beneficial to make an entire inventory of new items. That way I'm kind of progressing all of them at the same time. So let's go ahead and make ourselves a pickaxe next. And I'm still in the phase where I can kind of just make whatever I want and have fun with it. I might even actually just go ahead and do a frostpine rod pickaxe as well. I feel like the sapphire frostpine rod combo might be good across the board. And yeah, I feel like purely going off aesthetics, having a full inventory of this is going to be so nice. So here we go. Obviously, I currently possess none of these items in legendary, so that's the reason we're doing them all at the same time. And there we are. Let's go. Okay. And I promise you, we're almost ready to go hunt bears. The last thing we're going to do is go over to the rune forge. As you can see, all this grinding gives me a ton of essence. So I'm going to go ahead and use some of it. And I'm not looking for all of the craziest upgrades on my tools here. I'm going to go ahead and leave some available rune slots. That way, if I ever want to take these things out for a joyride out of retirement later on, I can go ahead and apply the newest and greatest charms. So yeah, if you're wondering why I'm barely upgrading these things, that's why. And I'm not even slapping durability on these because I do want them to wear down as soon as possible. And the only additional thing I'm going to add to just the sword here is going to be Stormbane. And the reason why is because we're going to be hunting for bears inside of a dungeon, aka a storm cave. I actually don't really know what those are called, but yeah, this right here is what I was referring to. Yeah, it is called the storm cave. Okay. I have heard that a phase of the storm cave could be 2 bear spawning. I haven't personally seen it, but yeah, we are going to be hunting for bears down here first. And more importantly, just because these storm caves do require you to do a ton of damage, which is obviously going to progress all of our tools. And one way to make this go even faster is just to go ahead and waste durability on things like this. Honestly, all these plants do help out quite a bit, so make sure you're doing it if you're trying to progress. And hang on, did I just find the strat? I mean, look at this. I'm almost a quarter of the way done already just from getting these little plant patches. And yeah, I'm not lying. This might actually be the fastest. Oh, what is this? What is this plant? Why is it so big? Why did it take so long to break? What I was saying, I think this might actually be the strat. It's obviously not the prettiest and maybe not the most fun, but it's very common to find these little bodies of plants, so it's not going to be super hard. And then again, it just wears down your sword so fast. And oh my goodness, the strat is unbelievable. I mean, look at how much progress I already have on my sword from the first level of this cave. I mean, this just went from a random tip in the video to maybe the most valuable tip in the entire video because yeah, this sword is basically already legendary after the first layer. And never mind, it's not basically legendary, it is legendary after 1 layer. As you can see here, we still haven't taken our reward chest, and we're just gonna go straight back home to deposit this and bring a few more with us. That strat is certified goated, and I've never heard of it before, so leave a like if I'm putting you guys on today. And I will be getting back to the cave in a second, trust me, but I mean, look at this sword here. A legendary sapphire and frostpine looks beautiful, but we gotta go ahead and retire it for now. And we're immediately back in this cave where we brought 3 brand new swords with us. We have a copper, emerald, and ruby sword, all that have wooden handles on them. Again, we're going for every single combination in the game, regardless of what it is. These are kind of the most useless ones. They're pretty weak to begin with, but looking at this emerald sword here, it has a lot more knockback than most swords do. So we will definitely be testing that. But first, we need to get a reward. I'll take the rune tome, but honestly, I just don't have room for this in my inventory with all these vines. And then on levels with these spawners, we're going to go ahead and use our pickaxe to break them just so we can wear down the durability on that a little bit. And we also have to test the knockback on this emerald and wood sword just to see if it actually does anything. So let's target an acolyte. Let's swing, and I'm noticing no knockback at all. Okay, yeah, no, there's no knockback yet. Yeah, I'm just trying to focus on seeing them get knocked back, but I didn't see them move an inch backwards, so maybe knockback's just a myth. I have no idea. Either way, in every single level of this cave, obviously we're gonna go ahead and use our newfound strategy to go ahead and break every single vine we can. And oh my goodness, wait, did we just get 2 rift crystals in a row from those guys? We did. That's actually insane luck. And we just finished level 2, but let's go ahead and clear out the plants and see how much of this thing we can knock out. After destroying every single plant in the second level, this thing went up quite a bit to about 75% of the way done. Again, guys, I think this strat is super overpowered. And then obviously these storm dungeons do respawn every 24 hours. And I'd imagine the plants probably spawn back as well, which is pretty cool. But you guys get the point. We're basically going to rinse and repeat until we're done with this cave. And hopefully we do find some bears, because like I said, the goal is to have better charms eventually. I don't want to keep rocking this uncommon totem of return. So yeah, hopefully we find those at the end, but let's keep going. Oh. Guys, I know I said I wasn't going to talk about the strat anymore, but I feel like I have to here. I realize in some of these levels, it's actually glitched and they spawn duplicates. So as you can see, this plant is here, but when I break it, the same plant is here. Meaning I'm basically doing double the damage on top of the already insane damage I'm doing. That's just going to make this entire thing even easier, if you could believe it. Anyway, sorry for the interruption. Let's go ahead and finish up here. And unfortunately, I did not find any bears this time around, but I did find the Thunderlord. So let's go ahead and take him out. And we just made light work out of the Thunderlord. And look at that. He once again dropped a Sapphire and Frostpine Rod Sword. That's literally what we just got to Legendary. So we're not going to pick that up. But what I can show you is that we did successfully get 2 more Legendary Swords. That's going to be the Emerald and the Ruby and Wood Swords. I have my Copper and Wood Sword here as well. And as you can see, it's basically done. And I guess I didn't even have to go inside of the cave to find all these plants, because look at the outside of this place. Once you defeat the cave and you don't even have to worry about the storm creatures, you can just come out here and have a field day. I mean, this strat is just absolutely ridiculous. Just like that, we got our Amber Sword to Legendary as well, which marks all 3 that we came in with, plus the one we deposited back earlier, which brings our count up quite a bit. Oh, and look at that. It's our bear. Bro is so lost, he has no idea what to do since I'm standing up here. So there we go. We're gonna need a lot more bear pelts than just 1, but that's just a start. And going home one last time to deposit things back into our sapphire chest. We have the honor of depositing 3 items in. I'm gonna have to start labeling these because I'm gonna forget what they actually are. It's pretty hard to tell visually because some of the pieces look pretty similar sometimes. But wow, this chest is absolutely gorgeous. Guys, drop a like if you enjoy these grindier videos. And if you made it all the way until the end, you're a real one. And I just wanted to let you guys know, I do plan on streaming quite a bit more here on the YouTube channel, so stay tuned for those. I'm gonna pay a lot more attention to doing things with our community on there. And hint, hint, we might have a build challenge coming soon. So stay tuned. Join the Discord down below, and I will catch y'all in the next one. It's been your boy Kaz. Hopefully you found this video a little bit helpful. And let me know if you'll be joining me on this grind, but I'll catch y'all later. Peace.